Chapter 1: The Just Man. The year was 1815. The setting was Digne, a small, unremarkable town nestled in the southeast of France beneath the watchful, silent majesty of the Alps. It was here that Monsieur Charles François Bienvenu Myriel, Bishop of Digne, lived a life of such simple, almost radical goodness that it bordered on the legendary. His life was a quiet, continuous act of dismantling the expectations of a high church official. The episcopal palace was a grand, severe structure, yet the bishop occupied only the ground floor. He had ceded the immense, sunlit first floor, the most comfortable part of the building, to the town's main hospital. This act alone told the story of his soul. He was not a man who merely gave away his surplus, he gave away his necessities. His annual stipend, 10,000 francs, vanished almost instantly. He reserved exactly 1/10 of it for his personal living expenses, a pittance that covered the simplest of meals and the simplest of worn clothes. The remaining 9,000 francs were dedicated entirely to charity, flowing through the channels of the poor, the sick, and the unfortunate. In his household, the bishop was served by only 2 people, his sister, Mademoiselle Baptistine, and an aging, fiercely loyal maid named Madame Magloire. Baptistine was a gentle soul, 6 years the bishop's junior, pale and fragile, reflecting her brother's own profound, unshakable serenity. She existed in a state of grace, her spirit mirroring his own selfless disposition. Madame Magloire, efficient and practical, constantly fretted over the bishop's radical generosity, particularly concerning the few valuable items they still possessed. Their home, the ground floor of the former palace, was Spartan. The bishop's personal apartment was merely a bedroom, a dining room, and a small library. The furniture was simple, the walls whitewashed, and the only items of true intrinsic value were a set of 6 solid silver plates and 2 silver candlesticks, objects that were family heirlooms, gifts from a wealthy ancestor. These silver pieces were Madame Magloire's persistent anxiety and her one point of argument with the bishop. She would dust them almost aggressively, then quickly hide them away, convinced that the good-hearted but absent-minded bishop would surely give them to the next beggar who asked. "Monsieur Bishop," she would say, her voice tight with worry, "you have so many thieves visiting this house. At least let us put the silver in a locked chest." The bishop would merely smile, that beatific, all-forgiving smile that disarmed all worldly concern. "And where is the difference, Madame Magloire?" he would ask, his eyes serene. "If I hide them, are they not simply locked up for me? If they are here, they serve a purpose, even if only to tempt a desperate soul. The truly valuable possession is not the silver, but the conscience of the man who needs it." He did not preach this virtue, he simply lived it. His charity was not a duty but a natural, continuous flow of his being. He judged no one, forgave everyone, and believed with absolute certainty in the inherent goodness struggling within the darkest of men. One day the bishop found himself in the humble village of Senez. He was making his usual rounds, visiting the sick in the remote mountainous regions, a journey fraught with hardship and fatigue. On his return, he encountered a man of immense physical stature, a man whose face was dark, hardened, and whose clothes were the tattered remnants of a laborer's outfit. The man introduced himself as Gervais, a former convict recently released from the galleys, the brutal, inescapable prison ships where men were chained for decades. Gervais had served 19 years for stealing a loaf of bread to feed his sister's starving children. He carried with him a yellow passport, the state-issued document that immediately branded him as a criminal, an outcast, a pariah to be shunned, abused, and denied work, lodging, and even the simple right to exist in civil society. Every inn in the region, seeing the yellow passport, had slammed its door in his face. He had been driven from every village, sleeping under the cold, open sky, his heart curdling with bitterness and rage. He was not a man seeking pity. He was a vessel overflowing with justified resentment against a world that had punished desperation as if it were malice. The bishop, hearing his story, his eyes filled with a pure, sorrowful light. He did not offer pity, which the man would have instantly rejected as condescending. He offered recognition. "You have suffered greatly, my son," the bishop said gently, his voice carrying the deep resonance of truth. "But suffering can be the workshop of providence. Tell me, where will you spend the night?" "Under a bush like a dog," Gervais spat out, the words laced with profound anger. "Every door is bolted against the yellow paper." The bishop did not hesitate. He took the former convict back to Digne, ignoring the shocked whispers of the few people they encountered on the road. "You shall sleep here," the bishop declared simply, leading the man not to a secluded barn or a servant's quarter, but to his own home, the humble ground floor of the palace. Madame Magloire and Baptistine watched in stunned silence as the bishop gave his guest a clean bed, the finest linen, and a complete set of the silver tableware for his dinner. This was not merely charity, it was an act of profound, revolutionary respect. It was treating the despised pariah as if he were a visiting dignitary. Gervais ate, his eyes watching the silver with a keen, furtive intensity. The 19 years of brutality had taught him one lesson: to take what he needed because the world would never give it. His heart, long hardened by injustice, was utterly unable to process this sudden, irrational kindness. His mind saw the silver not as a tool for dining, but as an opportunity, a small, tangible revenge against the society that had destroyed his life. He did not understand the bishop's goodness. He saw it as a weakness, a careless lapse in security. The yellow passport had taught him that the world was built on taking, not giving. That night after the household had retired, Gervais waited. The small flickering candle cast huge, dancing shadows on the whitewashed walls of the bishop's room. He crept silently into the bishop's dining room, located the 6 silver plates and the 2 heavy silver candlesticks, wrapped them in a cloth, and slipped out the window into the deep, unforgiving darkness of the night. The silver, cold and heavy in his hand, felt like justice. In the morning, Madame Magloire's cry was one of true, justified despair. Monsieur Bishop, the silver, the plates and the candlesticks, they are gone, the man, the ruffian, he has stolen them. Baptistine was pale but silent. The bishop, however, looked not distressed but deeply regretful, though his regret was not for the loss of the silver. "Ah, I feared as much," the bishop murmured, his eyes looking out the open window. "The silver was mine, the conscience was his. It seems I valued the wrong thing." He ordered no pursuit, he filed no complaint. The loss in his mind was a consequence of his own lack of wisdom, not the man's sin. 2 hours later, as the sun began to climb over the peaks, 3 gendarmes, police officers, burst into the bishop's dining room, their faces triumphant. They were holding Gervais, who stood shackled, exhausted, and utterly defiant. The stolen silver lay heaped on a nearby table. "Monsieur Bishop," the lead gendarme announced proudly, "we have him. We found him on the road to Grenoble. He had these items." Though the gendarmes expected the bishop to confirm the theft, perhaps to offer a prayer of thanks for their swift action, Gervais himself braced for the inevitable, a severe biting, the return to prison, and the addition of perhaps 5 more years to his sentence for theft during a probationary period. His rage was replaced by a dull, hopeless resignation. Society had won again. The bishop walked toward Gervais not with anger, but with an expression of gentle, profound reproach. "Ah, but there you are," the bishop said, his voice quiet and sincere. He did not look at the gendarmes, his attention was fixed entirely on the former convict. "My friend, I am delighted to see you, but tell me, when you left, did you forget the most important items? You forgot to take the silver candlesticks. They were included in the gift just as much as the plates. You should have taken them too." The bishop picked up the 2 silver candlesticks, their surfaces reflecting the morning light, and placed them into the trembling, shackled hands of the astonished man. The gendarmes stood frozen, aghast. Was this man mad? Had they made a mistake? Gervais could only stare. The sheer, incomprehensible magnitude of the lie, the truthful lie that the bishop had just told, shattered the entire framework of his world. 19 years of hatred, injustice, and bitterness had prepared him for everything except this. "Now go, my friend," the bishop commanded, his voice suddenly firm, yet still imbued with kindness. "You remember this, you are no longer a man of evil, but a man of good. I have bought your soul. I withdraw it from the black ideas and from the spirit of perdition, and I give it to God." With a simple, dismissive wave of his hand, the bishop dismissed the gendarmes. They retreated, bewildered by the chaos of mercy. Gervais stood alone with the bishop, the silver plates and the heavy candlesticks clutched in his arms. He looked into the bishop's clear, unflinching eyes, and for the first time in 2 decades, the hard, icy core of hatred in his heart began faintly to crack. He fled the house, running aimlessly out of Digne. He did not run from the police, he ran from the overwhelming, terrifying burden of being forgiven. He ran from a man who had not judged him but had saved him. The journey of Jean Valjean, the man who would try for the rest of his life to understand and fulfill the price of those silver candlesticks, had just begun. In Chapter 2, The Fall, Jean Valjean fled from Digne, clutching the 6 silver plates and the 2 candlesticks, not running from the authorities who would cage him, but running from the mercy that sought to save him. The cold, heavy silver in his sack felt like a burden of fire. It was tangible proof of his crime, yet it was also the impossible, crushing evidence of a goodness he could neither comprehend nor reject. He ran for hours, following no road, drawn only by the need to escape the terrifying vulnerability of being forgiven. The sun rose, harsh and indifferent, washing the mountain landscape in a cold, gray light. He finally collapsed, exhausted, in a narrow, desolate gorge where only the wind and the silence dared to judge him. He spread out the stolen items on the ground. The silver plates gleamed, beautiful and starkly out of place against the rough, dirty earth. He looked at them, and then he thought of the man who had given them to him, the bishop. He had expected rage, condemnation, the triumphant hand of justice turning him over to the gendarmes. That was the language of the world he knew. That was the simple, brutal contract of the galleys. You sin, you suffer. But the bishop had rewritten the contract entirely. You forgot to take the silver candlesticks. They were included in the gift. I have bought your soul. I withdraw it from the black ideas and from the spirit of perdition, and I give it to God. The bishop's words, so quiet yet so immense, echoed in the lonely gorge. Valjean had been forged by the galleys into a creature of pure, concentrated resentment. His soul was a landscape of ice and iron. He had entered prison a simple, honest peasant, driven by the purest motive, feeding his family. He had left it a monster, corrupted by 19 years of chains, whips, and constant hatred. The moment he had stolen that loaf of bread, he had signed away his humanity, and society had been eager to seal the deal. Now the bishop's act was a sudden, violent injection of pure, foreign goodness into a system designed for malice. It demanded a moral inventory that Valjean was entirely incapable of performing. His mind, trained only in survival and revenge, struggled to find the proper reaction. Should he return it, the thought was instantly rejected. That would be weakness, a submission to a soft, pointless virtue. The silver was his, it was his recompense for the 19 years stolen from him, should he sell it. Yes, that was the only logical step. He needed money to live, to shed the yellow passport, to finally disappear and become a free, anonymous man. He gathered the silver and continued his journey towards the neighboring town, intent on disposing of his plunder. Yet the weight of the silver felt different now. It was no longer just stolen goods, it was the bishop's debt. As he walked, his mind was tormented not by fear of capture, but by an internal battle between the convict and the peasant he once was. The convict, nurtured by the brutal logic of the prison, whispered, "Take it all. The world owes you this and more. That old fool was a fool. You use his idiocy to your advantage. Kindness is a fluke, injustice is the rule." The peasant, a ghost from long ago, whispered, "He saved you, he lied for you. He gave you those candlesticks not for money, but for your soul. You cannot betray the only man who has ever treated you like a human being." This internal conflict manifested as physical agony. Valjean stopped, dropped the sack, and began to pace. He was no longer running from the gendarmes, but from the terrifying possibility that he might have to change. Change meant tearing down the fortress of bitterness that had kept him alive for 2 decades. He fell to the ground, exhausted, his body trembling not from fatigue but from the violent moral earthquake ripping through him. Tears that had been locked away for 20 years burned behind his eyes. He cursed the bishop, cursed the silver, cursed the very notion of a just man existing in an unjust world. It was late in the afternoon when he reached a small, remote hamlet. His head was spinning with exhaustion and the lingering spiritual battle. He saw a young boy, Petit Gervais, skipping along the path, singing softly. The boy was cheerful, innocent, and completely unguarded. Petit Gervais was playing with 2 small coins, 40 sous in total, tossing them into the air and catching them with the sheer, unbridled joy of a child who possesses boundless wealth. The former convict watched the boy. The sight of the child's happiness, his innocence, was a painful contrast to Valjean's own spiritual decay. A sudden, purely instinctual urge, a remnant of the old Valjean mixed with the new savagery of the convict, seized him. He was still walking away from the bishop. He was still the man society had made him. He still needed money. Valjean quickly placed his foot on the coins the boy had just dropped. "What is this, my friend?" Valjean growled, his voice rough and unused to gentle speech. The boy looked up, his face instantly clouding with fear. He saw the tall, menacing stranger, his face scarred by hardship, his eyes dark with something indefinable and terrifying. "Sir, it's my money," the boy stammered, his small voice trembling. "My coins. I dropped them." Valjean did not move his foot. His heart, still frozen, felt a chilling, terrifying indifference. He did not need the 40 sous, the silver in his sack was worth hundreds, but he needed the act. He needed to prove that the bishop's kindness had failed, that he was still the hard, unredeemable criminal. "No, they are mine," Valjean insisted, his voice a low, terrifying monotone. Petit Gervais, his eyes filling with tears, tried to push Valjean's heavy, dirt-caked boot away. "Please, sir, give them back. They're for my mother. She needs them." Valjean remained motionless, a statue of pure petty cruelty. The boy, defeated, began to weep and ran away, sobbing for his lost treasure, his happy song silenced. The incident lasted mere seconds. The boy was gone. The coins lay on the ground. Valjean lifted his foot and looked at the 40 sous. He felt nothing. The act had been successful. He had reinforced his own conviction. He was and would always be a hardened criminal. He took a step, then another. He walked perhaps 20 paces. Then he stopped. The indifference vanished, replaced by a sudden, violent spasm of horror. It was as if the bishop's kind, forgiving voice had roared the truth directly into his consciousness. He had stolen 40 sous from a weeping child. The scale of the crime was nothing compared to the silver or the 19 years in the galleys. But the quality of the crime was monstrous. This was not desperation. This was pure, unadulterated wickedness. This was an attack on innocence, on the very fragility of human goodness. The horror grew into a vast, overwhelming wave. He fell to his knees, burying his face in his hands, trembling uncontrollably. He remembered the bishop giving him the silver, the lie told for the sake of his soul. He realized the bishop had not simply given him the silver. The bishop had given him time, time for the goodness to work, time for the conscience to thaw. And in this brief window of freedom, Valjean had immediately committed a worse sin than the one he was pardoned for. The bishop's great act of mercy was now betrayed by a small act of malice. He stood up, looking wildly around the deserted path. "Gervais, Petit Gervais!" he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. He searched for the boy for over an hour, frantically calling his name, promising to give back the money, promising to give him all the silver, promising anything. But the boy was gone, swallowed by the immense, indifferent world. Valjean collapsed again, his strength gone. He wept. He did not weep for himself or his lost years or his poverty. He wept because he had been unworthy of the bishop's forgiveness. He wept because the convict he had become had poisoned the innocence of a child. In that moment of absolute, complete spiritual devastation, something fundamental shifted. The fortress of ice that had encased his soul for 19 years finally, irrevocably shattered. When Valjean rose, he was still the same man, huge, scarred, and strong, but the internal composition was different. The convict was dead, killed by the shame of 40 sous. The new man, the redeemed man, was born in tears and guilt. He knew what he had to do. He would never again knowingly cause pain to another soul. The silver was no longer a spoil of crime, but a sacrament, a sacred trust. He would fulfill the bishop's command. He would spend the rest of his life earning the right to possess those silver candlesticks, and he would begin by becoming an honest, good man, hidden from the world that had cursed him. He gathered his possessions and began to walk again, but this time he was walking toward the light, toward an unknown destiny of struggle, atonement, and quiet heroism. Chapter 3, the year 1823. Though the years between 1815 and 1823 were a blur of transformation for the man formerly known as Jean Valjean. After the shattering experience of the 40 sous and the profound forgiveness of the bishop, he did not simply become a good man, he became a hidden man. His identity, forged in the shame of the galleys, was an enormous burden he knew he must shed entirely. He sold the silver plates for a substantial sum, money he reserved entirely for the poor, fulfilling the bishop's implied instruction. He kept only the 2 silver candlesticks, carrying them always. They were not mere relics. They were the physical, tangible representation of his soul's purchase price, a permanent reminder of the immense moral debt he owed to God and to the bishop. Valjean disappeared into the labyrinth of French society, using the fragments of the past to build a meticulous lie. He learned to read and write with ferocious intensity during his rare, quiet moments. He mastered the industrial process of making jet and glass beads, a skill he had absorbed while briefly working in a factory after his release. He was driven by an obsessive need to earn a place, a worthiness that transcended his yellow passport. By 1823, he had settled in a small town named Montreuil-sur-Mer, a coastal community that thrived on the production of cheap imitation jewelry. Under the pseudonym Monsieur Madeleine, Valjean transformed the local industry. He introduced several brilliant innovations in manufacturing, particularly a new method of replacing shellac with resin. The speed and quality of his products were unmatched. Madeleine was a miracle worker. His enterprise saved the town from economic collapse, created hundreds of jobs, and brought prosperity where there had only been stagnation. He invested his enormous profits back into the town, funding schools, building new roads, and establishing a small, state-of-the-art infirmary. He lived with a calculated, almost painful modesty. He never accepted expensive gifts, avoided social gatherings, and dressed in plain, heavy work clothes. His face, still bearing the scars of the galleys, was now marked by a deep, introspective sorrow rather than outright bitterness. He was a silent, powerful force, a benefactor known for his immense compassion for the poor and his iron will in business. The town, recognizing his unparalleled virtue and economic genius, petitioned the king. In 1820, Monsieur Madeleine was formally appointed mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer. His mayoral office was one of quiet, almost terrifying efficiency. He was generous with public funds, but ruthless against laziness and inefficiency. He ruled not with authority, but with a simple, profound moral weight. He was a man with no family, no history, and no known past, yet he was utterly indispensable. But the facade, though nearly perfect, concealed a soul constantly besieged by two unrelenting fears. The first was the fear of exposure. Every loud knock at his door, every unfamiliar face in the crowd sent a chill through him. Though the world he had fled still existed, and one whisper, one misplaced memory, could destroy the delicate, virtuous world he had constructed. The name Jean Valjean was a ticking clock buried beneath the peace of Monsieur Madeleine. Though the second, deeper fear was that of moral stagnation. He knew his current life, his wealth, his power, his goodness, was a monumental act of atonement. But was it enough? Was the public charity enough to atone for the theft from Petit Gervais? It was a life of hidden virtue equal to the simple, radical goodness of the bishop. He often retreated to a hidden space in his modest home, where he would take out the silver candlesticks. He would polish them, the act a ritual of self-examination. In their reflection, he saw the face of the convict and the promise of the saint, two parts of himself locked in an eternal, exhausting struggle. It was in this flourishing, yet fragile Montreuil-sur-Mer that the mayor's path crossed that of Fantine. Fantine was a young woman of exquisite, delicate beauty, but one whose life was already tragically shadowed by the relentless cruelty of the era. She had once been a girl of simple joy in Paris, but love, or rather, a cruel imitation of it, had left her abandoned, pregnant, and utterly alone. Her daughter, Cosette, was the only treasure she possessed and the source of her unending suffering. Fantine was now working in Mayor Madeleine's factory. It was a place of relative salvation for her, offering the only stable income she could find. However, she carried the secret of her illegitimate daughter, whom she had placed with a couple named the Thénardiers in the distant village of Montfermeil, paying them a meagre sum for her upkeep. The cost of Cosette's care, combined with the Thénardiers' increasing, merciless demands for money, became Fantine's constant, gnawing anxiety. In the factory, Fantine was subjected to the harsh, unforgiving scrutiny of her female co-workers. Her letters to the Thénardiers, though discreetly written, eventually drew suspicion. One day, one of the cruelest forewomen managed to intercept a letter from the Thénardiers, demanding money and complaining bitterly about Cosette. The letter clearly betrayed Fantine's secret. She was an unmarried mother. In the conservative, judgmental world of the factory, this was a capital offense. It was moral corruption. The forewoman, fueled by petty jealousy and social righteousness, immediately brought the matter to the factory supervisor. The supervisor, a small-minded, morally rigid man, did not hesitate. He believed that the factory's success depended not only on production but also on upholding the strictest social order. An unmarried mother was a bad example. She was a disruptive element. The supervisor, without consulting the mayor who owned the factory and established its compassionate policies, immediately made his decision. "Fantine is dismissed," he announced, his voice devoid of pity. "Her conduct is immoral, and she sets a bad example for the other workers. Her services are terminated immediately." Fantine, unaware of the deep roots of her misery, was thrown out into the harsh streets of Montreuil-sur-Mer. Her pleas that she needed the money for her little girl, that she was a good worker, that her only sin was loving and being deceived, fell on deaf, cold ears. The dismissal was an act of profound, casual cruelty, a small-scale injustice built on the relentless, unyielding prejudice of society. It was the moment that the delicate thread holding Fantine's life together snapped completely. Though the consequences were immediate and catastrophic. Without the factory wages, the Thénardiers' demands became more brutal. To satisfy them, Fantine sold her beautiful long blonde hair. The money barely covered the rent and the last debt. Next, she sold her 2 front teeth to a traveling dentist. The pain was excruciating, the loss of her smile devastating, but the need for money for Cosette was a greater imperative than her own dignity. Finally, driven to the absolute brink, utterly humiliated and reduced to a shadow of her former self, Fantine sold the last thing she had left, her body. She descended to the most despised, miserable corner of the town, becoming a streetwalker to survive and feed her distant child. The elegant, young Parisian woman was gone, replaced by a ragged, desperate creature of the streets, her moral collapse a direct result of the factory supervisor's small, unthinking decree. Though the injustice that had imprisoned Jean Valjean for 19 years had now consumed Fantine's life. Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor and benevolent factory owner, remained utterly oblivious to this silent tragedy unfolding beneath his benevolent gaze. He was too consumed by the demands of his office, too obsessed with maintaining his careful facade, to notice the suffering of a single forgotten woman. The irony was devastating. The man who had been saved by an act of radical kindness was now indirectly responsible for an act of profound cruelty. He ruled Montreuil-sur-Mer with justice, but without the omniscience of true compassion. He had not looked closely enough at the soul of the supervisor he trusted, nor had he ever inquired personally into the lives of his humblest workers. He was a mayor, a benefactor, but he had failed the simple task of being a shepherd to the lost lamb under his care. The stage was set for a confrontation that would shatter the fragile peace of Mayor Madeleine and drag the convict Jean Valjean back into the unforgiving light of the world. Chapter 4. A fresh field for a good action. The Montreuil-sur-Mer marketplace was a bustling, chaotic microcosm of the town's prosperity, a prosperity built on the hidden suffering of individuals like Fantine. It was here, amidst the shouts of vendors and the clamor of commerce, that the crisis long simmering in Fantine's life finally erupted into the public sphere. Fantine, gaunt and shivering in the bitter winter air, was now a spectre of her former self. Her beautiful hair was gone, her teeth were missing, and her once radiant eyes held the dull, desperate look of a soul who had lost everything but the instinct to survive for her child. She was on the edge of the market, selling her body, her voice a hoarse whisper. The man who confronted her was a local dandy named Bamatabois, a man of leisure who used his social status as a license for cruelty. He saw the desperation in Fantine and sought to exploit it not just for pleasure, but for the sadistic satisfaction of inflicting humiliation. He tossed snow down her back, then mocked her fiercely, laughing at the ruin of her beauty and the ragged state of her clothes. His cruelty was gratuitous, born of boredom and entitlement. For Fantine, who had endured the loss of her job, the sale of her hair, and the degradation of her teeth without a single cry of complaint, all for Cosette, this public mockery was the final, unendurable straw. The inner steel that had held her together snapped. She turned on Bamatabois with the feral rage of a trapped animal. She fought back, screaming the truth of her misery, cursing him as the representative of the hypocritical society that had destroyed her. Her voice, usually soft, was now a terrifying shriek that cut through the market noise. She was no longer Fantine, she was a wounded creature lashing out at her tormentor. The shouting drew a crowd. A police officer, Javert, appeared, his presence immediately tightening the atmosphere. Javert was the embodiment of law, rigid, unforgiving, utterly devoid of compassion or flexibility. His mind was a set of iron rules, and in his world a woman publicly screaming and striking a gentleman was a crime regardless of the provocation. And Javert saw only the infraction. He saw only the prostitute attacking a respectable citizen. He did not see the desperate mother, the victim of economic and social prejudice, or the suffering of a soul. He stepped in with swift, cold efficiency. "You are disturbing the peace," Javert stated, his voice a chilling monotone. "You have assaulted a citizen, you will come with me." Fantine, realizing the futility of resistance, broke down. She wept uncontrollably, pleading with the officer not for mercy for herself, but for the sake of her daughter. "But what will happen to my little girl, Cosette? I must work for her. I did nothing wrong. He attacked me first." Javert was unmoved. The law was the law, and the law did not concern itself with the complex social dynamics that led a woman to prostitution. "The girl will be the concern of the state. You will be incarcerated for 6 months." Though the sentence was harsh, disproportionate, and utterly devastating. 6 months meant death for Cosette, who depended entirely on Fantine's meager remittances. Fantine was dragged away, her cries of despair echoing through the market. She was heading toward the police station, her life on the verge of being crushed forever by the blind machinery of the legal system. It was at this precise, pivotal moment that Mayor Madeleine arrived. He was passing through the marketplace on official business, his mind preoccupied with factory inventory and municipal planning, the large-scale logistics of goodness which often blinds one to the small-scale suffering right beneath one's feet. He heard the shouting, the commotion, and the woman's hysterical cries. He saw the crowd gathered, and he saw the distinctive, towering figure of Javert leading a struggling woman away. He stopped. Though the scene cut through his mayoral composure, he walked toward the police officer, his quiet authority immediately commanding respect and attention. "Officer Javert," Mayor Madeleine said, his voice deep and measured, "what is the meaning of this disorder?" And Javert immediately saluted, his respect for the man who brought order and prosperity to Montreuil-sur-Mer evident. "Mayor, this woman has assaulted a reputable gentleman and disturbed the public order. I am taking her to prison, 6 months." The Mayor Madeleine looked at Fantine. He saw not a criminal but a figure of unimaginable misery. He saw the missing teeth, the shorn hair, the utter spiritual collapse. He saw the consequences of an economic failure, a human tragedy. In that moment, the former convict Jean Valjean, the man who knew the precise taste of state-sanctioned injustice, looked out through the eyes of the respected Mayor Madeleine. He saw that this woman's destruction was a direct consequence of his own blindness. He realized that the factory supervisor under his authority had fired Fantine, setting her on the path to ruin. His own carefully built edifice of virtue was flawed. It had allowed injustice to flourish in its shadows. The moral debt that Valjean carried, the debt to the bishop, symbolized by the silver candlesticks, suddenly demanded immediate, tangible payment. Javert, the mayor, commanded, his voice gaining an unusual intensity. The sentence is too severe. This woman has suffered greatly. Release her. Javert was stunned. His jaw tightened. Monsieur Mayor, I have made my assessment. She is a prostitute and an offender. The law must be applied equally. If you interfere, you will undermine the very order we have established. This was the first true, public head-on conflict between the two great forces of the novel. Mercy, Valjean/Madeleine, and Lord Javert. The mayor, standing firm, stared down the uncompromising officer. He knew that if he backed down, the fragile soul of Fantine would be irrevocably crushed, and his own quest for atonement would be rendered meaningless. I repeat, Officer Javert, release the woman into my custody. I am responsible for her well-being. I will cover the damages and ensure the man she struck is compensated. Javert, though internally boiling with rigid indignation, was forced to obey the order of the town's highest authority. He reluctantly let go of Fantine, his eyes burning with suspicion and profound disapproval fixed firmly on the mayor. He could not comprehend this act of irrational, sentimental clemency. Fantine, now free, collapsed at the mayor's feet, sobbing not in terror but in overwhelmed relief. Mayor Madeleine knelt beside her, a remarkable act for such a revered man in a public space. He spoke to her softly, gently, promising her care, promising her medical attention, and promising to find her daughter, Cosette. He arranged for Fantine to be moved to the town infirmary he had founded, placing her under the best possible care. Though the incident was over, but the consequences, the hatred of Bamatabois, the suspicion of Javert, and the enormous new debt of responsibility Valjean had taken on were just beginning. Javert left the scene, his sense of duty deeply wounded. He had been overruled but not convinced. The mayor's action did not represent mercy to Javert, it represented chaos and moral weakness. Javert had seen only one man in his life capable of such audacious, almost unbelievable compassion and strength of will. A former convict from the galleys, a man whose face was etched with a profound, terrifying goodness that defied the law. He thought of Jean Valjean, the escaped convict who had disappeared years ago. The similarities were vague, yet the audacious spirit of intervention, the sheer force of character, struck a deep, unsettling chord in Javert's rigid, legalistic mind. The rescue of Fantine, meant to be an act of private atonement for Jean Valjean, had instead brought the relentless, unforgiving scrutiny of Javert directly upon the head of Mayor Madeleine. Chapter 5. Javert is not convinced. Though the town of Montreuil-sur-Mer quickly settled back into its comfortable routine, but for three key individuals, the incident in the marketplace had cracked the foundation of their carefully constructed lives. Fantine, now resting in the infirmary, was slowly recovering physically, but her spirit remained fragile. Mayor Madeleine visited her daily, overwhelmed by guilt and a profound sense of responsibility. He brought her news of Cosette, though the truth of the Thénardier's cruelty remained hidden, replaced by soothing half-truths and promises of reunion. Valjean, in his guise as the mayor, felt an intense, burning need to save this woman and her child, seeing in Fantine's despair a painful reflection of his own past ruin. Her survival was now intertwined with his own atonement. The Mayor Madeleine, outwardly calm and diligent, was consumed by a quiet panic. His act of mercy had satisfied his moral conscience, but it had catastrophically failed his instinct for self-preservation. He knew that one man had witnessed his deviation from the cold, hard logic of the law, and that man was an absolute threat. That man was Javert. Javert could not sleep. The image of the mayor defying the law, of choosing clemency over incarceration for a public offender, had lodged itself in the fortress of his mind like a rogue virus. His entire worldview was built on an unquestionable order. Laws were absolute, criminals were irredeemable, and justice was black and white. Mayor Madeleine's actions introduced a terrifying gray area, the possibility of mercy, of change, of humanity overriding the legal code. This emotional act shattered Javert's professional confidence. He began a systematic, obsessive review of the mayor's past. Who was this man, Madeleine? A benefactor, a virtuous pillar of society? Javert knew instinctively that virtue, when practiced with such radical, almost reckless intensity, often concealed something darker. Javert's suspicion, however, was not arbitrary. It was deeply rooted in his own past, in his encounter with a figure whose existence had defined the very limits of his belief system, the escaped convict Jean Valjean. Javert had served at the galleys. He had seen Valjean's prodigious, terrifying strength. He had witnessed the intense, simmering rebellion in the man's eyes. Valjean's subsequent escape, his complete disappearance, was an insult to Javert's flawless record of vigilance. Valjean was the anomaly, the piece of grit in the smooth machine of justice. The more Javert compared the mayor to the fugitive, the more unsettling the similarities became. Both men possessed an unusual physical strength, Both possessed a solitary, guarded nature, and most damningly, both possessed an inexplicable, almost animalistic intensity that could at times frighten those around them. The compassion the mayor showed Fantine, that passionate, almost violent act of moral intervention, was the final chilling connection. It felt like the audacious spirit of Valjean attempting to play God. Javert felt compelled to act, driven by a rigid sense of duty that superseded all social decorum. He marched to the mayor's office, his spine ramrod straight, his face a mask of uncompromising resolve. Mayor Madeleine was seated at his desk, immersed in municipal papers, the silver candlesticks locked away in a safe, yet perpetually present in his mind. He looked up as Javert entered, his heart sinking with a terrible, familiar premonition. Though the air in the room instantly grew cold and heavy, Javert wasted no time on pleasantries. He stood before the mayor, saluted mechanically, and delivered his prepared speech in a voice clipped and precise like the click of a handcuff. "Monsieur Mayor," Javert began, "I come to you to demand a punishment for myself." The mayor raised an eyebrow, masking his internal fear with an expression of mild surprise. "A punishment, Javert? For what infraction?" "For an atrocious error of professional judgment, sir. I have committed the unpardonable sin of suspecting one of the most honorable men in France. I have dared to doubt your character. I believed, Monsieur Mayor, that I had found Jean Valjean." The name, spoken aloud, hit Valjean with the force of a physical blow. Though the two words, the two syllables, were the sum of all his past suffering and present terror. He froze, his hand trembling slightly on the edge of the desk, but his composure, built on years of calculated self-control, did not fail him entirely. "Jean Valjean?" the mayor repeated, allowing a hint of weary confusion into his voice. "The escaped convict." Javert continued, completely absorbed in his own intense moral crisis. He recounted the details of his suspicion, the physical resemblance, the unnatural strength, and the recent, inexplicable act of mercy towards Fantine. An act that Javert now admitted was the catalyst for his investigation. He explained that he had sent an official report to Paris denouncing Monsieur Madeleine as Jean Valjean, driven by his unwavering commitment to the law. "But the truth has since come to light, Mayor," Javert continued, his face contorted by the pain of his perceived error. "The police have apprehended the real Jean Valjean. A man was arrested in Arras this very morning. He was accused of a trivial crime, but witnesses identified him as the fugitive Valjean. The man's name is Champmathieu. He is now awaiting trial." And Javert's humiliation was palpable. His entire world had been righted, but at the cost of his honor. He had wronged the mayor. "I have made a grievous error, sir," Javert concluded, his voice barely a whisper of forced honesty. My duty is to report my error and beg you to dismiss me from my post. I have violated your trust and my own code of conduct. The mayor sat in silence, the weight of the moment almost crushing him. The decision before him was biblical in its scope. He was safe. The shadow of the galleys, the threat of exposure, had been magically lifted. The law, personified by Javert, had found its scapegoat, its replacement. An innocent, simple-minded man named Champmathieu would take his place in the abyss of perpetual bondage. Valjean could accept Javert's resignation, let the trial proceed, and live out his days as the honorable Mayor Madeleine, free of fear, free to help Fantine and Cosette without restraint. His conscience would be compromised, but his life would be secure. He looked at Javert, the embodiment of the external force that had tormented him for 20 years. He could destroy Javert right now with a simple nod of his head. But doing so would betray the promise made to the bishop, the commitment to goodness that the Silver Candlesticks represented. To let an innocent man suffer in his place was to repudiate the core of his new existence. It was to become the convict again, choosing self-interest over the redemption he had fought so desperately to earn. The psychological warfare between Valjean and Madeleine was silent, immediate, and utterly agonizing. The mayor made a decision that would sacrifice everything he had built. Javert, the mayor said, his voice slow and deliberate, filled with a deep, resonating sadness. You have committed a mistake, but you have done your duty. I do not accept your resignation. You will remain in your post. Valjean dismissed Javert, knowing that this reprieve was only temporary, only a way to buy time for the decision he was about to make. The decision that would cost him his freedom, his honor, and his life as Mayor Madeleine. He was going to Arras, Chapter 6, The Little Eyewitness. The journey from Montreuil-sur-Mer to Arras was a torment for Mayor Madeleine. He traveled alone in a hired carriage, the silence inside broken only by the incessant, hammering debate in his mind. Every mile that brought him closer to the court was a mile away from the security and respect he had fought so hard to build. His decision to go was final, yet the former convict, the man of survival, screamed 1,000 arguments against it. The voices in his head were the echoes of his past, the whips, the chains, the cold, hard logic of self-preservation. Stay home, you are Mayor Madeleine, you have saved a town, you are rescuing Fantine. Your mission of goodness is greater than the life of one vagrant. Let Champmathieu take your place, the world will be better off with you free. This was the ultimate temptation, the plea of utilitarianism. The world needed Mayor Madeleine far more than it needed the redeemed Jean Valjean. He fought the temptation with the memory of Fantine's face, ravaged by suffering, and the innocent, terrified face of Petit Gervais. He remembered the bishop's command, "I have bought your soul, and I give it to God." And to allow Champmathieu, an innocent man, to return to the galleys was not merely a passive betrayal. It was an active crime, a murder of the soul. It would be a final, crushing repudiation of the bishop's gift. He would have sold his soul, and the price would be an innocent man's freedom. He had to go. Yet as the carriage sped onward, a powerful wave of regret and attachment swept over him. He was losing his honor, his identity, his life. He was throwing away his beautiful lie for a difficult, painful truth. He was trading prosperity for perpetual fear. The battle raged for hours. Valjean was exhausted by the moral struggle. He stopped the carriage outside a small town for a brief, cold supper. It was here, during a moment of profound distraction, that he had a brief, chilling encounter, a moment that underscored the randomness and terror of his fate. He was in the small, empty dining room of a tavern, his mind far away in the court of Arras, when he saw a woman and her small child, a girl of perhaps 7, seated at a nearby table. The mother was distracted, and the little girl was playing with 2 small coins, tossing them into the air. Valjean watched the child, his heart sinking. The sight was a terrifying mirror of his past. The little girl was exactly the age of Petit Gervais. The coins were the same amount, 40 sous. The sight was a brutal physical reminder of the crime that had broken him. He saw the child's face, not happy but momentarily fearful, and he heard the echoing cry of the boy he had robbed years ago. The memory did not stop his journey, but it cemented his resolve. It was a grim reminder that his moral debt was real, measurable, and demanded constant payment. The small, silent witness of the child's innocence was more powerful than all the arguments for self-preservation. He returned to the carriage, driven now by a sense of desperate urgency. He had to reach Arras before the truth was locked away forever. As he traveled through the night, his mind turned to the practicalities of his sacrifice. What would happen to Fantine? Fantine was dying. Her illness, exacerbated by the cold and her despair, was now consuming her. The mayor had promised her the world, promised her Cosette. If he disappeared, Fantine would die believing he had lied, and Cosette would remain in the hands of the monstrous Thénardiers. Valjean resolved that he would make his confession, save Champmathieu, and then, before being fully apprehended, he would find a way to secure Fantine's future and retrieve Cosette. It was an impossible, foolhardy plan, but it was the only way to merge his 2 lives, the life of the redeemed convict and the life of the responsible savior. He arrived in Arras just as dawn was breaking. The town was alive with activity. the atmosphere charged with the morbid excitement of a public trial. Valjean dismissed his carriage and walked toward the courthouse, a dark, solemn building that seemed to absorb all the light of the morning. He entered the court, a man walking toward his own execution, yet with a strange sense of liberation. The oppressive weight of his secret, the secret that had allowed him to build a false life, was about to be lifted. The courtroom was packed. Valjean, utilizing his immense strength and presence, forced his way to the front, standing just inside the main entrance, observing the proceedings. The judge, stern and official, sat high on the dais. The jury looked bored and eager to conclude the affair. On the defendant's bench sat Champmathieu, the poor, simple vagrant. Champmathieu was a pitiful figure, obviously overwhelmed and confused. He was not a clever criminal. He was a bewildered peasant caught in the brutal trap of mistaken identity. He vaguely resembled Valjean, sharing the same stocky build and working-class appearance, but his expression was one of innate stupidity, not the tormented intelligence of the true Jean Valjean. Though the prosecution was meticulous, they called 3 former convicts, men from Valjean's past, at the galleys to the stand. Their testimony was simple, chilling, and utterly convincing. Each man testified that he recognized the defendant, Champmathieu, as their former comrade, Jean Valjean. They described his strength, his crime, the bread, and his eventual escape. Their words, laced with the brutal vernacular of the prison, painted a picture of the monstrous fugitive. The evidence was circumstantial, based entirely on the flawed memories of men conditioned by prison life, but it was overwhelming. The jury was nodding. The case was closed. Valjean watched, horrified, as the lie took on the weight of truth. The justice system was not seeking truth, it was seeking closure. Champmathieu was about to be condemned, his identity stolen by a man who stood just feet away, watching. The court was about to pronounce the final judgment. In a voice that cut through the silence of the courtroom, a voice that was no longer the soft, measured tone of Mayor Madeleine, but the deep, resonant, commanding voice of Jean Valjean, he interrupted the proceedings. He took a step forward, raising his hand, the eyes of every person in the room instantly fixing upon him. The room held its breath. "You are making a mistake," Valjean declared, his voice ringing with power and sorrow. "The man you have before you is not Jean Valjean. The man who is Jean Valjean is I." Though the word hung in the air, the confession, the sacrifice, the ultimate act of atonement. The new life of Mayor Madeleine had just ended, and the relentless persecution of the fugitive had just resumed. Chapter 7: The Confession. The confession burst from Jean Valjean, spoken through the body of Mayor Madeleine, and it created an appalling silence in the Arras courtroom. It was not a silence of respect, but of disbelief, suspicion, and chaos. The lawyers, the jury, and the public stared at the man standing near the entrance. This was no madman, no desperate individual forced into a lie. This was the respected mayor, the benefactor, the man of considerable power, voluntarily destroying himself. The judge, after a moment of frozen astonishment, spoke, his voice laced with frigid suspicion. Monsieur Madeleine, what is the meaning of this? Do you realize you are interrupting a serious legal procedure? I warn you against perjury or disruption of justice. Valjean advanced, his gait measured and dignified. He was leaving behind honor and safety, each step a descent into an abyss of his own choosing. I know very well what I am doing, Your Honor, Valjean replied. And I am speaking the truth. This man, Champmathieu, is innocent. The man who is Jean Valjean is I. Valjean began to tell his story. He did not recount his years of suffering. He recounted the material facts that only the true Jean Valjean could know. He pointed to the 3 former convicts who had testified, men who now looked at him with a mixture of terror and confusion. Valjean called each one by name, not by their legal identities, but by their prison nicknames, by the intimate, brutal details of their lives. This man is Brevet, the only one with the leather brace in Toulon. That one is Cosette, who has a faded scar on his left shoulder from a rope burn. And the third, Thénardier, who has the scar from the chain links around his ankle. He provided meticulous, horrifying evidence, the terrible, shared memories these men had used to convict Champmathieu. He described the exact details of prison life, the failed escapes, the specific minor tortures of the chained existence that only one who had lived it could recall. He spoke not of morality or repentance. He spoke only of the material, indisputable truth of Jean Valjean's life. He annihilated all doubt with details too precise to be denied. The courtroom dissolved into clamor. Valjean's former fellow prisoners stared at him in dread. They had sold their souls with a comfortable lie, and now the man they thought was long forgotten had appeared, denouncing their perjury with his own terrifying truth. Champmathieu, the innocent accused, merely stared at Valjean, utterly incapable of comprehending the grand gesture unfolding before him. He saw only a large, respectable man willingly throwing himself back into bondage to save a stranger. Valjean solidified his identity with a final physical action. He pulled up his trousers, revealing the large, undeniable scar left by a gunshot from a failed escape, a mark police records had documented meticulously. "Your Honor," Valjean said, his voice ringing with authority, "I have now answered all doubt. I am that man. I am the one condemned to life for stealing a loaf of bread." He reached down, pulling out the 2 items he carried, which had once been symbols of his salvation, but were now irrefutable evidence of his guilt. He placed the 2 silver candlesticks on the magistrate's bench. "These are what I kept," he stated, his meaning clear. They represented the beginning of his false life, the gift from the bishop, and the reason for his impossible confession. In the corner of the room, one man watched the entire scene with an intensity of emotion he had never before experienced. It was Javert. Javert had come to Arras to witness the condemnation of Jean Valjean, whom he believed was Champmathieu, as a vindication of order and the precise, infallible nature of the law. He had come to solidify his faith. But Valjean, in this single act of self-sacrifice, had turned Javert's entire world upside down. First, Javert believed Valjean was the great Mayor Madeleine and that he, Javert, had been wrong to suspect him. Then he accepted the system's correction. Valjean was Champmathieu. And now the truth swung back 180 degrees. Madeleine was Valjean. To Javert, this was not just a case, it was the collapse of his entire philosophy. If Madeleine was Valjean, then a criminal could be redeemed, become good, and serve the state. This was impossible according to the law. If Valjean was Madeleine, then Javert had done wrong in seeking to persecute him. This was impossible according to Javert's conscience. Javert was forced into a wrenching choice between law, rigid, punitive, and mercy, flexible, redemptive. Javert, his face a mask of stone, felt a terrible internal tremor. It was the first time in his life he had to wrestle with the terrifying notion that the law could be wrong. Though the entire court begged Valjean to retract his statement, convinced he was mad, Valjean stood by his confession. He no longer cared about the sentence. His only remaining concern was Fantine. The court's utter shock provided him a brief, chaotic window of opportunity. He turned his back on the mayhem and pushed his way out of the courtroom, not to escape forever, but to fulfill his final promise. "Now let me go," Valjean said to the astonished judge, his voice filled with urgency. "There is something more important than justice. There is a dying woman and a child I must save." He forced his way out the doors, leaving behind astonishment, confusion, and rage. He was an outcast, a condemned criminal, but he carried a sacred, pressing mission of salvation. Valjean sped back toward Montreuil-sur-Mer, knowing his time was critically short. The hunt was officially back on, and this time Javert would lead the pursuit, his hatred and resolve magnified by the profound injury done to his sense of order. Chapter 8: The Fugitive's Final Promise. Jean Valjean did not wait for the court's decree. The moment of his confession had paralyzed the room, a temporary victory of astonishment over procedure. He exploited that single, chaotic breath of silence, pushing through the stunned crowd with the immense, purposeful strength of a man on a sacred mission. He did not run, he simply walked with an unstoppable momentum that cleared his path. Outside the courthouse, the air was cold and clean. Valjean was once again an outcast, a hunted man, but the emotional storm inside him had subsided, replaced by a terrible, clear resolve. Though the heavy weight of the secret he had carried for 8 years was gone, replaced by the lighter, yet more urgent burden of his final promise. He was no longer driven by the fear of being discovered, but by the fear of failing Fantine. He secured the fastest transport available, a postchaise, paying an exorbitant price to ensure the driver understood the absolute necessity of speed. As the carriage thundered back towards Montreuil-sur-Mer, Valjean's mind was sharply focused. He had sacrificed his freedom, his identity, and his life's work. The entire atonement now hinged on securing Cosette's safety and bringing her to her mother before death claimed Fantine. Back in the courtroom, the man most affected by the catastrophe was not the judge but Javert. Javert stood frozen, his face devoid of expression, but his soul was a battlefield. The world had shattered, then violently reformed into a shape that was both horrifying and strangely familiar. The man he had pursued for 2 decades, the object of his life's dedication to the law, was finally confirmed. But the circumstances of the capture were an affront to his logic. A criminal had willingly surrendered his freedom and his immense civic virtue for the sake of an abstract principle of justice. This contradicted the fundamental axiom of Javert's faith: criminals are irredeemable. If Valjean, the worst of men, could choose martyrdom for an ideal, then the entire structure of law, as Javert understood it, was fundamentally flawed. He could not tolerate this ambiguity. He could not tolerate the possibility of a just man existing outside the bounds of the code. And Javert's internal response was not doubt, but a furious, almost religious hardening of his beliefs. He decided that Valjean's confession was not an act of virtue, but a subtle, calculated crime of pride. It was the ultimate cunning escape to use morality as a final weapon against the law. This allowed Javert to restore his internal order. Valjean was not good, he was simply more dangerous than ever. And Javert's duty became absolute. He had to capture the fugitive to prove that the law remained supreme, unblemished by sentiment or strange, self-sacrificial goodness. He did not wait for official papers or orders from the confused judge. Javert, fueled by a renewed incandescent hatred, a hatred for the disorder Valjean represented, mounted the fastest horse he could find and began his own solitary, relentless pursuit. The hunter was back on the trail, and this time the chase was personal. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of Montreuil-sur-Mer, Fantine's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Her fever spiked and her body, starved and ravaged by consumption, was barely clinging to life. Her only tether to the world was the hope of seeing her daughter. She often spoke of Cosette, detailing the girl's imagined beauty, her playful spirit, and the joy of their promised reunion. The doctors and nurses, moved by her tragic story, indulged her fantasy, ensuring her final days were peaceful. They, like everyone else, relied on the promise of Mayor Madeleine. The mayor promised, Fantine would whisper, her voice thin as tissue paper. He will bring my little girl. He is a man of honor. He is my savior. The mayor's visits, though brief, were Fantine's medicine. The knowledge that he, the great man of the town, was personally ensuring Cosette's retrieval was the only thing standing between her and death. Valjean knew this. He was fighting not just a legal system, but the biological reality of mortality itself. Valjean's carriage flew across the French countryside. He pressed the driver mercilessly, offering more money, speaking in curt, commanding bursts that suggested a crisis of national importance. He arrived back in Montreuil-sur-Mer late in the evening. Though the town, unaware of the colossal event that had just taken place in Arras, was quiet. Valjean, now an official fugitive, moved like a ghost. He took no carriage to the infirmary, choosing instead to rely on his speed and knowledge of the back streets, hoping to arrive and depart before Javert could catch up. He carried a sack filled with money, the necessary funds to pay the Thénardiers and secure Cosette's release. He reached the infirmary, a humble, clean building he himself had established. He found the attending nun and quietly informed her that he was there to see Fantine. The nun, seeing her benefactor, the mayor, did not hesitate. Valjean walked into Fantine's small, quiet room. The candles cast a soft, weak light on her face. She was pale, almost ethereal, but her eyes, though glazed with fever, flickered with intense joy when she saw him. "Monsieur Mayor," she whispered, a weak smile struggling across her face. "You have returned, did you bring her, my Cosette?" Valjean knelt by her bedside. His heart broke. He was no longer the great mayor, but the condemned convict. Yet to this dying woman he was the only source of hope. He could not tell her the truth of his sacrifice, the reason for his frantic return. That truth would kill her instantly. "Fantine, my child," he said softly, holding her frail hand. "I have returned. Cosette is safe. I have arranged everything. I will leave immediately to bring her back. You will see her soon. Hold on just a little longer." He spoke with an earnestness and tenderness that was entirely genuine. He would save Cosette. Even if it was the last act of his life, he would fulfill this promise. Fantine closed her eyes. A look of profound peace settling on her face. Her grip on his hand tightened slightly. The promise was enough. The tension that had held her soul captive for so long finally began to slacken. Valjean stood up, his mission briefly suspended by the intense need to simply be with her for a moment. He had to leave, but he could not simply abandon her. It was in this moment, this tender pause of compassion, that the door to the infirmary room burst open with violent, shocking force. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the dim hall light, was the implacable figure of Javert. He was dust-covered from his frantic ride, his face fixed in a grim, satisfied triumph. His eyes, usually cold, burned with the fire of self-vindication. He had won. The law had proven itself infallible. Jean Valjean, Javert's voice was a low, hard declaration. I knew you could not escape justice, even with the mask of that accursed virtue. I arrest you in the name of the law. The sound of the name, the cold, final declaration of his identity, was a sound like a pistol shot in the quiet room. Fantine's eyes flew open. She looked from the terrifying figure of Javert to the man she knew as Mayor Madeleine and back again. The promise shattered. The truth that her savior was a fugitive, that her hope was a lie, hit her with the force of an avalanche. Valjean, the convict, she gasped, her body arching in a spasm of terminal despair. You lied to me, my Cosette. Valjean rushed to her side, but it was too late. The shock had done its final, fatal work. The frail thread of her life, held together only by the vision of her child, snapped. Fantine died instantly, her last breath a sob of absolute betrayal and heartbreak. Valjean looked at the dead woman, then at Javert, and finally his eyes settled on the two silver candlesticks locked away in his mind yet ever present. He had been redeemed, he had confessed, he had chosen the light, and yet his goodness had been powerless to save the one soul he had vowed to protect. Chapter 9: The Power of a Dying Request. The room, moments before a tableau of tender promise, was now a scene of utter finality. Fantine lay dead, her final look of despair frozen on her face. Jean Valjean knelt beside her, his head bowed, not just in grief for her death, but in searing guilt for his failure. Javert stood at the doorway, a rigid, triumphant sentinel of the law. Javert, typically unshakable, felt a momentary shudder. Even his steel-plated soul registered the stark horror of the moment, the death of a desperate woman triggered by the official pronouncement of the law. But his introspection was fleeting. The law admitted no responsibility for collateral damage. The focus remained on the fugitive. Get up, Valjean, Javert commanded, his voice tight and triumphant. You have caused enough chaos. Your performance is over. You are under arrest for breaking your parole and impersonating a public official. Valjean slowly rose, his immense frame filling the small room. He looked at Javert not with fear, but with a profound, terrifying weariness. All worldly ambition was gone, only the sacred promise to Fantine remained. "You have your prisoner, Javert," Valjean stated, his voice low and heavy with sorrow. "But before you take me, I have one final request. Allow me 3 days. The 3 days to retrieve her child, Cosette, from Montfermeil and ensure she is cared for." Javert scoffed, the sound sharp and disbelieving. 3 days, a request from a lifelong criminal. You are Jean Valjean, you escaped once, you will not escape again. The law does not negotiate with fugitives, you come with me now. Valjean did not argue the law, he appealed to a higher authority, the conscience of a man, even one as cold as Javert. He turned back to Fantine's lifeless body, his grief a palpable force. "Look at her, Javert. She died because I was delayed in bringing her daughter. I, Mayor Madeleine, promised her before she died that I would save Cosette. If you take me now, that child remains with the Thénardiers, and I break a dying woman's heart. You will be complicit in the final act of this tragedy." Javert's face was unreadable, a battleground of emotion. His mind recognized the truth. Valjean was making an emotional plea, a calculated manipulation to gain time for escape. Yet the moral weight of the dead woman in the room, the undeniable suffering caused by the law's rigidity, created a momentary crack in his armor. He had always believed the law was perfectly aligned with justice. Valjean's confession had already shaken that belief. Now the demand of a dying mother for her child created an ethical conflict that stalled Javert's absolute certainty. Valjean pressed his advantage, not with threats, but with simple, devastating facts. He spoke of the Thénardiers, the unscrupulous innkeepers who were brutalizing Cosette even as they demanded more money. He described the exact sum of money he had ready to secure the girl's release. He then performed an act of immense, purposeful strength, a final show of force that startled Javert back to the reality of their physical dynamic. Valjean reached for the bars of the small, ornamental window in the room and with a powerful, concentrated heave, bent the iron bars outward, creating a gap large enough to escape through. He looked back at Javert, his eyes resolute. "I am not asking your permission to escape, Javert. I am demonstrating that if I wanted to, I could leave you now. I am asking for your word. Allow me 3 days to travel to Montfermeil and bring Cosette to safety, and I promise you I will return. I will willingly surrender myself to you." The gesture was audacious. It was the ultimate defiance of the law, proving that Valjean's current captivity was a matter of his own choosing, not Javert's authority. Javert was momentarily stunned. He saw the bent iron, the physical proof of Valjean's superhuman strength, and the chilling sincerity of his promise. To allow the fugitive to leave would be an unforgivable breach of law. To capture him now would guarantee the perpetual suffering of the innocent child. For a fleeting second, the concept of mercy warred with duty. And Javert could not conceive of a convict keeping such a promise, yet he could not dismiss the possibility that this man who had sacrificed his life for a vagrant might honor his final word to a dead woman. Javert made his decision, one that would haunt him forever. He chose duty, but his faith in its absolute purity was fatally wounded. "I cannot release you, Valjean," Javert stated firmly. "The law is not a tool for sentiment. However, I will give you a chance to prove your commitment to this. A final madness. I will secure the room and the body. I will leave the town to report to Paris. When I return, if you are gone, I will track you to the ends of the earth. But know this, I will not rest until you are back in the galleys." Now he moved to seal the room, but as he did, Valjean made his move. He knew Javert would never willingly release him. Valjean seized a nearby blanket, threw it over Javert's head with impossible speed, and then, using his phenomenal strength, knocked the officer unconscious with a single, precise blow to the head. The act was not one of malice, but of desperate necessity. Valjean could not risk a public chase or allow Javert to simply wait outside the door. He had to disappear immediately. He gently placed Fantine's body back onto the bed, kissing her forehead. "I am going now, my child. I will not fail her." Then, using the opening he had just created, Jean Valjean squeezed through the bent window bars and dropped silently into the dark night of Montreuil-sur-Mer. He was a fugitive once more, leaving behind the town he had saved, the woman he had failed, and the unconscious lawman he had defied. He was on the run, but his destination was fixed: Montfermeil and the little girl whose life was now the solitary, sacred purpose of his entire existence. The great chase had begun in earnest. Chapter 10: The Road to Montfermeil. Jean Valjean emerged from the infirmary window, the cold night air a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of the final confrontation. He was stripped of all outward dignity, no longer the mayor but a convict on the run, his hands still stinging from the blow he dealt Javert. His heart was a singular, aching pulse of purpose, Cosette. He moved with the trained stealth and terrifying speed of the fugitive he once was, yet this time every muscle strained for a righteous cause. Now he knew Javert would wake quickly, and his pursuit would be immediate and relentless. The entire police force of Montreuil-sur-Mer would be activated within the hour. Valjean's immediate goal was to reach his concealed cache of money, the fortune he had accumulated as Mayor Madeleine, which he kept hidden, reserved for charitable acts. He retrieved the funds, a substantial sum that represented the entire monetary value of his past life. This money was no longer wealth, it was the ransom for a child's soul. His journey to Montfermeil was a desperate nocturnal odyssey. He could not risk the main roads or public transport, as Javert would anticipate those routes. Valjean ran, walked, and crawled through fields, forests, and remote, deserted pathways, navigating by the stars and the immense, lonely burden of his mission. The physical strain was immense, but the psychological relief of his confession provided him with an unnatural reserve of strength. He had traded security for truth, and now the truth fueled his marathon. He was running toward a future of selfless devotion, and away from the terrifying possibility of moral failure. His mind was constantly in Montfermeil, dwelling on the grim details Fantine had revealed about the Thénardiers. He pictured Cosette, a child he had never met, suffering under the cruel whims of the innkeepers. This image was his spur, sharper and more effective than any whip from the galleys. Valjean reached the outskirts of Montfermeil late on Christmas Eve, 4 days after his escape from Arras. Though the delay was unavoidable, he had been forced to travel by the most circuitous, dangerous routes to evade the dragnet Javert had surely cast. He had given up on the absurd promise of returning in 3 days. Survival and the successful execution of his purpose were now the only law he followed. Montfermeil was a small, unassuming village, but its heart was the squalid inn owned by the Thénardiers. The sergeant of Waterloo, Le Cabaret du Grand Gorget. Though the Thénardiers were the absolute embodiment of petty vice and malice, a couple whose very existence was predicated on the exploitation of others. Monsieur Thénardier was a thin, wheezing man, driven by cynical greed and a belief that all human interaction was merely a business transaction to be won. Madame Thénardier was a massive, crude woman, possessed of a tyrannical cruelty that she unleashed mercilessly upon the helpless. Therein was a den of grime and neglect, a mirror of their souls. Valjean waited until nightfall, the time when exhaustion would settle on the village, providing him the cover he needed. He approached the inn cautiously. Through the grimy window he saw a scene of false domesticity. The Thénardiers' 2 daughters, Eponine and Azelma, robust and spoiled, sat by a meager fire. He did not immediately see the object of his quest. Then he heard a sound, a thin, mournful child's voice whimpering outside. Valjean pushed open the door and stepped inside the warm, foul-smelling air of the inn. Monsieur Thénardier greeted him with the practiced, greasy smile of a man perpetually seeking profit. "Ah, a late traveler," Thénardier chirped. "Welcome, welcome to the Sergeant of Waterloo. What service can we offer this evening?" Valjean ignored the greetings. His eyes were fixed on the hearth where the Thénardier daughters played. He then looked towards the door the man had just emerged from. "I am looking for a little girl," Valjean stated, his voice a low, commanding rumble that instantly quieted the room. "A girl named Cosette." The Thénardier's face, for a split second, lost its practiced veneer of affability, replaced by a flicker of sharp animal suspicion. He recovered quickly. "Cosette, ah yes, a lovely child, the daughter of a dear, unfortunate friend. We care for her out of the goodness of our hearts, you see. As a service to humanity." Valjean did not engage in the charade. He pointed to the doorway. "Where is she?" The Thénardier waved dismissively. "Oh, she is merely running an errand. It is a harsh winter, but a little fresh air never hurt a child. She is fetching water from the well in the woods." Valjean looked at the couple, his gaze unwavering, and saw the innate ugliness beneath their facade. He realized the full extent of Fantine's tragedy and the pure evil he was confronting. He walked out the door and into the darkness. It was a cold, black night. He walked toward the only source of light he could see, a faint, flickering star in the distance. He found a small, isolated well near the edge of a dense, terrifying forest, and there she was. Cosette was barely 8 years old, yet she looked far younger, stunted by neglect and abuse. She was dressed in thin, ragged clothes, trembling violently in the cold. Her face was gaunt, her eyes wide and haunted, reflecting the massive fear that gripped her tiny body. She was carrying a colossal bucket of water, a heavy iron vessel that for a child her size was an impossible burden. She was struggling, the weight pulling her small shoulders down, the cold biting through her skin. She had clearly been crying, but her fear was so profound that she made no sound. Valjean looked at the child, and in that instant the weight of his promise to Fantine, his debt to the bishop, and the entire purpose of his life crystallized. This was not a business transaction, this was a rescue. He walked silently towards her. Cosette, terrified of the figure emerging from the darkness, froze, preparing for the usual blow or verbal abuse. Valjean stopped, looked at the small, suffering child, and spoke with a voice that was gentle yet firm, a voice she had never heard directed at her before. "My child," he said, kneeling before her, "it is too heavy for you." He reached out and, with the ease of a giant lifting a feather, took the heavy bucket from her tiny, grateful hands. Cosette did not speak. She simply stared up at the large, frightening, yet impossibly kind man, seeing in his eyes not the terror of the Thénardiers, but the first flicker of warmth and safety she had ever known. Chapter 11: The Business of Redemption. Jean Valjean returned to the Thénardier hovel, carrying the impossibly heavy bucket of water with one hand, and holding the tiny, trembling hand of Cosette with the other. The contrast between the child's profound fear and the quiet, imposing strength of the man was startling. Cosette, utterly unused to kindness, clung to him as a frightened bird clings to a branch. He set the bucket down in the middle of the grubby-in floor. The sound startled the Thénardiers, who were now examining the newcomer with renewed, calculating suspicion. Monsieur Thénardier, the cynical master of transactions, immediately recognized that this man was not an ordinary traveler. His clothes, though simple, were of good quality, and his eyes held a seriousness that suggested power. The Thénardier assumed the man was a relative, or perhaps an agent of the recently deceased Fantine come to reclaim the child. "Ah, so you found our little one?" Thénardier said, his voice slick and insincere. "She is such a helpful worker, bless her heart. She tires easily, you see. Please sit by the fire, sir." Valjean stood silently, ignoring the invitation. His gaze swept over the Thénardiers, two spoiled daughters, Eponine and Azelma, who were playing near the hearth with a magnificent, expensive doll. The sight of the lavish toy in the hands of the comfortable children, contrasted with Cosette's thin, ragged frame and haunted eyes, ignited a silent, righteous fury in Valjean's heart. This simple object, the doll, was the physical proof of the Thénardiers' cruelty. They spent Fantine's meager payments on luxuries for their own children while condemning Cosette to servitude and neglect. Valjean knelt down and spoke directly to Cosette, an act of astonishing tenderness that completely unnerved the Thénardiers. "My child," he said, his voice a low, comforting rumble, "what is your name?" "And Cosette," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "And what do you do here?" "I sweep, I run errands, I carry water," she replied, her eyes constantly darting toward Madame Thénardier, anticipating a rebuke. Valjean stood up. He did not ask for the bill or argue the situation. He simply pulled a heavy purse from his pocket and placed it on the greasy countertop. The sight of the money instantly silenced the Thénardiers, replacing their suspicion with ravenous greed. "I have come to take the child," Valjean announced, his voice devoid of negotiation. "How much do I owe you?" Monsieur Thénardier, seeing the large sum of money, quickly recalculated his entire strategy. This was not about recovering debt. This was an opportunity for maximum profit. The Thénardier began a lengthy, rambling speech full of lies. He spoke of the enormous cost of providing for the child, the difficulty of maintaining her education and spiritual welfare, and the profound, crushing grief he and his wife would suffer by losing their beloved ward. "It is not a matter of money, sir," Thénardier whined, wiping away a dry tear. "It is an emotional devastation. But if you insist on compensating us for our sacrifice, I estimate that for the 8 years of intensive care and boundless love, 1,500 francs might alleviate our sorrow. Though the sum was outrageous, a blatant lie intended to fleece the wealthy stranger, Valjean simply nodded. He did not haggle. He counted out the 1,500 francs in gold coins and placed them on the counter. His gesture was one of quiet, terrifying efficiency. The payment was not a concession to Thénardier's lies, but a rapid, necessary closure to Fantine's debt. Madame Thénardier, however, was not satisfied. She saw the man's willingness to pay and recognized a soft target. Her greed was even more immediate and crude than her husband's. "Wait," she shrieked, stepping forward. "That is only the payment for the child's upkeep. What about her clothes?" "Her belongings. She has many fine gowns, shoes, and toys." The lie was grotesque. Cosette possessed nothing but the rags on her back. Valjean looked at the greedy woman, then at the magnificent doll clutched by Eponine. He walked over to the doll, an act that caused the Thénardier children to scream in protest. He picked up the doll, a beautiful porcelain creature that represented all the joy Cosette had been denied. He walked back to Cosette, who watched him with wide, hopeful eyes. "There," Valjean said, placing the doll gently into her thin arms. "This is yours now." The Thénardiers erupted in furious protest, but Valjean paid them no mind. He reached into his sack, pulled out a second, smaller bag of money and tossed it onto the counter. "This is for the clothes," Valjean stated, the sum far exceeding the worth of all Cosette's rags combined. The Thénardiers, silenced by the sheer volume of money, immediately began calculating how to get more. They watched as Valjean knelt down, put a heavy coat around Cosette's thin shoulders, and picked her up. Cosette, clutching the doll, the first impossible treasure of her young life, looked back at the dark room she had known as her world. Her gaze paused momentarily on Eponine and Azelma, her former tormentors, who were now staring jealously at her doll and her new coat. Then she turned her head and burrowed into Valjean's chest, experiencing for the first time the protective warmth of human kindness. She was silent, but the grip of her small hands on his coat spoke volumes. Valjean carried her out of the sordid inn and into the cold, silent night. The transaction was complete. Cosette was free. The emotional resonance of the moment was profound. For Valjean, carrying the child was not merely an act of charity, it was the redemption of the Silver Candlesticks. This small, abused girl was the living embodiment of the promise he had made to the bishop, the final payment for his own soul. He was a fugitive carrying a destiny. He left Montfermeil instantly, knowing that every moment delayed brought Javert closer. He carried Cosette through the darkened streets, finding lodging in a small, remote cabin for the night, a brief, fragile haven of peace. As Valjean watched the newly rescued child sleep, clutching her doll tightly, he knew that the Thénardiers would soon realize their immense folly in letting such a wealthy man leave without extracting more. They would soon become a new, dangerous variable in the endless pursuit that was now his life. But for this one night, Valette and his destiny were safe. In Chapter 12, The Pursuit and the New Life. Jean Valjean, now the self-appointed father and protector of Cosette, left Montfermeil under the absolute cover of night. His generous, almost reckless payment had immediately alerted the Thénardiers to their folly. The greedy couple quickly realized they had allowed a large fortune to walk away, and Thénardier, cynical and grasping, instantly dispatched agents to pursue the mysterious old man and the little girl. Valjean knew that safety was an illusion anywhere. He faced not only the petty malice of the Thénardiers, but, more critically, the relentless, iron-willed pursuit of Javert, who would have mobilized the entire police apparatus of France. Valjean steered Cosette toward Paris, where the immense, labyrinthine urban sprawl offered the best chance for anonymity. Their journey was grueling. They were forced to travel by circuitous, improbable routes, relying on the cover of darkness and the anonymity of the most dilapidated and ignored conveyances. Every moving shadow, every sudden noise was a potential threat. In Paris, Valjean rented a small, nondescript house in an obscure district. Their new life began. Valjean's existence was now defined by a singular purpose: to shelter and raise Cosette. He adopted the alias Monsieur Fauchelevent, a simple, meticulously constructed false identity. For Cosette, life in Paris was a miraculous transformation. The child who had been called the Lark only in cruel irony began to discover the world. The awakening, the bruises and the gnawing cold slowly vanished. She was well fed, warmly clothed, and most importantly, wrapped in unconditional love. Her gaunt face softened, and the deep-seated fear in her eyes began to dissolve, replaced by bright, natural curiosity. The lark, she no longer cried. Instead, she began to sing small, clear, spontaneous melodies bubbling up from a spirit finally released from bondage. Valjean affectionately called her his lark, a symbol of the return of pure joy and the vitality that had been so cruelly suppressed. Valjean strove for a quiet, inconspicuous life. He drew on his accumulated wealth to ensure Cosette lacked for nothing. Yet the deep-seated instincts of the fugitive never slept. He frequently changed their residence, always choosing houses with multiple exits and obscured entrances, and consciously avoided all forms of public notoriety or attention. Despite finding relative peace, the shadow of Javert remained a persistent, existential threat. The fateful encounter. One afternoon, Valjean was walking with Cosette in a secluded Parisian park. He maintained his habitual vigilance, but in a moment of distraction, watching Cosette play nearby, he suddenly felt a familiar, chilling awareness. He looked up and saw a man standing some distance away, staring intently at him. It was Javert. Javert needed no proof. His intuition was infallible. His fixed, cold gaze was unmistakable. He had been searching for Valjean relentlessly for months, and now, in a deserted corner of Paris, he had found his prey. Javert had recognized Valjean, the man he knew as Madeleine, accompanied by a child he had never heard of. Valjean recognized Javert instantly. He did not hesitate or stammer. In a split second, the survival instinct of the long-ago convict surged forward. The Paris chase. Valjean seized Cosette's hand and murmured, "Run, my darling, run as fast as you can." He plunged into the labyrinthine streets and alleys of the old city. Javert was immediately in pursuit. This was not a physical contest of speed, but a psychological duel within an urban maze. Valjean relied on his old knowledge and experience. The dead ends and escapes. He led Javert into a series of cramped, winding alleys, using his speed and intimate knowledge of the city's forgotten corners to gain distance. Misdirection. He feigned climbing over a ruined wall, creating the impression he had passed beyond, while in reality he had secreted himself and Cosette within a dark recess. The pursuit culminated when Valjean and Cosette, desperate and exhausted, broke into the grounds of the Petit convent, a sprawling, isolated religious institution deep within the city. They had spotted a small, partially opened side gate. Valjean pushed Cosette inside, followed quickly, and slammed the heavy wooden door shut just a second before Javert appeared at the end of the alley. Javert had lost the scent. He stood before the convent's cold stone wall, his anger and frustration burning intensely. He knew Valjean was nearby, but the convent was a fortress that even the police could not summarily breach. Valjean had found his ultimate sanctuary. Chapter 13, Sanctuary in the Convent. The closing of the convent of the Petit Picpus's gate not only blocked Javert's pursuit, but also sealed Jean Valjean and Cosette off from the outside world entirely. For Valjean, the convent was a living tomb that offered life. For Cosette, it was a paradise of quiet, protected stability. The unexpected ally. The Petit Picpus convent was a place of austere devotion. The nuns lived a cloistered existence, rarely interacting with the secular world. Its high, ancient walls made it the perfect, impenetrable hiding place. However, Valjean could not simply remain there. though the sudden appearance of a strange man and child required immediate explanation and arrangement. Providence intervened in the form of an unexpected ally. In the convent garden, Valjean encountered an aging, worn gardener tending the grounds. This man was none other than Fauchelevent, the man Valjean, as Mayor Madeleine, had saved years ago from being crushed under a carriage in Montreuil-sur-Mer. Fauchelevent instantly recognized Valjean, though he knew him only as the honorable mayor. He was a good, grateful man who had retired from the factory and lived a secluded life in the convent under the nuns' care. The act of salvation years prior had created an unbreakable bond. Fauchelevent, deeply indebted, did not question Valjean's circumstances or true identity. "You saved my life, Monsieur Madeleine," Fauchelevent said simply. "Now it is my turn to repay that debt." The audacious plan. Valjean quickly explained his desperate situation to Fauchelevent, clarifying that he and Cosette needed permanent, unquestionable refuge from his enemies, meaning Javert. The two men concocted an audacious plan, exploiting the rigid discipline and isolation of the convent. Though the faked death, Fauchelevent would simulate his own death. Valjean would help him feign burial by secretly maneuvering the living Fauchelevent out of the convent, and then Valjean would secretly substitute himself into the empty coffin. The identity swap, after the real Fauchelevent was buried and safely outside, Valjean would assume the name Fauchelevent and take over the duties as the new gardener of the convent. The plan was fraught with risk, but it was the only way for Valjean to legally vanish from the world's records. The false burial. The process of the faked death was agonizing. In the dead of night, Valjean helped the real Fauchelevent escape over the wall. Valjean then hid inside the empty coffin, placed in the dark convent chamber in preparation for the service. Inside the coffin, Valjean endured a nightmare of premature burial. He heard the nuns praying, the heavy closing of the lid. As the coffin was lowered into the ground, a profound sense of horror and claustrophobia enveloped him. Fortunately, the true Fauchelevent, the rescued man who remained nearby to monitor the situation, ensured Valjean was saved in time. And after the burial crew departed, Fauchelevent returned, dug the earth, and freed Valjean. Valjean emerged from the earth, resurrected once again. He had passed through a simulated death, and now he was officially Fauchelevent, the convent's new gardener, the new life. Following the crisis, Valjean and Cosette achieved absolute security. Valjean/Fauchelevent, he performed the rigorous duties of the gardener, tending to vegetables and flowers. His life was now governed by the quiet, immutable rhythm of the convent, the high walls, the regular bell tolls, and the pervasive silence. Though the work was hard, the peace of mind was invaluable. He no longer feared a knock on the door or the shadow of Javert. Cosette, she was enrolled in the convent school as a boarding student. She flourished there, receiving a good education and, most importantly, consistent love and care. She grew up in tranquility, unaware of her past suffering or the true identity of her benefactor. Valjean was only allowed to see Cosette during brief garden recreation times. These rare moments were his joy and his reason for continuing to live. Cosette, with her fair hair and bright, innocent eyes, had become his sole hope. Javert and the failure. Outside the convent walls, Javert had conducted a meticulous, brutal search for Valjean. He scoured every corner of Paris, from the deepest slums to the grandest inns, convinced Valjean was hiding within the urban sprawl. Javert, incapable of accepting failure, concluded that Valjean had escaped through the Parisian sewer system. He dismissed the fugitive's disappearance behind the convent walls as a magical feint. He could not conceive that a desperate convict would seek and find refuge in such an absolute, forbidden religious sanctuary. To Javert, the Petit Picpus convent was a white zone on the map of the law, too virtuous to harbor a criminal. After months of fruitless searching, Javert was forced to concede that Jean Valjean had vanished. He recorded this failure with renewed bitterness and determination, swearing that he would never rest until justice was fully served. For 7 years, Valjean and Cosette lived in the profound serenity of the convent, absolutely protected from the scrutiny of the world and the relentless pursuit of their nemesis. Chapter 14: Emergence into Paris. 7 years of profound, unchallenged peace passed behind the high walls of the Petit Picpus convent. 7 years where the sounds of the world, the rattle of carriages, the clamor of the marketplace, the whispers of the law were muffled into irrelevance. For Jean Valjean, it was the longest period of uninterrupted happiness he had ever known, a deliberate, enclosed act of atonement. He lived as the humble, diligent gardener Fauchelevent, his powerful hands now tending roses instead of breaking stones. The iron resolve that once fueled his hatred now powered his quiet devotion. The silver candlesticks, his constant, silent monitors, were safely hidden, but their purpose was realized daily in the steady, protected growth of the child. Cosette, meanwhile, blossomed. The fearful, frail child of Montfermeil was gone, replaced by a beautiful, graceful young woman. She had been educated by the nuns, growing into a blend of quiet modesty and natural intelligence. She learned music, languages, and the polite arts of society. Yet, because of her cloistered upbringing, she knew nothing of the world, its vices, or its relentless injustices. She knew her benefactor only as Monsieur Fauchelevent, a loving, aging gardener who always gazed at her with a look of deep, protective sorrow. She did not know the truth of the silver, the galleys, or the burning pursuit of Javert. She only knew love. As Cosette entered her mid-teens, Valjean realized that the convent, once a sanctuary, was fast becoming a prison. The nuns could only offer her a life of seclusion. They could not prepare her for the world she would one day inhabit. He needed to release her into life, and she needed to experience the joys and complexities of the human world. Though the decision to leave was painful, it meant voluntarily re-entering the danger he had so effectively escaped. It meant trading the absolute certainty of safety for the perilous uncertainty of freedom. But Valjean knew his duty to Cosette superseded his duty to his own survival. He had to give her a complete life. He meticulously prepared their departure. He leveraged the large sum of money he had retrieved years ago, which had been generating quiet interest. He purchased a small, secluded house in a quiet, bourgeois district of Paris, a new, inconspicuous haven. He presented the Mother Superior with his decision, carefully inventing a story about a small inheritance that allowed him to retire and raise his granddaughter himself. Though the Mother Superior, sad to lose their dedicated gardener, granted his departure. Though the day they left the convent was a seismic shift for both of them. For Cosette, stepping through the massive wooden doors was like walking from a dream into a startling, vibrant reality. The noise, the colors, the movement of the Parisian streets, it was overwhelming and exhilarating. She saw her first carriage, her first fashionable clothes, and the vast, bustling expanse of humanity. For Valjean, the experience was one of constant, acute fear. Every passing face was a potential threat, every police officer a manifestation of Javert. He shed the simple habit of the gardener and dressed in the respectable, if slightly dated, clothes of a retired man of means, attempting to blend into the Parisian middle class. They settled into their new home, and Valjean's life immediately fractured into a painful duality. Though the doting father, he showered Cosette with affection, tutors, and all the quiet luxuries she deserved. He watched her every joy with a fierce, possessive love, knowing that every happy moment was a successful payment of his moral debt. The perpetual fugitive, he maintained a paranoid vigilance. He rarely left the house during the day, choosing the cover of night for his few errands. He frequently moved furniture, blocking windows and testing locks. His sleep was shallow and constantly interrupted by the memory of Javert's cold, pursuing eyes. He taught Cosette nothing of their past, maintaining the carefully constructed facade that he was her kind, elderly grandfather. He wanted her life to be untainted by the shadow of the galleys. Their walks became Valjean's greatest pleasure and his greatest risk. They would stroll in the Luxembourg Gardens, a place of beautiful public life. Valjean would watch Cosette with a possessiveness that bordered on the obsessive. He knew she was a beauty, drawing the eyes of young Parisian men, and this was yet another source of anxiety. It was during one of these cautious outings that the narrative threads of their future began to intertwine with the outside world. Valjean, sitting on a bench in the gardens, saw his daughter's eyes lock momentarily with a young man passing by, a handsome, thoughtful student named Marius Pontmercy. The encounter was brief, silent, and entirely ordinary, yet Valjean felt a cold dread seize his heart. This was the first time an external force, a potential rival for Cosette's love and attention, had pierced the carefully constructed fortress of their lives. He saw in the young man the beginning of a life he could neither control nor protect her from. The freedom he had sought for Cosette had brought her into the very line of fire he had tried so hard to avoid. The peace of the convent was gone, replaced by the imminent, beautiful danger of life and love in the great, tumultuous city of Paris. Chapter 15: The Dawn of Love and Jealousy. The peaceful routine Valjean had established in their secluded Parisian house was fragile, and the brief, silent glance between Cosette and Marius Pontmercy in the Luxembourg Gardens was the tremor that shattered it. Valjean, sitting on his bench, observed the aftermath of the encounter with the grim, analytical eye of a man accustomed to perpetual danger. He saw the subtle internal shift in Cosette, the slight blush that lingered on her cheeks, the way her gaze seemed to search the garden even when Marius was gone, and the new, quiet thoughtfulness that replaced her usual serene candor. Cosette, for the first time, was looking outward, beyond the safe, protective circle Valjean had drawn around her. Marius Pontmercy was a young man of profound contradictions, a wealthy, privileged youth who had embraced the ideals of democratic revolution, a dutiful son estranged from his fiercely royalist grandfather, and a passionate student living in noble poverty. He was sensitive, contemplative, and utterly consumed by the study of law and the memory of his father, a hero of Napoleon's army. Marius was haunted by his own isolation. He frequented the solitary corners of the Luxembourg Gardens, wrapped in his thoughts and dreams of a revolutionary future. He had seen Cosette many times before, but only as a beautiful, ethereal presence. Their recent glance, however, had pierced his contemplation, transforming her from an ideal into an undeniable reality. He, too, experienced the sudden, violent jolt of first love. Marius instantly became obsessed. He learned the routine of the beautiful girl and her quiet, elderly companion. He sat on the same bench every day, feigning indifference while his heart beat a frantic rhythm. He was too shy, too profoundly respectful to approach her. Their courtship was conducted entirely in silent glances across the expanse of the garden. For Cosette, this clandestine exchange was the first true passion of her sheltered life. She returned his glances, her heart learning the complex, intoxicating language of unspoken affection. Her simple world of nuns and garden walls was replaced by the vibrant, terrifying landscape of romance. Valjean observed the silent courtship with a cold, growing dread that was far more intense than his fear of Javert. His love for Cosette was the single monolithic focus of his existence. It was a love that was possessive because it was atoning. Cosette was not just a daughter, she was the living proof of his redemption, the physical manifestation of the bishop's command. The arrival of Marius was perceived not as a natural step in her maturity, but as a direct threat to his soul's stability. The fear of discovery, Valjean knew that a young man in love would inevitably investigate Cosette's background. An inquiry into Monsieur Fauchelevent would quickly lead to Mayor Madeleine and then to Jean Valjean. A fear of loss, most profoundly, he feared losing her heart. Marius represented the world, young, handsome, and legitimate, all the things Valjean, the scarred convict, could never be. He feared being discarded, his years of sacrifice rendered irrelevant by a young man's charm. The former convict who had faced chains, whips, and death without flinching was now consumed by the bitter, agonizing torment of paternal jealousy. Valjean's demeanor grew darker. His walks with Cosette became strained. He abruptly cut short their time in the garden, dragging her away before the customary passing of Marius. Cosette, confused and hurt by her grandfather's sudden severity, began to retreat into a sullen silence. One day Valjean acted decisively. As Marius was approaching their bench, ready to execute a long-rehearsed plan to accidentally drop a book near Cosette, Valjean stood up. He looked directly at Marius, not with hatred, but with a gaze so intense and full of silent warning that it stopped the young man in his tracks. It was the look of a condemned man guarding his last sacred possession. Valjean then led Cosette away, walking quickly and sternly, refusing to look back. The next day, Valjean did not take Cosette to the Luxembourg Gardens. The following day, they went to a completely different, more obscure corner of Paris. Valjean was testing the severity of the threat. If Marius was merely a casual admirer, he would give up. But Marius was a man driven by passion. He searched every park, every avenue, trying desperately to find the beautiful girl and her menacing companion. He searched for days, then weeks, until he was consumed by a despairing belief that she had vanished forever. Valjean watched Cosette's reaction to the cessation of their walks. She was clearly unhappy, her beautiful eyes often misting over with a quiet, profound sadness. She had been deprived of the first joy of her life, and she suffered in silence. Valjean's heart ached for her, but his fear was greater than his pity. He knew he had done what was necessary for their mutual survival. His final action confirmed the break. One morning, Valjean sold the secluded house in the bourgeois district, packed their meager belongings, and moved them to yet another, even more isolated and obscure quarter of Paris. They vanished entirely, not only from the Luxembourg Gardens, but from their entire section of the city. He made the calculation. A broken heart was preferable to a life in the galleys, or worse, the exposure that would ruin Cosette's reputation. Valjean had succeeded in saving Cosette from Marius, but he had unknowingly driven the young man into a new, dangerous path, and he had planted a seed of resentment in the heart of the daughter he loved so fiercely. Chapter 16: Despair and the House of Misery. Though the sudden, complete disappearance of Cosette plunged Marius Pontmercy into an abyss of despair that was almost comical in its intensity, yet utterly real in its suffering. The polite, silent courtship in the Luxembourg Gardens had been his entire world, and its abrupt termination left him emotionally adrift. Marius spent weeks searching the gardens, the surrounding streets, and every obscure corner of the city, driven by a desperate romantic folly. Though he haunted the empty bench where they used to sit, clinging to the phantom scent of her presence. He felt betrayed not by Cosette but by the elderly man, the possessive, watchful grandfather, whom he now mentally branded as a cruel, monstrous jailer. His legal studies ceased, his revolutionary passions dimmed. Marius, the idealist, was reduced to a miserable, lovesick recluse. He had previously lived in a state of self-imposed poverty in a miserable tenement known as the Gorbeau House. It was a dilapidated, cheap residence inhabited by the poorest and most desperate of Paris, a place where vice and hardship festered in the damp corners. Marius, absorbed in his grief, barely noticed his neighbors. Among them lived a family whose destitution was matched only by their latent wickedness, a family that had also fallen on hard times and ended up in the very building Marius occupied. This family was none other than the Thénardiers. After Valjean's abrupt departure from Montfermeil with Cosette, the Thénardiers had been ruined by their own greed and lack of business acumen. Therein the sergeant of Waterloo failed. They fled to Paris to escape their debts and the law, sinking into the absolute anonymity of the city's underbelly. In Paris, the Thénardiers adopted the alias Jondrette, attempting to survive through petty scams, begging, and cynical exploitation. Their lives were utterly wretched, characterized by perpetual hunger and the gnawing bitterness of their failed ambitions. The misery had twisted their children. Eponine, once spoiled, was now a pale, ragged shadow, but retaining the sharp, cunning street sense necessary for survival. Her younger sister, Azelma, was equally desperate. Marius, consumed by his heartbreak, often failed to eat, allowing his already sparse funds to dwindle. One day, utterly distracted, he finally noticed the desperate, appalling misery of the Jondrette family living next door. He had always possessed a profound empathy for the poor, rooted in his social idealism. Now, through the thin partition of the wall, he witnessed their constant suffering, the mother's shrill rants, the father's constant, theatrical pleas for money, and the quiet hunger of the children. One wintry afternoon, Marius saw Eponine, ragged, thin, and shivering, knocking timidly on his door. "Monsieur Marius," she whispered, her voice husky and hesitant, "my father is unwell, we have no heat. My little sister has been without food for a day. We need a franc, if you please." Marius, ashamed of his own self-pity, immediately gave her the last 5 francs he possessed. The Thénardiers, under the guise of the Jondrettes, were professional actors of destitution. They had targeted the young, gentle Marius as a potential, easily manipulated benefactor. Marius began to observe them, fascinated by the intensity of their wretchedness. He noticed the stark contrast between the father's theatrical demands for help and the calculating glint in his eyes. It was during one such observation, peering through a crack in the wall, that Marius stumbled upon a chilling scene. Monsieur Jondrette was speaking to his wife with a cold, clear malice. He was not planning begging, he was planning a crime. Jondrette was preparing the squalid room for an important visitor. He was meticulously arranging the space to look as pathetic as possible, hiding the few valuable objects they possessed, and instructing his wife and daughters to feign extreme illness and distress. "Our Mark is coming tonight, Madame Jondrette," he hissed. "A philanthropist, an old fool who thinks he can buy goodness with money. We will lure him in, and then we will take everything. This will be the score that changes our luck." The visitor's name, murmured by Jondrette with greedy satisfaction, was Monsieur Leblanc, a simple, middle-aged man known for his charitable donations to the poor. Marius, the idealistic student, suddenly found himself observing a chilling tableau of real, visceral crime. His lovesick despair was momentarily superseded by his instinct for justice. He knew he had to intervene, but he was alone and defenseless. Marius did not know the old man's real name was Jean Valjean. He did not know that the name Leblanc was the newest alias Valjean had adopted since moving houses, using his wealth to quietly investigate and aid the true suffering poor of Paris as a form of continued atonement. Valjean had, in fact, been lured to the Gorbeau house by a desperate letter from Jondrette, appealing for funds for his starving children. a letter which tugged at the profound well of pity Valjean carried for the marginalized. The Valjean was walking directly into a dangerous, meticulously planned trap. The stage was set for the fateful, devastating encounter. Jean Valjean as M. Leblanc, the savior, lured by his own compassion. The Thénardiers as the Jondrettes, the predators driven by desperate greed. Marius, the observer, caught between love, conscience, and the law. The dark, damp atmosphere of the Gorbeau house was about to condense the entire sprawling tragedy of Les Misérables into a single terrifying room. Chapter 17. The Trap Closes. The winter evening descended upon the Gorbeau house, cloaking the squalid tenement in a damp, chilling darkness. Jean Valjean, under the alias Monsieur Leblanc, arrived precisely at the hour indicated in the desperate letter from Jondrette. He carried a substantial package of warm clothes for the children and a sum of money for the father, his charitable impulse overriding his usual deep-seated caution. He stepped into the Jondrette apartment, and the misery he found was profound yet oddly theatrical. Monsieur Jondrette played the role of the distraught father brilliantly, his voice trembling with manufactured gratitude and suffering. Madame Jondrette wailed pitifully, while Eponine and Azelma huddled silently, feigning fever and hunger. Valjean, however, was not easily fooled. His years of experience as both a convict and a mayor had honed his instincts for recognizing genuine distress. He saw the sharp, calculating glint in Jondrette's eyes, the deliberate staging of the scene, and the exaggerated poverty. Yet his compassion for the marginalized was so immense that he chose to ignore the artifice. He was determined to offer aid regardless of the man's character. Valjean handed Jondrette a small sum of money and presented the parcel of clothing. Jondrette, enraged by the meager amount, he had anticipated a large, life-changing handout, instantly shed his philanthropic mask. His face twisted into a snarl of avarice and malice. "Is that all, Monsieur Leblanc?" Jondrette sneered, his voice dropping its soft register. "A few francs and some rags for a genius driven to this extremity." Valjean remained calm, his massive presence dominating the small, filthy room. He started to explain his policy of gradual, measured assistance. But Jondrette was past negotiation. He had planned to use the philanthropist's kindness to lure him in, but now he would use force. Jondrette dramatically produced a forged letter claiming to recognize the philanthropist from a previous encounter. He spoke of a terrible debt owed to him, of a life ruined by the man he now faced. The lie was clumsy, but the transition from beggar to blackmailer was immediate and terrifying. "You think you can escape me, old man?" Jondrette hissed, moving to block the door. "You will pay for your past actions. You will write a letter to your home instructing them to bring me 10,000 francs, or you will not leave this room alive." The door behind Valjean suddenly swung open, and four shadowy, brutal figures, Jondrette's accomplices, his patrons from the Paris underworld, slid into the room, silent and menacing. They were armed with crude weapons and absolute resolve. Valjean was trapped. In the small space between the two apartments, Marius Pontmercy was paralyzed. He had been peering through the crack in the wall, witnessing the entire horrifying transformation. His moral dilemma was excruciating. A duty to the law, as a student of justice and a responsible citizen, his obligation was to notify the police immediately and prevent a violent crime. Duty to love. The victim, Monsieur Leblanc, was the hateful old man who had torn his beloved Cosette away from him. Marius felt a flicker of cruel satisfaction in seeing his rival in peril. A duty to conscience. Despite the old man's perceived cruelty, he was clearly an innocent victim of a brutal assault. Marius could not stand by and watch a man be murdered. His conscience, fueled by his deeply ingrained idealism, won the internal battle. He had to alert the police. Marius, however, did not know how to contact the police without revealing his own hidden presence and identity. Frantically, he scrawled a note on a piece of paper, detailing the crime in progress and the exact location. He needed a messenger, and by a cruel twist of fate, the only person available was Eponine Jondrette, who had been crouching quietly near his door. "Eponine," Marius whispered urgently, thrusting the note into her hand and giving her his last few coins. "Take this to the police station. Run like your life depends on it. A terrible thing is happening next door." Eponine, deeply in love with Marius and desperate to earn his favor, nodded grimly. She took the note and ran out into the night, knowing precisely what her father was planning, but prioritizing Marius's command over her family's criminal enterprise. Back inside the Jondrette apartment, Valjean, having assessed the numerical disadvantage and the brutality of his attackers, made a crucial tactical move. He did not fight, he remained calm, maintaining a commanding silence. Jondrette, fueled by the excitement of the capture, made his next fatal mistake. He recognized Valjean's prodigious, unusual strength and suspected that the old man was not simply a naive philanthropist. He had to know the man's true identity. Jondrette suddenly remembered a detail from Montfermeil, a detail he had long forgotten. He walked closer to Valjean, his eyes narrowed with predatory cunning. "I know you, old man," Jondrette roared. "I recognize your hands. You are not Leblanc. You are the wealthy old goat who stole my precious ward years ago. You are the man who came to Montfermeil to buy Cosette. You are Jean Valjean." Though the two names, Leblanc and Valjean, had always been separate in the public mind. Now the foul mouth of Thénardier had by accident linked the two personas and uncovered the truth. Valjean's composure finally broke. The single desperate objective of his entire life, to keep his identity secret from those who could harm Cosette, had been destroyed by the one man whose greed he had satisfied years ago. The realization of who Jondrette truly was, the monstrous innkeeper who had tormented Fantine and Cosette, fanned the flames of Valjean's immense, long-suppressed rage. The convict was back, no longer interested in charity, but in the immediate, violent need for escape and survival. Chapter 18, Javert's Intervention. The moment Thénardier, as Jondrette, spoke the name Jean Valjean, the atmosphere in the squalid room shifted from desperate crime to monumental destiny. Valjean, now completely stripped of his aliases and confronted by the one man who could reveal his past relationship with Cosette, felt a surge of cold fury. He knew he could not simply escape. He had to silence Thénardier and eliminate the threat to Cosette's safety and reputation. The passive philanthropist Monsieur Leblanc vanished, the formidable strength of Jean Valjean returned. Thénardier and his four accomplices, seeing the change in the old man's demeanor, realized they had captured a lion, not a lamb. They rushed Valjean, wielding knives and cudgels. The ensuing fight was brief, brutal, and utterly uneven. Valjean, despite his age, possessed the prodigious strength maintained by years of hard labor and perpetual vigilance. He fought with the controlled violence of a man who knew exactly how to dismantle a threat. He used the room itself as a weapon, knocking over furniture to create obstacles and leveraging the small space to prevent the four men from surrounding him. He focused on disarming them swiftly, avoiding serious injury to himself while delivering quick, decisive blows. He managed to grab a piece of an iron chair that Thénardier had broken. He held it like a weapon, standing over the fallen bandits and the cowering Thénardier. Silence. Valjean roared, his voice echoing with the primal intensity of the convict. I am not here to hurt you, Thénardier. I am here to end this and for you to forget you ever saw me. I will pay you to disappear. Thénardier, stunned and bruised, saw the chance for profit and quickly reverted to his greedy nature. Money, you will give me money, Valjean. For my silence, for my knowledge of your little girl. And suddenly a rhythmic sound echoed through the Gorbeau house, 3 distinct knocks on the partition wall. Marius Pontmercy, still observing through the crack, had heard the terrible struggle. He had waited for the police to arrive, but in the chaos he realized his note had not yet yielded results. He executed his prearranged signal, 3 knocks, to warn the victim that help was coming. Thénardier heard the knocks. He assumed the noise was one of his accomplices outside. He smiled, thinking he had reinforcements. He looked at Valjean with renewed malice. "You see, Valjean, your time is up. We have backup." In that very moment, a voice cut through the air, chilling everyone in the room. "Open up, it is the police." The door was thrown open with tremendous force, and Javert stood framed in the entrance, his face a mask of absolute triumphant vindication. Javert had not been guided by Marius's note. He had been conducting an independent, meticulous surveillance of the Jondrette family, suspecting them of a larger criminal enterprise. Javert, the ultimate lawman, had anticipated a trap and followed a patrol to the Gorbeau house. He stepped into the room, surveyed the wreckage, the broken furniture, the injured bandits, the fearful Jondrette, and the towering figure of Valjean holding the iron bar, and his internal order was instantly and completely restored. The chaos had confirmed his beliefs. "I told you, Jean Valjean," Javert stated, his voice a cold, final judgment. "You cannot escape. The law always wins." Valjean was caught in the worst possible situation, trapped between the brute force of the Thénardiers and the absolute authority of Javert. The room instantly became a swirling vortex of action and misdirection. Javert ordered his officers to secure the bandits. Thénardier, the master of improvisation, realized that he was caught in his own trap. He instantly abandoned his criminal persona and reverted to the dramatic role of the victim. "Save me, officer!" Thénardier cried, pointing a trembling finger at Valjean. "This man is a madman. He attacked us. He is a wealthy robber. He tried to murder us. Arrest him, the monster." Javert, supremely confident, ignored Thénardier's histrionics. He had eyes only for Valjean. "Jean Valjean," Javert commanded, "drop the weapon and come with me." Valjean, however, had one final, desperate move. He knew he could overpower Javert and the officers, but that would necessitate a public, violent escape that would permanently destroy any chance of a respectable future for Cosette. He needed to escape unseen, unnoticed. He dropped the iron bar and slowly raised his hands in surrender, giving Javert the visual satisfaction of capture. Then he pointed to Thénardier, who was still raving. "Officer," Valjean said, his voice measured, "I will go with you, but before we leave, I demand that you search the premises thoroughly. This man is dangerous, and there may be others hiding here." And Javert, ever the stickler for procedure and confident in his control, agreed. He assigned 2 officers to search the room. While the officers were distracted by the search and the chaos of arresting the 4 bandits, Valjean took advantage of the supreme disorder. He moved swiftly, utilizing his knowledge of the Gorbeau house's dilapidated structure. He lunged toward the broken window in the corner of the room, squeezed his body through the jagged opening, and dropped silently into the dark, narrow space between the Gorbeau house and the adjacent wall. The entire event, the confrontation, the arrest, and the escape, had taken less than 3 minutes. Javert, realizing too late that his prisoner had vanished, let out a soundless roar of fury and disbelief. He had captured the prey, only to lose him again in the most insulting, audacious manner possible. Once more Jean Valjean had slipped through the fingers of the law, leaving behind a chaos that defied all Javert's principles of order and justice. Chapter 19. The Aftermath of the Trap. The silence that followed Jean Valjean's audacious escape through the broken window was thick with shock. Javert was the first to move, his control momentarily shattered. He rushed to the opening, peering into the narrow, dark crevice, but Valjean was gone, vanished as if swallowed by the Parisian stone. Javert's fury was not loud, but cold and intense. To capture Jean Valjean, the symbol of disorder, only to lose him again, was an insult to the very concept of the law he served. He ordered a meticulous search of the tenement, convinced Valjean could not have gone far. His pursuit was now fueled by a desperate need for vindication. The arrest of the Thénardiers. Meanwhile, the police secured the terrified and bruised Thénardier and his accomplices. Thénardier, the master of deceit, instantly recognized his opportunity. "Officer, I demand justice," he shrieked, pointing at the shattered window. "That man Valjean, he is the real criminal. He tried to murder us. We are honest victims." Javert listened with a chilling indifference. He recognized the nature of the Thénardiers immediately, the professional beggar, the cynical criminal. He knew the man's claims were self-serving lies, yet they contained a kernel of truth. The man who had escaped was indeed Jean Valjean. Thénardier, his true name and history unknown to Javert at this time, was hauled away with his wife and daughters, except for Eponine, who had not returned from her errand. The entire Jondrette operation, the attempt to blackmail and rob Valjean, had culminated in their well-deserved arrest. Marius's moral crisis. The most profound impact of the night's events fell upon Marius Pontmercy. He had witnessed the entire terrifying scene from behind the wall. He had watched his hateful rival, Monsieur Leblanc, be caught in a murderous trap. He had also watched that rival demonstrate incredible strength and control, and then be identified by the detestable Thénardier as Jean Valjean. The revelation was a hammer blow to Marius's simple, romantic worldview. The identity crisis, the man who had protected Cosette with such fierce, possessive love was a dangerous, escaped convict. The grandfather was a fugitive. The moral debt, Marius realized that he was complicit in the chaos. He had hated Valjean for separating him from Cosette. yet he had by accident become the one who helped save Valjean from certain death by sending Fantine for the police. Had the police arrived a minute later, Valjean would have been murdered. Marius was seized by a complex, agonizing moral dilemma. Should he denounce Valjean to Javert? The law demanded it. Valjean was a criminal and a dangerous fugitive. Should he protect Valjean for Cosette's sake? He reasoned that Valjean, despite his past, must possess some deep goodness to have raised Cosette so perfectly. To betray Valjean would be to condemn his beloved's only protector. Marius chose the path of silence. His love for Cosette outweighed his duty to the law. He would neither help Valjean nor betray him. He would simply retreat and pretend the night never happened. A fateful discovery. Before retreating, Marius made one final, crucial discovery. As the police were clearing the room, Marius slipped into the ransacked Jondrette apartment. He found an object that Thénardier had dropped during the scuffle, a small, tattered fragment of paper. Marius picked up the paper and examined it under the dim light. It was a letter, barely legible, which Thénardier had kept as a potential blackmail tool. The letter detailed the arrangement of an adoption payment and mentioned the name Cosette and the payment amount, written in Fantine's hand. The discovery was devastating. Marius realized that Thénardier was the man who had abused Cosette. The man he had saved from Valjean was the true villain, the one who had tortured the girl he loved. The moral scale tipped violently. Valjean, the convict, was the savior. Thénardier, the beggar, was the demon. Marius's grief for Cosette and his desire to find her were renewed with a terrible, desperate urgency. He knew now that his search for Cosette was inextricably tied to the need to expose and crush the monstrous Thénardiers. The complete break. The events of the night shattered Marius's remaining composure. The Gorbeau house, once a symbol of his noble poverty, was now tainted by crime, betrayal, and the presence of the Thénardiers. He knew he could not stay. He needed to escape the physical and moral filth of the place. He gathered his few possessions, paid his rent, and left the Gorbeau house forever. He sought to bury himself in a remote, quiet corner of Paris, convinced that all his past connections, his beloved, his friends, his peaceful life were gone. Marius's path now diverged sharply from the respectable life he had known. He was left with only two consuming passions: finding Cosette and pursuing Thénardier to avenge the suffering of the woman he loved. The stage was set for the next, darker act of his life. One that would lead him to the barricades and the final, violent confrontation with destiny. Chapter 20, The Unseen Thread. Jean Valjean had escaped the jaws of Javert once more, but the victory was hollow. He knew the peril had escalated. Thénardier had recognized him, linking his identity as the wealthy Monsieur Leblanc with the fugitive Jean Valjean and, worst of all, with Cosette. The discovery of his true name and connection to Cosette was an existential threat. Valjean returned to their latest hiding place, his soul consumed by a cold, calculating fear. He immediately initiated their contingency plan. He sold the house at a loss, packed their belongings into a small cart, and under the cover of the next night moved them to a new, more obscure residence on the Rue de l'Armée. Cosette's isolation. Cosette was now a young woman of 17, her beauty fully blossomed. She was radiant but profoundly lonely. The memory of the handsome, somber young man in the Luxembourg Gardens, Marius, haunted her. She obeyed her grandfather's frantic, secretive movements without question, but the constant fleeing and isolation chipped away at her spirit. She had an intense filial love for Valjean, but his silence, his refusal to discuss her past or their future, and his constant, watchful paranoia created a wall between them. She was a bird trapped in a beautiful cage, longing to understand the world she was constantly being pulled away from. Valjean, sensing her isolation and heartbreak, desperately tried to compensate with kindness, but he could not articulate his fear. He feared the exposure of his past more than death, knowing that the shame of the galleys would inevitably destroy Cosette's perfect reputation and happiness. He knew he had to keep her away from Marius at all costs. Unbeknownst to Valjean, the thread connecting Cosette and Marius had not been completely severed. Eponine's devotion. Eponine, after delivering Marius's note to the police and realizing her father's trap had failed, was heartbroken not for her family but for Marius. She was desperately, secretly in love with the young student. She knew Marius was searching for the beautiful girl and the old man. Through her street smarts and relentless searching, Eponine tracked down Valjean and Cosette's new home on the Rue de l'Armée. She did not reveal the address to her father, who was now imprisoned. Instead, driven by the twisted motivation of her unrequited love for Marius, she decided to deliver the information herself. She wanted to be the agent of Marius's happiness, believing that if he found his love, he might finally see her. Or perhaps, driven by a darker impulse, she wanted to deliver him to the source of his misery to witness its continuation. The re-establishment of contact. One cold, dreary evening, Marius was walking alone, consumed by despair. He had lost his love, his money, and his simple belief in justice. He suddenly heard a voice, sharp and familiar, call out to him. It was Eponine, ragged and pale, emerging from the shadows. "Monsieur Marius," she said, her voice surprisingly gentle, "you are looking for the girl. I know where she lives." Marius, galvanized by the sudden, impossible hope, seized her arm. "Eponine, where? Tell me." Eponine led him through the maze of Parisian streets until they reached the Rue de l'Armée. She pointed to a high-walled, austere house. "And she lives there," Eponine whispered, her eyes fixed on Marius's face. "You found her, now you will forget me." And she turned and vanished into the darkness before Marius could thank her, her act of selfless and perhaps destructive devotion complete. Marius's vigil. Marius was seized by a feverish joy. He had found his Cosette. He began a dedicated, romantic vigil outside the house. He waited for hours, days, through rain and snow, catching only glimpses of her through the garden gate or an upstairs window. Cosette, now fully aware of his presence, was equally transformed. The shadow of loneliness lifted, replaced by the thrilling, silent communication of their shared affection. Their love, born in the tranquility of the gardens, was now forged in the desperate secrecy of the street. Eventually, Marius dared to write her a letter, a note expressing his profound love and devotion. Cosette, in return, left a letter for him under a stone in the garden wall, a note that spoke of reciprocal affection and the overwhelming sadness of their impossible situation. The young lovers had found their way back to each other, defying Valjean's immense efforts to separate them. Valjean's discovery. Valjean, however, was perpetually vigilant. He noticed the subtle changes in Cosette, the radiant happiness, the sudden, inexplicable interest in the garden wall, and the way her eyes seemed fixed on the street. One evening he followed her. He watched her retrieve a letter from the wall and quickly conceal it. The sight was a dagger to his heart. The fear of loss was now a tangible, devastating reality. He confronted Cosette, but gently. He did not demand the letter. He merely stated his profound, unwavering love for her and his fear for her future. That night, after Cosette had fallen asleep, Valjean quietly searched her room. He found the letter and read Marius's passionate, desperate words. His jealousy and fear were confirmed. The outside world had finally breached his sanctuary. Valjean's reaction was swift and terrible. He saw only the threat to Cosette's happiness, the exposure of his identity, and the potential return of Javert. He packed a final single bag and informed Cosette that they were leaving Paris tomorrow. His final move was not out of malice, but of absolute desperate preservation. He was moving them to England, across the sea, away from Javert, Thénardier, and the entire continent of their past. Chapter 21: A Rendezvous with Death. Marius Pontmercy, consumed by the dizzying joy of his rediscovered love, arrived at the house on the Rue de l'Armée, expecting the usual silent exchange of letters. Instead, he found the house strangely quiet, shuttered, and intensely cold. His heart plunged into a well of familiar dread. He circled the house frantically, his fear quickly turning to certainty. Cosette was gone again. Valjean had moved them, this time without warning, shattering the fragile bond they had just forged. Marius was heartbroken but also enraged. He saw Valjean not as a protector, but as a systematic destroyer of his happiness. The world had lost all meaning again. He collapsed onto the doorstep, consumed by an absolute despairing conviction that his life was over. The last messenger. As Marius sat in the depths of his misery, a figure emerged from the shadows, Eponine Thénardier. She was even more ragged than before, her face pale, marked by illness and exhaustion. Her recent act of leading Marius to Cosette had only deepened her own pain, as she watched the love she craved pour out for another. As she spoke to Marius, her voice weak but carrying a strange, mournful finality. "Monsieur Marius," she said, her eyes fixed on him with profound, aching love, "why are you here? You know she is gone." Marius, ignoring her emotional plea, questioned her fiercely. "Did you know they were living? Where did the old man take her? Tell me, Eponine, I beg you." Eponine shook her head, a grim smile touching her lips. "I do not know where he went, but I know what you are doing now. You are going to die." Marius, driven by nihilistic despair, was apathetic to his own life. He spoke of his intention to join his friends, the revolutionary student group, the Friends of the ABC, who were planning a revolt against the monarchy. He spoke of his desire to die on the barricades. Eponine looked at him, realizing the full extent of his broken heart. She knew that if Marius died, his heart would never belong to Cosette and therefore never truly be lost to her, Eponine. But the love she felt for him, pure though warped by her wretched life, was stronger than her selfishness. She performed one final, inexplicable act of devotion. She reached into her ragged clothes and pulled out a slip of paper. "Take this," she whispered, thrusting the paper into his hand. "Go back to your family. Go to your grandfather's." Marius, confused, opened the paper. It was a cryptic note, seemingly written by Valjean but intended for Cosette. "I am waiting for you at the Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. I leave for England tomorrow." Eponine had intercepted the note, perhaps from a nervous messenger or perhaps from Valjean himself, and used it for her own desperate purposes. She had led Marius to the empty house, knowing the true, final destination of Valjean and Cosette. Before Marius could fully comprehend the meaning, Eponine stumbled and fell heavily against the wall. Marius rushed to her, seeing that she was dangerously pale. He realized she was severely injured. He quickly opened her clothing and saw a terrible sight, a bullet wound freshly bleeding in her chest. "Eponine, you are wounded. What happened?" Marius cried, horrified. Eponine shook her head weakly, blood staining her lips. "It is nothing. I was shot a while ago. On the bridge by a fool who thought I was a man, but I did not want to die alone. I waited for you." In her final moments, Eponine revealed the agonizing depth of her feelings. She confessed her love, her jealousy, and her final, ultimate sacrifice. "You promise me something, Monsieur Marius," she pleaded, gripping his hand. "When I am gone, you will kiss me on the forehead. I have never been kissed." Marius, overwhelmed by pity and sorrow, agreed. Eponine, with a last small surge of strength, looked into his eyes. "And you will go to that address. Do not die here. Go to the barricades, but first go to that address. Go find her." With that final instruction, the final heartbreaking act of a dying girl who placed her rival's happiness above her own life, Eponine died in Marius's arms. Marius, shaken to his core by this savage, unexpected death, fulfilled his promise, kissing her on the forehead. He then realized the profound weight of her sacrifice. She had given him the means to find Cosette at the cost of her own life. The barricades call. Marius, now holding the cryptic note and the memory of a dying girl's love, was forced to choose. He had the address, Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. He could go there, perhaps find a trace of Cosette before Valjean whisked her away to England. But the city was stirring. Though the June rebellion was erupting, the revolutionary students were calling for action. Marius, driven by despair, chose the path of self-destruction. He saw his death on the barricades as the only fitting end to his life, now that Cosette was lost and a good-hearted criminal was once again on the run. He took the slip of paper, the final thread connecting him to Cosette, and placed it carefully in his pocket. He then carried Eponine's lifeless body to the steps of the nearby police station, ensuring she would have a proper burial, and walked away. Marius headed directly for the narrow, winding streets of the Saint-Denis district, where the revolutionary spirit was at its peak. He was not marching toward victory, but toward death, a death he welcomed as an escape from his life's impossible paradoxes. Chapter 22: The Barricade Rises. While despair consumed Marius and fear drove Valjean toward the coast, Paris itself was convulsing. The death of General Lamarck, the last hope of the Republican movement, was the spark. Though the student faction, the Friends of the ABC, led by the brilliant and charismatic Enjolras, seized the moment. The revolution did not begin in grand plazas, but in the narrow, winding streets of the Saint-Denis district. This area, dense with cramped houses and volatile citizens, was the perfect terrain for insurrection. The construction of the barricade. Though the students, fueled by abstract ideals of liberty and equality, worked with a feverish intensity. They tore up cobblestones, overturned carriages, and pulled down carts and furniture, piling everything high to form a makeshift barricade at the intersection of the Rue de la Chanvrerie and the Rue Saint-Denis. Enjolras, with his severe beauty and icy, absolute devotion to the Republic, was the figurehead. He moved with the precision of a young deity, organizing the defense, rationing the scarce gunpowder, and inspiring courage. Combeferre, the philosopher, articulated the ideals, reminding everyone they fought for progress and humanity. Courfeyrac, the cheerful heart of the group, maintained morale with his relentless optimism. The small group of students was joined by working-class citizens, veterans, and other desperate souls. Their small fortress, hastily built and poorly armed, was a testament to the power of a desperate idea. Gavroche, the Barricades' spirit. The spirit of the barricade was embodied by the Parisian street urchin Gavroche. The son of the Thénardiers, though utterly abandoned by them and unaware of their true identity, Gavroche was a fearless, witty, and profoundly good-natured boy. Gavroche was the eyes and ears of the barricade. He dodged through the police lines, reported on the movements of the military, and used his quick tongue and sheer audacity to distract and disarm the soldiers. He was the only one who seemed to treat the revolt as a grand, exciting adventure, infusing the desperate atmosphere with dark humor. In one moment of daring, Gavroche noticed a military wagon filled with cartridges and gunpowder had been abandoned a short distance from the barricade. Recognizing the desperate need of the students, he rushed out under the very noses of the National Guard, distracting them with mocking songs, and began to empty the wagon, delivering the precious cargo to Enjolras. He was the living representation of Paris, impudent, resilient, and utterly doomed. Marius arrives. Marius arrived at the barricade not as a revolutionary, but as a man seeking death. He was detached from the abstract goals of his friends. His only aim was to place himself in the path of the government's inevitable assault and find an end to his suffering over Cosette. His friends greeted him with joyous surprise, believing he had returned to fight for the cause. Marius accepted their welcome silently, taking his place on the stones, his rifle resting loosely in his hand. He felt a deep connection to the ground he stood on. This barricade, built from the remnants of the street, was a monument to despair, mirroring the collapse of his own life. The first assault. The government forces, the municipal guard and the National Guard, could not tolerate the existence of such an insult to state authority. As twilight fell, the first assault began. The officers, confident in their numerical superiority, advanced on the barricade. The small band of students met them with disciplined, concentrated fire. The initial volleys were devastating. The surprise and the accuracy of the students' fire temporarily halted the government advance. The air filled with the sharp crack of muskets, the smell of burnt powder, and the cries of the wounded. The students held their ground, infused with the conviction of their righteousness. Enjolras stood atop the barricade, utterly exposed, his face radiant with the cold fire of idealism. Though the first assault repelled, the students experienced a surge of euphoric, tragic hope. They had successfully defied the state. Marius, however, remained detached. He fired his rifle without malice, without aim, simply participating in the choreography of his self-destruction. He knew their victory was ephemeral. Though the government would not rest, the next attack would come with greater force, and their small fortress of ideals would be crushed. The stage was set for the final bloody stand. The barricade was not a defense, it was a pedestal for martyrdom. Chapter 23, The Fatal Note. While Marius marched toward the barricade seeking death, Jean Valjean was finalizing their flight. He had secured their passage to England, arranging to leave Paris early the following morning. He believed he had severed all ties and finally guaranteed Cosette's absolute safety. Cosette, despite her grief over leaving Marius, remained obedient. Her deep love and respect for her adoptive father were stronger than the sorrow of first love. She spent her last night in Paris alone in her room, quietly packing a few items, including a small, hidden handkerchief belonging to Marius. The Valjean's torment. The Valjean sat in his room, facing the packed suitcase. He was a man experiencing a painful sort of happiness. He had secured his soul's salvation, but the price was eternal solitude. He had decided to sacrifice everything: comfort, stability, and even Cosette's immediate joy for her ultimate security. But his conscience was relentless. Though he had decided to leave, a thought gnawed at him. Was he robbing his daughter of true happiness? He had witnessed the burgeoning love between her and Marius. He knew that taking her away might save her life, but it would crush her spirit. In a rare moment of inner agony, Valjean decided to perform a final, complex act born equally of guilt and self-destruction. He wrote a letter, lying to Cosette that they would only be gone for a few days and would return, hoping to soften her immediate pain. Though the unseen messenger. It was at that very moment that a rapid, urgent knocking came at his door. Valjean opened it to find a street boy standing there. It was Gavroche. The urchin had been dispatched from the brewing insurrection by one of Marius's friends, who had witnessed Marius placing Eponine's note into his pocket and running toward the barricades. Gavroche handed Valjean a piece of paper. The note was hastily scrawled, but it was not Marius's handwriting. It was the note Eponine had given Marius, now delivered by the chain of circumstances to Valjean. The fatal note. The rascal has fled. I am waiting for you at the Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. I leave for England tomorrow. Valjean read the note with initial confusion, but quickly grasped the surface meaning. The rascal has fled. This was Eponine's bitter reference to Valjean's successful escape from Thénardier's trap, confirming that Valjean was now gone from his previous residence. I am waiting for you at the Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. This was Valjean's current, very secret address which Eponine had revealed. I leave for England tomorrow. This was the final devastating warning about Valjean's imminent flight. Valjean did not realize the note was actually a stolen rendezvous request intended by Eponine to alert Marius to his beloved's location. Valjean instantly concluded that Marius had sent the message, or an agent of Marius, to inform him that their ultimate hiding place had been discovered. Valjean, driven by intense fear and possessive jealousy, misinterpreted the note as a threat, a declaration that Marius knew where Cosette was and was monitoring them. The complete picture. However, as Valjean checked his own pocket, he discovered something else that Gavroche had delivered, an unsent letter. It was a long, desperate note written by Marius to Cosette, in which he poured out his utter despair and declared that he would die on the barricades since he could not live without her. Marius had written this before meeting Eponine, intending for a friend to deliver it. Valjean read the letter. He read of absolute love, of crushing pain, and of Marius's intent for suicide. In that moment, Valjean's personal jealousy was annihilated, replaced by infinite pity. He remembered the bishop's command to save another soul. He saw Marius no longer as a threat, but as a young man on the brink of death. Valjean faced a final, life-defining choice. Flee, protect Cosette by escaping to England, ensuring his own survival, but leaving Marius to die and Cosette to suffer eternal heartbreak. Return, risk everything, turn back into Paris, confront Javert and the barricades to save Marius, the man Cosette loved. The unconditional love of the father overcame the self-preservation instinct of the former convict. Valjean decided he would save Marius. He locked his house, saying nothing to Cosette. He took his old, concealed pistol and a small purse of money and strode out into the volatile streets of Paris. Jean Valjean, the man who had bought his peace at such a high cost, willingly returned to the battlefield of risk, not to fight for a political ideal, but to perform one final act of redemption for the one he loved. Chapter 24: Arrival at the Barricade. Jean Valjean plunged into the heart of Paris, which was now a landscape of chaos and fear. The air vibrated with the distant sound of musketry and the frantic ringing of church bells. He was no longer the cautious, elderly Monsieur Fauchelevent, but a man driven by a singular, consuming purpose to save Marius. He moved with the practiced stealth of the seasoned fugitive, navigating the darkening streets with a speed that defied his age. His mind was a battlefield, struggling to reconcile the immense danger he was willfully running toward with the profound moral necessity of his action. He was sacrificing his hard-won peace for the man who threatened his daughter's safe future. This was the true redemption promised by the bishop, the path of fire. Valjean quickly realized the full extent of the insurrection. The streets leading to the Saint-Denis district were blocked by military patrols, panicked citizens, and hastily erected barriers. He utilized his deep familiarity with the Parisian labyrinth, taking obscure alleys, crawling through courtyards, and even climbing over walls to bypass the main thoroughfares. He located the specific sector of the fighting, the Rue de la Chanvrerie, by following the densest sounds of gunfire. As he approached, the scene transformed into a brutal, isolated fortress of rebellion. The barricade stood immense and defiant, a monument of cobblestone and ruin, manned by the desperate students and revolutionaries. Valjean slipped unseen into the dense crowd gathering near the military lines, his heart pounding not with fear for himself, but with the urgency of finding Marius before the final assault began. A fateful discovery. Just as Valjean was about to approach the main structure of the barricade, he saw a sight that froze him in his tracks. Tied securely to a post deep within the heart of the barricade's perimeter stood a familiar figure, Javert. Javert was stripped of his uniform, his arms bound, his face grim and impassive. He had been captured while on an infiltration mission to report on the strength of the rebels. The students had recognized him as the relentless police inspector and had sentenced him to death. Valjean's objective instantly became infinitely more complex. He had come to save Marius, but now the man who represented his lifetime of suffering, the iron embodiment of the law, was entirely at his mercy. Valjean, invisible in the chaos, watched as Enjolras, the leader of the students, addressed the captured inspector with cold, formal dignity. "Inspector Javert," Enjolras stated, his voice ringing with revolutionary idealism. "You are a spy. You were captured in the act. You have been condemned to death." Javert met his gaze without flinching. "I do not ask for mercy. I have done my duty. Now do yours." Valjean knew that if he intervened for Javert, he would instantly expose himself. Yet the possibility of a complete final freedom, the death of his pursuer, tempted him with an insidious, profound darkness. The search for Marius. Valjean pushed the thought away and focused on his original mission. He climbed over the outer rubble of the barricade, finally entering the desperate fortress. He found Marius slumped against a pile of stones, his face pale and withdrawn. He was not fighting, he was waiting for death. Marius did not recognize the new figure, seeing only another armed man among the rebels. Valjean moved close to Marius, surveying the environment. He noted the scarcity of ammunition, the wounded students, and the growing tension. He knew the barricade would fall soon. He then spoke to Marius, his voice low and disguised. "Which man are you waiting for, young one? The government or God's?" Marius looked up, his eyes dull with despair. "I am waiting for nothing, old man. I am here to die." Valjean did not waste time with philosophy. He took his place beside Marius, holding his concealed pistol. He was here not to fight for the Republic, but to serve as Marius's guardian angel, waiting for the precise moment to pull him out of the collapsing structure. The price of betrayal. And as the military prepared its final, overwhelming assault, the students became aware of Valjean's quiet, purposeful presence. Enjolras, ever vigilant, approached him. "You are new here," Enjolras observed. "Do you fight for us, citizen?" Valjean nodded. "I fight for those who suffer." "Good," Enjolras said. "Then you must prove your loyalty. We have a prisoner, a spy. He is to be executed. I have not the time nor the men to do the deed. You will take him into the next street and shoot him." Enjolras pointed to the bound figure of Javert. Valjean looked at the inspector, then back at Enjolras. The revolutionary leader had unwittingly placed Valjean's destiny squarely in his hands. He had been given the authority to end his 20-year torment with a single bullet. Valjean accepted the rifle and the assignment. He walked toward Javert, unbound the officer, and pulled him roughly into the adjacent street, away from the watchful eyes of the students. Javert, prepared for death, looked at Valjean with absolute disdain. "You are executing me, convict. The irony is complete. Finish it." Valjean stood over his lifelong enemy, the rifle heavy in his hands, facing the profoundest moral test of his life. In Chapter 25, The Mercy of the Convict, Jean Valjean stood over Javert in the deserted, narrow passage off the barricade. The rifle was heavy, the moment immense. The power to execute his lifelong persecutor, the man who symbolized the brutal, unforgiving law, was his. With a single pull of the trigger, Valjean could achieve a complete, undeniable freedom, securing his life with Cosette forever. Javert, his hands bound, stood tall and unyielding, ready to face death without flinching. His gaze held contempt for the convict who was about to kill him, but no fear. For Javert, death by the law's antithesis was a final, logical conclusion. Valjean looked at the inspector not with hatred but with a profound aching pity. He saw not the law but a man who had been utterly ruthless but who had acted solely according to his rigid, flawed code of duty. To kill Javert would be an act of self-preservation, but it would be a moral retreat, a betrayal of the bishop's command. Valjean's act of redemption could not be stained by murder. His mission was to save, not to destroy. The unthinkable act. Valjean lowered the rifle. Javert's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, the first crack in his composure. Valjean reached into his pocket, pulled out a small knife, and quickly cut the ropes binding Javert's hands. Javert felt the ropes fall away. He was free. He stared at Valjean, utterly confused. "You are free," Valjean said, his voice quiet and firm. "I am not an executioner. I do not know if I am fighting on the side of the law, but I do not fight for murder. Go, you are the only person who knows who I am. Leave." Javert's face was unreadable. The world he understood, the world of crime and punishment, good and evil, convict and police, had just been violently turned upside down. Though the convict, the monster he had pursued for 2 decades, had just performed an act of divine mercy. Valjean then gave Javert a cryptic final instruction. He handed him a few francs. "Take this, Inspector. I will tell the students that I shot you and you fell into the river. Now listen, I have a duty to fulfill here. If I escape, you will be free to find me. But if you see me again, remember this, I live at the Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. I am leaving for England tomorrow. Should I survive this, that is where you will find me." Javert's reaction was not gratitude. It was a devastating moral collapse. His entire monolithic worldview was based on the premise that a convict, Jean Valjean, was inherently incapable of goodness, and that the law, Javert, was inherently infallible. Valjean's act of mercy was an absolute contradiction, a philosophical catastrophe that fractured Javert's soul. He could not reconcile the black and white of his universe. The convict had acted with the highest virtue, and the law had been saved by the man it condemned. Javert paused for a long, agonizing moment. He looked at the former convict, his nemesis, now standing before him as his savior. He silently picked up his uniform coat, turned, and disappeared into the night. He did not say thank you. He did not say he would spare Valjean. He said nothing. He had been saved, but his spirit was utterly broken by the impossible truth. The return to the barricade. Valjean returned to the barricade just as the final brutal assault was about to commence. He approached Enjolras. "It is done," Valjean said simply. "I shot the spy. He fell into the river." Enjolras nodded, his mind entirely focused on the coming battle. He did not question the detail. Valjean resumed his position next to Marius. The government forces, now the infantry, advanced with overwhelming numbers. The battle was no longer a skirmish, it was a massacre. The students fought with the desperate courage of martyrs. Valjean fired his pistol only at the approaching soldiers, but always aiming at their hats or their epaulets, careful to wound or frighten, never to kill. He had committed to salvation, not destruction. The barricade was quickly overrun. Students fell one after another, their ideals shattered by musket fire. Valjean, focused entirely on Marius, stood as a bulwark against the tide of soldiers, saving Marius. Marius, finally accepting his fate, stood exposed on the top of the crumbling barricade, waiting for the fatal shot. The moment the soldiers breached the final defenses, Valjean acted. A soldier aimed his rifle directly at Marius. Valjean, with an incredible speed that defied belief, dragged Marius down just as the soldier fired. Marius was wounded, a serious but not fatal wound to the shoulder, but alive. The barricade was lost. Enjolras and the remaining students were cornered and executed by the soldiers. The revolution was over. Valjean, now carrying the unconscious, bleeding body of Marius, had only seconds to escape the summary execution. He located a grate leading to the Parisian sewer system, the dark, subterranean labyrinth that was the city's final, desperate recourse. He dragged Marius to the grate, lifted the heavy iron cover, and descended into the profound, suffocating darkness. He was leaving the world of law and order entirely, disappearing into the city's hidden depths, carrying the future happiness of his daughter on his back. Chapter 26. The estimated word count for this chapter, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 65,000 words. And Chapter 26, Into the Parisian Labyrinth. Jean Valjean descended into the sewers of Paris, leaving behind the chaos of the fallen barricade and the corpses of the students. He carried the unconscious, bleeding body of Marius on his back, a precious, fragile burden. This was the final, most desperate phase of his redemption. The Parisian sewer system was a dark, suffocating, subterranean labyrinth, the city's vast, filthy underbelly. It was a place of total darkness, silence broken only by the slosh of foul water and profound moral dread. For Valjean, the familiar, suffocating air of the sewer was a grim reminder of his past life in the galleys. The impossible journey. Valjean's journey through the sewers was a feat of almost superhuman endurance. The weight of Marius was immense, and the floor of the tunnel was slick and uneven, covered in a freezing, viscous sludge. He had to bend low to navigate the narrow conduits, the effort causing his old muscles to scream with pain. He pushed forward by sheer force of will, driven not by hope for his own survival, but by the single fierce desire to save the life of the young man his daughter loved. Cosette's happiness was literally on his back. The darkness was absolute. He relied entirely on his sense of touch, feeling the rough stone walls and the course of the flowing filth. The oppressive atmosphere was compounded by the horrific stench, a concentrated miasma of the entire city's refuse. The threat of the sewer. Though the sewers were not merely an inert obstacle, they presented active dangers. Though the sludge, the depth of the sewer water varied wildly. In some places it was shallow, in others it rose nearly to Valjean's chest, threatening to sweep both him and Marius away. He had to fight against the current, constantly fearful that Marius's head would dip below the polluted surface. The dead ends, the labyrinth of tunnels was confusing, built up over centuries with inconsistent plans. Valjean knew that choosing a wrong turn could lead to a dead end, leaving them to die of exhaustion and starvation, trapped beneath the city. He relied on his instinct and the faint drafts of air to find the direction of the Seine River. Valjean pushed on for hours, the sense of time dissolving into a timeless nightmare of pain and perseverance. He moved through the districts of Paris, unaware of the names of the elegant boulevards above him, knowing only the damp stones and the endless filth below. A voice in the dark. Just as Valjean was on the point of collapse, having navigated the most treacherous sections, he heard a sound, a voice, low and familiar, ahead of him in the darkness. Valjean froze, his heart pounding. In the sewer, an encounter meant ultimate peril. The voice belonged to a figure illuminated by a faint, flickering lantern. The figure was short, wiry, and carried a large bag. The man was scavenging the sewer for any valuables, coins, discarded jewelry that had been swept down. The man was Thénardier. The Thénardier, having escaped from prison, a feat of incredible cunning and luck, had immediately returned to his natural habitat, the parasitic underbelly of society. He now operated as a sewer bandit, exploiting the darkness and anonymity to continue his criminal life. Thénardier, seeing the massive figure struggling toward him, carrying a limp, unconscious body, immediately assumed he had found a fellow criminal, a murderer disposing of his victim. "What have you got there, partner?" Thénardier hissed, raising his lantern. "A fresh kill. A nice score." The light of the lantern fell upon Valjean's face. The recognition was immediate, shocking, and total for both men. "Valjean!" Thénardier cried, his voice a mixture of terror and savage triumph. "I knew I would find you again, you old goat. You are running from the murder you just committed." The Thénardier, however, was also armed with a profound piece of knowledge. He recognized the unconscious young man Valjean was carrying. He had seen Marius at the Gorbeau house and through his own twisted street intelligence knew the young man's significance. Thénardier, always the opportunist, realized he had captured a powerful leverage point. He did not care about the law or the death on the surface, he only saw money. "So you killed your rival, old man?" Thénardier sneered, pointing the lantern at Marius's bleeding body. "You killed the boy who loved your little girl. You will pay me a fortune to let you go. You are mine now, Valjean." Valjean, exhausted, wounded, and trapped, was confronted by the man he had once saved and the man who embodied the complete moral corruption of the world. He was saved from the law only to fall into the hands of pure evil. Chapter 27, The Ransom in the Abyss. The flickering light of Thénardier's lantern in the sewer cast grotesque shadows on the faces of the two men. The convict turned saint, and the innkeeper turned monster. Jean Valjean, staggering under the weight of Marius, was trapped. Thénardier, the eternal predator, saw his chance for ultimate profit. He pointed the lantern at Marius's bleeding, unconscious body. "So, Valjean," Thénardier hissed, a greedy light in his eyes, "you have killed the young man who loves your girl. You are disposing of the body. I know this boy. He is wealthy, and you are a fugitive. This is a perfect transaction. You will pay me a great sum to let you pass, or I will turn you over to the authorities as a murderer." Valjean, exhausted and desperate, did not argue the false charge of murder. Time was the only currency that mattered. Marius was bleeding to death. "How much?" Valjean asked, his voice raw with exhaustion. Thénardier, recognizing the profound urgency in Valjean's voice, named an astronomical sum, 30,000 francs. Valjean reached into his pocket and pulled out his small purse. It contained far less than the demanded ransom. He emptied the coins into Thénardier's outstretched, filthy hand. "That is all I have with me," Valjean stated. "It is enough for now. Let me pass, I will send you the rest." Thénardier sneered. "A promise from a convict? I need collateral." And as Thénardier debated whether to accept the partial payment, his eyes fell upon Valjean's coat. The coat, worn beneath the surface filth, was made of fine, expensive wool, a testament to Valjean's wealth. Thénardier, unable to resist, reached out and violently ripped a large piece of cloth from the coat. "This is my collateral, old man. I will know you by this rag," Thénardier declared, tucking the piece of cloth into his own coat. Valjean did not protest the violent act. He only nodded, his immense strength focused entirely on keeping Marius stable. Thénardier, satisfied with his money and his collateral, then directed Valjean toward the nearest egress. He did not do it out of charity, but because he believed Valjean would die in the sewers anyway, allowing Thénardier to claim the rest of the treasure later. "Go that way through the main flow," Thénardier directed, pointing to a narrow tunnel. "It leads to the grating at the Rue de l'Homme Armé near the river. You will have to lift the grate yourself." Good luck, murderers." Valjean resumed his staggering march, disappearing into the darkness of the foul-smelling tunnel. He reached the final obstacle, a heavy, locked iron grating that sealed the end of the tunnel beneath the surface street. The exhaustion, the stench, and the effort had brought him to the brink of collapse. He had no tool to lift the massive grate. Valjean leaned Marius against the wall and began to push against the iron with a primal, desperate surge of his old, prodigious strength. The rust and the weight made the effort nearly impossible. Just as the grate began to yield with a screech of rusted metal, Valjean looked up through the narrow opening and saw a figure silhouetted against the pale light of the Parisian street. It was Javert. Javert had been systematically scouring the area around the Barricade and the Gorbeau house. Driven by the impossible paradox Valjean had created, the mercy of the convict, Javert had decided that the only place a man could completely vanish was beneath the city. He was waiting at the sewer exits, hoping to find the proof he needed to restore his broken world. The sight of Valjean emerging from the filth, carrying the body of a wounded man, was the proof Javert craved. The convict was caught performing a violent act, confirming his inherent wickedness. "Jean Valjean," Javert's voice was a cold, satisfied whisper. "You are disposing of the body of your victim. You are under arrest." Valjean looked at his nemesis not with fear but with a weary, resigned calm. "I am not killing him, I am saving him. He is wounded from the barricade." Javert, unwilling to entertain the possibility of Valjean's continued virtue, ordered him to surrender. Valjean knew this was the end. His freedom, his life, and his chance to save Marius had all run out. Valjean made a final, desperate plea, appealing not to the inspector's sense of duty, but to his humanity. "I ask you for 1 hour, Inspector. Allow me to take this young man to his grandfather's house, which is nearby. I will then return and surrender myself to you. If I do not, he will surely die." Javert looked at the two men, the convict, filthy and exhausted, yet holding the limp body with astonishing tenderness, and the unconscious student, the victim of the failed revolt. The internal conflict that Valjean had ignited in Javert flared into an agonizing inferno. The law demanded immediate arrest and summary justice. But the man who stood before him was the same man who had spared his life hours earlier. Javert, the unyielding block of justice, was confronted with a living question mark that defied his entire moral code. If Valjean was truly evil, why would he save his rival? If he was good, why was he a convict? The iron of Javert's conscience bent. "Lead the way, Valjean," Javert whispered, his voice trembling with a terrifying uncertainty. "But 1 hour. Not a minute more, I will follow you." The pursuit had become a death march, with the hunter escorting his prey to complete an act of mercy. Javert had yielded to the impossible, forever shattering his absolute faith in the law. Chapter 28: The Collapse of Javert. Jean Valjean staggered out of the sewer exit, carrying the inert body of Marius, followed closely by Javert. The inspector was silent, his movements stiff and mechanical, like a man walking in a trance. The light of the street lamps revealed the absolute filth of Valjean and the blood seeping from Marius's wound. Valjean, fueled by adrenaline and fatherly purpose, navigated the final short distance to Marius's grandfather's house, Monsieur Gillenormand. He knocked urgently on the door, and as a servant answered, Valjean quickly delivered the unconscious Marius into their care, issuing brief, urgent instructions for a doctor. The final surrender. Valjean turned immediately to Javert, fulfilling his pledge. He stood before his enemy, his hands free, ready for the final chain. "It is done, Inspector," Valjean said, his voice quiet. "My time is up. I kept my promise. I am yours." Javert, however, did not move. He did not pull out his handcuffs or issue the arrest command. He stood there, staring at Valjean, his face a horrifying mask of intellectual and spiritual agony. Valjean had, over the course of hours, performed 2 impossible, contradictory acts. He had spared Javert's life at the barricade, the highest act of virtue. He had risked his life to save his romantic rival, the highest act of selfless love. For Javert, whose entire life was built on the rigid duality of law, always right, and crime, always evil, these acts were a philosophical earthquake. Valjean could not be both a criminal and a saint. If Valjean was good, then the law was wrong in condemning him. If the law was wrong, Javert's entire existence, his duty, his code, his identity was a lie. The confession of a conscience. The confrontation became a silent, agonizing mental duel. Javert was torn between 2 absolute necessities: his duty to arrest the convict and his overwhelming moral debt to the man who had shown him mercy. He found himself paralyzed by gratitude and admiration for the man he was sworn to destroy. He spoke, his voice hoarse and unfamiliar. "Valjean, you are a terrible contradiction. You have saved me. You have risked all to save this young man. I was there at the Gorbeau house. I saw the ransom you paid. I should arrest you, but I cannot." This was the ultimate confession. The law, personified by Javert, was incapable of dealing with mercy. And Javert suddenly turned away from Valjean, walking a few steps down the street. He waved his hand toward the darkness. "Go, Valjean," Javert commanded without looking back. "Take your freedom, take your life. I cannot decide what you are. I cannot decide what I am. Go." Valjean, sensing the inspector's profound torment and recognizing his chance, did not hesitate. He moved quickly, turning away from the house, and disappeared into the shadows of the maze-like streets. He was free, not because he had escaped, but because the law itself had released him. The final act. Javert was left alone on the deserted street, his world utterly shattered. He was a man without a code, a compass, or a purpose. His entire life had been defined by following an infallible line of duty, and now that line had been blurred beyond recognition by the shining virtue of a convict. He understood that he had two choices, both intolerable. Arrest Valjean, betraying the man who saved his life, thus confirming himself as an ungrateful brute and violating the very mercy Valjean had shown. Let Valjean go, betraying the law, the sacred, absolute code that had given his life all its meaning. And Javert realized that he could no longer live in a world where good was indistinguishable from evil, where the convict was better than the policeman. The rigidity of his soul could not tolerate the complexity of humanity. He walked mechanically toward the Seine River, the dark, swirling current mirroring the terrifying chaos in his own mind. He reached a bridge, stood for a moment, and penned a final, precise note, not of suicide, but a detailed report to the prefect of police, detailing the flaws in the prison system and the insufficient methods of police surveillance. It was a final, bureaucratic act of duty. Then, with a cold, terrifying determination, Javert plunged himself into the dark waters of the Seine. The law had committed suicide, unable to survive in a world where mercy and grace existed outside its strict, unforgiving code. The man who had pursued Valjean for 20 years had been defeated not by force but by forgiveness. Chapter 29, Marius and the Grandfather. Jean Valjean vanished from the street, leaving Javert to wrestle with his moral agony. Valjean was ignorant of Javert's fate, he only knew he'd been spared. He returned to the house on the Rue de l'Homme Armé, where Cosette waited. Cosette's anxiety had reached a fever pitch. She had endured a night of terror, half believing Valjean's lie that they would return, half sensing his desperate fear. When she saw Valjean return, filthy, exhausted, and smeared with muck, she could only gasp. Valjean reassured her, claiming he'd dealt with an urgent business matter and that the voyage to England was postponed. He offered no further explanation, and Cosette dared not ask. She noted the profound weariness and sorrow in his eyes. Valjean had saved Marius, but the cost was his own soul's quietude, Marius's recovery and reconciliation. Meanwhile, at Monsieur Gillenormand's house, chaos was replaced by meticulous care. The grandfather, shattered by the sight of his beloved grandson returned near death, cast aside all political disputes and focused solely on Marius's survival. Marius was severely wounded, feverish, and near death. The doctor confirmed that only a miracle intervention had saved the young man. Monsieur Gillenormand, who had hidden his deep love for Marius beneath a crusty, royalist facade, underwent a dramatic psychological shift. He spent hours by his grandson's bedside, weeping, praying, and realizing that his political stubbornness had nearly cost him his only remaining family. As Marius slowly recovered, the grandfather confessed his error. He was prepared to welcome his grandson back, not as a forced kin, but as a deeply loved heir. This change healed the family rift that had lasted for years. The fateful revelation. During his long recovery, Marius continually wrestled with the events of the barricade. He remembered the massive figure who had carried him through the sewers, the final words of Eponine, and the ticket to England in his pocket. Most importantly, he remembered Cosette. He realized that the man who had saved his life, the man he had hated for separating him from Cosette, was her protector. He desperately sought the identity of his savior, the man to whom he owed his life. One day, when Marius was strong enough, he asked his grandfather about the man who brought him home. "A filthy, repulsive man," M. Gillenormand stated. "A wretch who carried you on his back. He vanished immediately after." Monsieur Gillenormand had attempted to search for the benefactor to pay him, but to no avail. However, one clue remained. "He tore his miserable coat on the way," M. Gillenormand said. "We found a scrap of black cloth. The doctor used it to bandage your wound. A worthless rag, nothing more." Marius, recalling Thénardier's words in the sewer and the torn piece of cloth that had been Thénardier's collateral, instantly realized the identity of his rescuer. It was Jean Valjean. He realized the murderous foe and the saintly protector were one and the same. The vows. Marius, his heart now overflowing with gratitude and love, wrote a letter to his long-lost love, Cosette, sending it to her last known address. Not long after, Valjean appeared at the Gillenormand house. This was the first full meeting of the three, Marius, Cosette, and Jean Valjean. Marius not only proposed marriage to Cosette, but also expressed his profound, life-altering gratitude to Valjean, swearing to honor him as a father. Valjean gave his consent. His promise to Fantine and his promise to himself were fulfilled. Cosette would be safe, loved, and complete. He also bestowed upon Marius a substantial portion of his wealth, the fortune he had legally accumulated as Monsieur Madeleine, ensuring the young couple's financial security. With M. Gillenormand's delighted approval, the wedding was set. Marius's salvation and Cosette's happiness were finally secured, purchased by Valjean's immense sacrifice. In chapter 30, The Sacrifice, the wedding of Marius and Cosette was a joyous affair, uniting the wealth and nobility of the Gillenormand family with the mysterious grace of Cosette. It was the culmination of Valjean's life project, a scene of absolute untainted happiness. Yet for Jean Valjean it was the beginning of his final agony. He gave Cosette away with a profound, quiet dignity, but his heart was a battlefield. He had fulfilled his promise to Fantine. Cosette was now secured. But in securing her happiness, he had forfeited his own. The unbearable separation. Valjean had always understood that his love for Cosette was an act of possession fueled by atonement. Now with Marius he was forced to release her, and the separation was a physical wrenching of his soul. Cosette, absorbed in the overwhelming joy of her love for Marius, was initially oblivious to the change in Valjean. She still loved him deeply, but her life now belonged to her husband. Valjean, no longer essential to her daily existence, became an extra person in her world. Valjean quickly realized he could not remain in the same house as the newlyweds. His presence, tainted by his past, was a silent threat to their bliss. He withdrew to a small room on the outskirts of the house, visiting Cosette only for brief, formal moments. The visits became shorter and shorter. His fear intensified. Marius, now fully recovered, began gently to inquire about the wealth Valjean had transferred. Valjean's final confession. Valjean knew his time was short. He could not in good conscience allow Cosette to begin her marriage built on a lie. He had to tell Marius the truth before his true identity was exposed by some outside source, such as the escaped Thénardier. One afternoon, Valjean went to Marius. He closed the door, and the air immediately grew heavy with unspoken history. Monsieur Pontmercy, Valjean began, his voice low and firm, I must tell you who I am. Valjean revealed everything. Though the convict, he disclosed his identity as Jean Valjean, the man who spent 19 years in the galleys for stealing a loaf of bread. The fugitive, he admitted his constant flight and the years spent in hiding from the law. The wealth, he revealed that the immense fortune he had given them was legally acquired as Monsieur Madeleine, the respected mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer, but it was tainted by the secrecy of his escape. The final lie, to protect Cosette's image of him, he made one final crucial misrepresentation. He told Marius that he was not Cosette's biological or legal father. He was simply a benevolent guardian who had kidnapped her from the Thénardiers. Valjean's goal was simple: to make himself morally repulsive to Marius, ensuring Marius would protect Cosette from him without ever letting Cosette know the full, terrible truth. Marius's agony. Marius listened, the color draining from his face. His mind was fractured by the opposing images: the heroic figure who saved him in the sewer and the shocking confession of the galley convict. Marius's idealism warred with his conventional morality. He could not reconcile the criminal past with the life-saving act. "You saved my life," Marius stammered, deeply shaken. "I owe you everything, but you are a convict. Your very presence here is a danger to my wife's security and reputation." Valjean nodded, accepting the condemnation fully. "I understand. I came to tell you that I must leave. I will only ask to see Cosette sometimes. I want only to be her friend." Marius, tormented by his moral duty to protect Cosette from shame, but crippled by gratitude, reached a compromise. "You may come and see her," Marius dictated, his voice cold and formal. "But you will come to the house only at night in the dark, and you will never tell her who you truly are. You will tell her only that you are moving away." Valjean agreed. The sacrifice was complete. He had delivered his daughter into happiness by accepting his own eternal exile. The final exile. Valjean's visits to Cosette began. They were agonizing. Cosette, confused by the increasing formality and her grandfather's strange demeanor, grew cooler. Marius ensured that the visits became progressively shorter until Valjean was allowed only a few minutes a week. One day Valjean arrived and found only the empty parlor. Cosette had been told that her old guardian was simply traveling. Valjean, understanding the finality of the rejection, returned to his small room and packed his few remaining belongings. He had chosen the total silence of isolation. He had died for Cosette's happiness. He moved into a small, rented apartment, alone and friendless. He took with him only one thing: the silver candlesticks given to him by the bishop. They remained his sole, silent companions, the only witnesses to his final, complete atonement. Chapter 31: The Grandfather's Last Debt. Jean Valjean retreated into his solitary apartment, his life reduced to a meager, lonely existence. He spent his days in silence, his only comfort the warmth emanating from the silver candlesticks, the bishop's final, perpetual reminder of his sacred purpose. He no longer felt the need to hide, for he had been released by the law and had willingly exiled himself from love. His health, sustained for decades by sheer force of will and the need to protect Cosette, now began a rapid decline. He was dying of grief and loneliness. The revelation of the rag, Meanwhile, Marius settled into married life, but he was unsettled by the lingering mystery of Valjean. He had forbidden Valjean from their house, but the moral contradiction, the convict who was his savior, gnawed at him. One day Thénardier, having escaped custody again, appeared at Marius's door. He was in desperate need of money and saw Marius as his last hope. The Thénardier, seeking to blackmail Marius, offered to sell him information about the man who had supposedly murdered Marius and disposed of the body in the sewer. Marius listened, skeptical but intrigued. Thénardier, with his usual blend of cunning and clumsy exaggeration, claimed that Valjean was a murderer and that he, Thénardier, had saved Marius's life by allowing Valjean to carry the body out of the sewer in exchange for money. "I have the proof, Monsieur Marius." Thénardier snarled, pulling out the piece of cloth he had violently torn from Valjean's coat in the sewer. "The collateral. The piece of the murdered man's coat that I saved you from." Marius seized the rag. He immediately recognized it. It was the piece of cloth that had been used to bandage his shoulder wound, the same coat his grandfather had described. Then Thénardier, eager to prove Valjean's criminality, revealed the ultimate lie. He told Marius. Valjean the murderer, Valjean was not merely a thief. He had murdered a police inspector, Javert, and threw his body into the Seine. Valjean the robber, Valjean had stolen money from the rich, specifically Monsieur Madeleine's fortune, the money Marius had received. The truth unravels. Marius listened, but the pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked into place, revealing the opposite of Thénardier's claims. The murder lie, Marius instantly remembered seeing Valjean lead Javert away from the barricade, ostensibly to be executed. If Valjean had truly murdered Javert, he would have confirmed Thénardier's claim. But Marius suddenly realized Valjean had simply spared Javert's life, an act of profound mercy which led to Javert's own suicide. Valjean was a savior, not a murderer. Though the savior, Thénardier's own account that Valjean paid him to be allowed to carry Marius out of the sewer, confirmed that Valjean had risked everything to save Marius's life. Thénardier, not Valjean, was the parasitic wretch. Marius realized the true, horrifying sacrifice. Valjean had told him the truth about being a convict, but he had omitted the truth of his saintly acts to ensure Marius would reject him, thus protecting Cosette. Marius chased Thénardier out of the house, throwing a large sum of money after him just to be rid of the moral blight. The final race. Marius rushed to Cosette, confessing his terrible mistake. "We have condemned an innocent man. We owe him everything. Your father, Cosette, is a saint." Cosette, horrified by the isolation she had imposed on her beloved guardian, immediately prepared to go to him. Marius and Cosette raced to Valjean's obscure apartment. They found him weak and frail, lying in his bed. He was barely conscious, clinging to life. Beside him, the silver candlesticks shone dimly. Valjean recognized them. A smile of profound peace touched his lips. "Cosette," he whispered, his voice failing. "My little one, my beautiful angels." Marius, weeping, confessed their realization. "Father, we know everything. We know you saved me. We know you are good. Forgive us for the cruelty." Valjean shook his head gently. "There is nothing to forgive. I have lived my life. Cosette, I must tell you who your mother was. A brave, kind woman named Fantine." Valjean told Cosette the story of her mother, of the promise he had made to save her, and of the bishop's charge. He looked at Cosette, the fulfillment of his long, painful life. With his final breath, he gazed at the light of the candlesticks, completing his journey of redemption. The conclusion. Jean Valjean died in the arms of the two people he loved most, his soul finally at peace. Cosette and Marius buried him simply, under a plain stone marked only by a brief epitaph, allowing the former convict to rest in the anonymity he had sought his entire life. They lived out their lives in happiness, forever cherishing the memory of the profound goodness of the man who had lived in the shadow of the law, but had died in the light of grace. Chapter 32: The Slow Death of the Saint. The revelation of Jean Valjean's final days by Marius and Cosette came too late to save his life, but not too late to sanctify his passing. Valjean, now frail and barely conscious, was moved back to the Gillenormand house by the frantic, remorseful couple. He was placed in a quiet room, warmed by a fire and watched over by Cosette, a return to the warmth and love he had willingly sacrificed. The return to grace. Cosette, now fully aware of the extent of Valjean's self-exile and the noble sacrifice that saved her husband, was consumed by grief and devotion. She wept over him, holding his hands, begging for a forgiveness he insisted was unnecessary. "I am home, my child," Valjean whispered, his voice weak. "That is all that matters." Marius, tormented by his harsh judgment, sat quietly, observing the man who had been a mayor, a convict, a fugitive, a hero, and a devoted father. He finally understood the bishop's lesson, that true goodness often wears the mask of crime in the eyes of the law. The final confessions. In his final hours, Valjean needed to complete his final duties. He spoke clearly, though slowly, to Cosette and Marius, recounting the crucial details of his life that he had previously concealed or misrepresented. On Fantine, he gave Cosette a more detailed, loving portrait of her mother, ensuring that Fantine's memory was one of courage and suffering, not shame. He spoke of the sacred promise he made on Fantine's deathbed. on Javert, he confirmed to Marius that he had indeed let Javert go free, explaining that the inspector had been unable to live with the idea of mercy. He subtly emphasized that Javert's death was a form of self-execution by the rigidity of the law, not an act of murder by the convict. On the fortune, he meticulously described the origins of the wealth he had transferred to them, ensuring Marius knew the full sum was legally earned as Monsieur Madeleine. He wanted no lingering suspicion that their happiness was built on stolen goods. The Silver Candlesticks. The Valjean's eyes frequently drifted toward the silver candlesticks, which Marius had hastily brought from the small apartment. The candlesticks, shining beside his deathbed, were the symbolic focus of the room, the physical embodiment of the grace that had transformed him. The Valjean gestured weakly toward them. "My children," he said, his voice barely audible, "you will keep these. They are a gift from a bishop who showed me kindness when I was nothing but a criminal. They are the light of my soul." He told them the story of the bishop, the stolen silver, and the lie that saved his soul. It was the complete final confession, a perfect encapsulation of the novel's central theme, redemption through forgiveness and love, the last breath. As the final moments approached, Valjean's breathing became shallow. Cosette was holding his hand and Marius held the other. Valjean's final gaze fixed on Cosette. "Remember this, my daughter," he murmured. "There is almost nothing else in the world but this, to love one another. You will always be in my heart." He closed his eyes. His breath faded away. Jean Valjean died quietly, not with the agonizing fear of the fugitive, but with the profound peace of a man who had fulfilled his purpose. He had successfully completed the immense task given to him by the bishop, to transition from a figure of absolute condemnation to one of absolute salvation. In Chapter 33, The Search for Monsieur Madeleine. The house on the Rue des Filles du Calvaire was draped in solemn quiet following the death and simple burial of Jean Valjean. Cosette was plunged into profound grief, mourning the man she had loved completely, yet only truly understood in his final hours. Marius, consumed by guilt and the need for absolute truth, could not rest. He had heard Valjean's final confessions about the bishop, Fantine, and the wealth earned as Monsieur Madeleine, but these fragments of heroism needed verification. The Valjean was a convict, and Marius was still a lawyer seeking verifiable facts. The investigation. Marius embarked on a quiet, meticulous investigation, a penance for his previous harsh judgment. He leveraged his legal training and his grandfather's connections to access old records. The case of Mayor Madeleine, Marius journeyed to Montreuil-sur-Mer. He found the industrial town still bearing the invisible scars of the mayor who had vanished. He visited the factory, interviewed old workers, and saw the lasting legacy of compassion and innovation left by Madeleine. He saw with his own eyes the proof of Valjean's genius and virtue. He confirmed that the fortune was indeed earned honestly. The case of Fantine, Marius found evidence of Fantine's tragic life, her sacrifice, her illness, and Madeleine's desperate, unwavering care for her. He realized the depth of Valjean's promise and the selfless nature of his 20-year commitment to Cosette. The case of Javert. Marius searched the police archives for records related to the June Rebellion and the subsequent cleanup. He found the final official report from the prefect, which referenced Javert's detailed memorandum. Marius obtained a copy of the memorandum. Reading Javert's final clinical report, detailing the flaws in the system and his decision to release a dangerous fugitive, Valjean, Marius grasped the moral collapse that had led to the inspector's suicide in the Seine. The truth of the two Valjeans. Though the investigation profoundly changed Marius, he realized that the man he had married Cosette to was not merely a good man, but a figure of mythic stature. Though he had saved Fantine from prostitution and death, Cosette from the Thénardiers, Marius from the barricade and the sewer, Javert from execution, Valjean had chosen to suffer under the identity of the convict to enable the freedom and happiness of others. Marius understood that Valjean's most profound act of sacrifice was not carrying him through the sewer, but enduring the loneliness of his last months to protect Cosette from the shame of the galleys. Sharing the sanctity. Marius returned to Paris, his heart heavy with admiration and regret. He sat with Cosette and began to share the details he had uncovered. He did not emphasize the criminality of Valjean. Instead, he recounted the immense, verifiable goodness of Monsieur Madeleine. He gave her Fantine's locket and shared the stories of her mother's courage and Valjean's loyalty. He helped Cosette transition her grief from simple sorrow to a profound, almost religious veneration of her guardian. Cosette, strengthened by the knowledge of her mother's love and her father's heroism, accepted the truth. The dark shadow of secrecy that had always clung to Valjean was lifted, replaced by the pure light of his memory. The final, essential task remained: reconciling the family. Marius presented his findings to Monsieur Gillenormand, who, chastened by his own near loss of Marius, listened with rare humility. Though the old man, once obsessed with social propriety, wept upon hearing the true nobility of the convict. The family was finally whole, united by the immense, self-sacrificing love of the man they had failed to appreciate until it was too late. Chapter 34. The Final Fate of Thénardier. After being forcefully ejected from Marius's apartment, Thénardier disappeared back into the endless dark maze of Paris. He carried with him the large sum of money Marius had thrown at him, a gesture of contempt rather than payment. Though rich by his standards, Thénardier was still a man defined by avarice, malice, and paranoia. Though the money did not bring him peace, it only brought him the means to escape the immediate threat of the French police, exile and descent. Thénardier, along with his surviving wife, fled France, believing they were still being hunted by Marius and the law. They settled in America, a vast anonymous land where he could reinvent himself one final time. In America, Thénardier adopted a new grandiose identity, Baron Thénard, a ruined French nobleman forced into exile. He attempted to use the money and his assumed status to enter society, but his innate, visceral wickedness could not be disguised. He quickly squandered the money through bad investments, gambling, and absurd schemes fueled by greed. His innate talent lay not in creation or commerce, but solely in parasitism. Madame Thénardier, worn down by a life of perpetual crime, poverty, and her husband's cruelty, eventually died in obscurity. Thénardier was left entirely alone, his supposed noble life in ruins. The final encounter. Years passed. The Thénardier was reduced to his final, most miserable state, a solitary, aging beggar clinging to the remnants of his fraudulent persona, haunting the obscure corners of the vast American city. It was during this period of destitution that fate provided a final, inevitable twist, bringing Thénardier into contact with the very people he had tormented. One day, while seeking donations in a park, Thénardier spotted a well-dressed, dignified couple passing by, Marius and Cosette. The couple, having traveled to America for business and pleasure, were utterly unaware of the wretch watching them. Thénardier immediately recognized Cosette, the little girl he had abused and whose happiness he had failed to destroy. He saw in her radiant, settled happiness the profound failure of his entire existence. He approached them, intending to launch a final, desperate blackmail attempt. "Monsieur Pontmercy," Thénardier called out, adopting a pitiful, theatrical stance. "Do you recognize me? I am Baron Thénard, a ruined man. I have valuable secrets about your family." Marius, recognizing the vile voice and the wretched figure, reacted with cold disdain. He was no longer the idealistic student, he was a man of substance, secure in his knowledge of Valjean's truth. "Thénardier," Marius stated simply, "I know everything. Your lies about Jean Valjean are useless. You were paid to leave me alone. Now disappear forever." The Thénardier, realizing his usual tactics had failed, tried one final scheme. He attempted to sell Marius the last, most absurd lie he possessed, a grotesque misrepresentation of the events in the sewer. Thénardier claimed that Jean Valjean had actually murdered a man at the barricade, and that Thénardier, the true hero, had seen the body and helped Valjean dispose of it. As proof, Thénardier described the events in the sewer. How Valjean tore a piece of the victim's coat to use as a bandage. The final truths. Marius listened calmly. He looked at the tattered piece of cloth Thénardier offered as proof of murder, the piece of the blue coat Valjean had worn. Marius smiled, a look of profound, ironic pity crossing his face. Thénardier, Marius said, the man Jean Valjean carried through the sewer was me. Though the coat he tore was his own, and he carried me, the man he hated, to save my life. Though the truth, stark and undeniable, shattered Thénardier's final, desperate attempt at malice, he saw the ultimate, complete failure of his wickedness. Even his most cynical lie had only served to confirm the transcendent goodness of Jean Valjean. Marius, tired of the perpetual shadow of the wretch, simply offered him a final, decisive sum of money, a massive, life-changing remittance on one condition: Thénardier must never return to France or approach Cosette again. The Thénardier, faced with actual, staggering wealth that he did not have to steal or murder for, finally accepted. His malice collapsed under the weight of sheer greed. He took the money and, for the first time in his life, fulfilled a promise. He disappeared forever, sinking into the anonymity of the New World, destined to spend his final years in the selfish comfort bought by the indirect generosity of the man he hated. Chapter 35: The Legacy of Light. The final, decisive encounter with Thénardier in America cemented the truth for Marius and Cosette. Jean Valjean was not merely a good man, he was a testament to the transformative power of love and sacrifice. They returned to Paris, their lives permanently enriched and humbled by this knowledge. Their marriage, though initially troubled by the shame Marius felt over Valjean's status, was now built upon an unshakable foundation of shared admiration and devotion to Valjean's memory. Though the veneration of the convict, Marius, having discovered Valjean's immense wealth, his legal integrity as Monsieur Madeleine, and the true story of the sewer escape, dedicated himself to honoring his Saviour's name. Philanthropy. Marius, with Cosette's eager support, used Valjean's fortune to quietly continue the philanthropic works that Monsieur Madeleine had begun in Montreuil-sur-Mer. They established schools, provided aid to the working poor, and financed charities that supported women and children, continuing the promise Valjean had made to Fantine. The candlesticks, the silver candlesticks, were placed centrally in their home, no longer just a decorative item but a sacred relic. They were lit every evening, serving as the permanent, glowing symbol of the grace and forgiveness that redeemed Valjean's soul and ultimately secured their happiness. Through the story, Marius and Cosette made a pact. They would never reveal the convict status of Jean Valjean publicly. Instead, they spoke of him only as the honorable, if eccentric, Monsieur Fauchelevent, a man of profound charity whose devotion to Cosette was boundless. They ensured that the legend of his goodness, not the legal stain of his past, was his enduring legacy. The maturing of Cosette. Cosette, once the sheltered, passive figure, matured into a woman of quiet strength and deep empathy. The truth about her mother, Fantine, awakened a powerful sense of social justice in her. She understood that her idyllic life had been purchased by her mother's suffering and Valjean's decades of penitence. She dedicated her time to visiting the poor and the sick, finding her deepest satisfaction in mirroring the silent, selfless service that Valjean had exemplified. Her beauty was now matched by a radiant internal goodness. The return of the ABC friends. Marius, finally at peace with his past, reconciled fully with his surviving friends from the Friends of the ABC. They met frequently, their revolutionary fervor now channeled into political advocacy and social reform. They never forgot the heroes who died at the barricades, Enjolras, the purist idealist, Combeferre, the philosopher, and the brave street urchin Gavroche. They understood that though the revolution had failed physically, its ideals continued to live through their generation's commitment to justice. Marius often recounted the story of the barricade and the sewer, carefully omitting Valjean's identity, but emphasizing the heroism of the mysterious figure who fought without killing and saved without seeking reward. Though the epitaph. Years later, Marius and Cosette returned to the small, anonymous cemetery where Jean Valjean was buried. Over time, the rain and sun had worn away the simple chalk inscription on the tombstone. Marius, now a respected lawyer and a figure of quiet influence, commissioned a new, simple granite marker. On it, he insisted on carving the most honest yet discreet epitaph possible. The stone read, "Gervais he sleeps." Though fate was cruel to him, he lived. He died when he had lost his angel, the thing. It came to pass simply of its own accord. The way that night comes when the daylight starts to go. The epitaph written by Marius captured the true essence of Valjean's journey, a life defined by suffering but redeemed entirely by his immense, final love for Cosette. The couple left the cemetery, their hearts filled with gratitude. They knew that their life of light, love, and security was the true monument to the man who was once the darkest symbol of misfortune, Jean Valjean, the ex-convict. Chapter 36, The Full Tragedy of Fantine. Marius and Cosette found a small, meticulously preserved trunk among Jean Valjean's few belongings. Inside were journals, receipts, and correspondence detailing the agonizing years Valjean spent trying to protect Fantine and later save her daughter. The contents of the trunk allowed Cosette to finally confront the complete devastating truth of her mother's life, a story Valjean had only hinted at on his deathbed. The fall of the flower. Though the narrative shifts entirely to a detailed flashback sequence, guided by Fantine's preserved letters and Valjean's journal entries. INT factory day flashback. We see Fantine 22, initially a radiant, hard-working woman. She is proud of her job at Monsieur Madeleine's factory, viewing it as the only stable anchor in her turbulent life. Her sole motivation is to earn money to support Cosette, whom she believes is being cared for by the kind Thénardiers, a painful irony underscored by the current-day narrative. We see the petty cruelty of her fellow workers. The forewoman, a jealous and rigid woman, discovers Fantine's secret, the existence of her illegitimate child. Fantine is brought before the new temporary factory manager appointed while Madeleine is away. The manager, driven by social convention and fear of scandal, fires Fantine instantly. Fantine, desperate, pleads for her job, tears streaming down her face. She explains that without the work, her child will starve. The manager is unmoved. Ext. Nemointrulsurmr day flashback. Fantine, now penniless, walks the streets, rejected by society. She finds small, degrading jobs, but the money is never enough to meet the Thénardiers' increasingly exorbitant demands for Cosette's care. We see her physical and moral decline in sharp, agonizing stages. Cutting her hair, Fantine sells her beautiful golden hair, a symbol of her youth and grace, to a wigmaker to send money to the Thénardiers. Selling her teeth, the payment demands increase. Fantine, in a terrifying display of desperation, sells her 2 front teeth to a traveling dentist. The pain is physical and spiritual. Her beauty, her last remaining asset, is destroyed. Prostitution, the Thénardiers' final, most brutal letter arrives demanding more money or they will abandon Cosette. Fantine, utterly broken, is left with no choice. The scene depicts Fantine's first night on the streets as a prostitute, a moment of profound tragedy, framed by the cold, unforgiving architecture of the small town. INT. The town square night flashback. The moment of confrontation that led to Valjean's intervention is shown in agonizing detail. Fantine, in a drunken, despairing rage, confronts a wealthy townsman who insults and throws snow down her dress. The crowd gathers and the police intervene. The local police chief, a man with the cold, unforgiving face of Javert, though Valjean had not yet met him, immediately orders Fantine's arrest and a 6-month jail sentence. Just as the police drag her away, Monsignor Madeleine Valjean appears. He is informed of the situation. Valjean, seeing the pure, desperate suffering in Fantine's eyes, finally understands his own responsibility, that his wealth and status, built on his secrecy, had failed to protect the vulnerable in his own factory. Valjean, with quiet authority, stops the arrest. He pays the fine, confronts the abusive townsman, and makes the solemn vow to Fantine he will save her and retrieve her daughter, the final promise. Though the flashback concludes with Valjean taking the sick, dying Fantine to the infirmary. Valjean, now burdened by the full weight of his moral obligation, searches desperately for Cosette. The final image of the sequence is Fantine's fevered, final moments. She dies in the infirmary, clinging to the false, comforting promise Valjean had whispered to her, that Cosette was safe and coming to her soon. GILLENORMAND drawing room present. Though the narrative snaps back to the present, Cosette is weeping, holding the tattered final letter from her mother. Marius holds her, tears in his own eyes. The revelation is complete. Cosette now understands that every single one of Valjean's sacrifices, his flight from Javert, his self-exile, his acceptance of Marius's cruelty, was a direct consequence of his sacred vow to her mother. They realized that the silver candlesticks were not just a memento of the bishop, but a constant, burning reminder of the promise Valjean carried for Fantine. Though the tragedy of Fantine has become the ethical foundation of their life. Chapter 37, The Unbending Line of Duty. Marius, through his legal inquiries following Valjean's death, was able to piece together the tragic life and demise of Inspector Javert. The story of Javert was a necessary counterbalance to Valjean's, illustrating how the law, when devoid of mercy, becomes a destructive force even to its most devoted servant. The narrative shifts to a series of flashbacks, narrated by Marius's research into police records and Javert's own final memorandum. The birth of absolute duty. INT, police station prison night flashback. We see the origins of Javert, 8 years old. He was born inside a prison, the son of a fortune teller and a galley slave. This immediate exposure to the two extremes of society, the outcast and the condemned, forged his absolute rigid worldview. Young Javert vows to dedicate his life to the law, not for power but for order. He believed that society was divided into two immutable categories, those who obeyed and those who committed crime. He was determined to erase the shame of his birth by becoming the most incorruptible arm of justice. We see his early career, disciplined, cold, and relentlessly effective. Now he rose quickly through the ranks, his lack of pity deemed a virtue. The obsession begins. INT Toulon Galley Day flashback. The moment of their first fateful encounter is revisited with greater detail. Javert, 25 years old, now a guard, stands over a powerful, weary convict, Jean Valjean. Javert does not see a man, he sees number 24,601, an entity of pure criminality. He witnesses Valjean's immense physical strength, an attempt to save a fellow convict, and interprets it as the dangerous, untamed power of a beast. Javert's obsession begins here. Valjean is the embodiment of the unpredictable, monstrous element of crime, and Javert must spend his life caging it. The fall of the detective. INT Parisian Police Office Night Flashback. The narrative moves to the night Javert made the colossal error of denouncing Monsieur Madeleine Valjean to the prefect. We see the detective's cold, calculating certainty based entirely on his physical recognition of Valjean. The ensuing scene in the courtroom, where Javert witnesses Valjean's shocking self-sacrifice to save the innocent champion, is shown from Javert's perspective. He sees Valjean, the monster, confessing to prevent an innocent man from being condemned, an act that defies all of Javert's legal and moral logic. Javert's rigid world suffers its first terrible fracture. He reports his mistake and submits his resignation, an act of absolute loyalty to the law, recognizing his error in judging facts, but not his flaw in judging morality. The prefect, seeing his value, refuses the resignation and transfers him to Paris. The collapse of the code. Next, alley off the barricade night flashback. The crucial moment of Valjean's mercy is shown one final time, but now entirely through Javert's tortured perception. Valjean cuts his bonds. Valjean tells him to leave. Javert experiences a sudden, catastrophic shift. The law which should condemn has been superseded by mercy which forgives. The black and white world has dissolved into a gray void. Javert realizes that he owes his life to the very man he had sworn to destroy. His final hours are depicted with terrifying solitude. He walks the streets of Paris, his mind racing, unable to reconcile. A duty, arrest Valjean, betraying mercy. Ingratitude, let Valjean go, betraying the laws. Next, PONTAU change bridge, night flashback. Javert reaches the bridge over the Seine. He pens his final memorandum, a precise, cold analysis of police failings, his last act of service to the system that failed him. He looks into the dark, swirling waters. The chaos below reflects the chaos within. Unable to live in a universe where the convict is a better man than the inspector, Javert makes his final terrible choice. So he casts himself into the Seine. The Inheritance of Truth. INTGILLENORMAND drawing room present. Marius closes the final police report. He looks at Cosette. He was not a cruel man, Cosette, Marius states quietly. He was a man who served a cruel idea. Valjean's forgiveness did not save Javert, it destroyed him. Javert could not live in a world where good and evil wore the wrong uniforms. Cosette nods, understanding the full, complex heroism of her guardian. Valjean was a man defined by love who ultimately defeated his greatest enemy not with force but with grace. Chapter 38, The Heirs of Compassion. With the two shadows, Jean Valjean's secrecy and Javert's relentless pursuit, finally lifted, Marius and Cosette entered a phase of profound stability and purpose. Their lives became a testament to the transformative power of Valjean's final sacrifice, the lawyer of the people. Marius resumed his career as a lawyer, but his idealism was now tempered by the harsh lessons of the barricade and the humbling truth of Valjean's life. He realized that true justice lay not in abstract political theory, but in defending the marginalized and the unfortunate. Marius quickly earned a reputation as the lawyer of the people. He specialized in cases involving the working poor, the falsely accused, and those victimized by the rigid cruelty of the legal system, the very people Valjean had spent his life evading or protecting. A Parisian courtroom day. We see a detailed scene of Marius passionately defending a poor, starving baker accused of petty theft. His defense mirrors the circumstances of Valjean's original crime, highlighting the moral failure of a society that punishes survival. His rhetoric is powerful, infused with the moral authority he inherited from Valjean. He argues not merely for acquittal, but for compassion within the framework of the law, arguing that extreme poverty often leads to a moral necessity that supersedes simple statute. Marius's success and growing reputation were driven by his belief that every client was potentially another Jean Valjean, a good soul cornered by wretched circumstance. Cosette's quiet strength. Cosette, now a wealthy society woman, rejected the idle lifestyle typically associated with her class. Her quiet demeanor masked a fierce commitment to charity, modeled after the silent, powerful generosity of Monsieur Madeleine. She organized and managed the funds left by Valjean, ensuring that the money was used for maximum social good. Poor Parisian Neighborhood Day. Cosette is shown making discreet visits to the homes of the sick and the destitute. She never announces her name or her purpose. She simply leaves aid, medicine, and encouragement. In one poignant scene, she encounters a small, hungry child and, recognizing the image of her own past self, ensures the child is cared for, creating a direct, unbroken line of charity stretching from Fantine's suffering through Valjean's sacrifice to her own actions. She teaches the neighborhood children songs, often humming the very melody Valjean used to sing to her in the darkness of the convent garden, a melody of hope and hidden love. Monsieur Gillenormand's redemption. Monsieur Gillenormand lived to a very old age, his final years marked by profound tenderness and a complete break from his former prejudices. The old man, who once lived for the gossip and rigid conventions of the aristocracy, now spoke only of Marius's kindness and Cosette's generosity. His most precious memory was not his noble lineage, but the final brief moments with the heroic man who saved his grandson. He would often look at the silver candlesticks, understanding that the true aristocracy lay not in birth, but in the character of men like Valjean. Gillenormand ensured that Marius and Cosette inherited his full, untainted estate, knowing that their combined fortune would be used to foster a more just and compassionate society. The hope of the next generation. Marius and Cosette were blessed with children. Their home became a sanctuary of light and peace, a stark contrast to the darkness and turbulence of their youth. They raised their children with two distinct moral legacies. The idealism of the barricade, the pursuit of systemic justice inherited from the friends of the ABC, the mercy of the candlesticks, the practice of individual compassion inherited from Jean Valjean. Their children grew up knowing the story of the mysterious benefactor who saved their father's life and the beautiful, brave grandmother Fantine who made the ultimate sacrifice. They never knew the full weight of the galleys, only the infinite grace that came from them. The final image of the chapter is the young family gathered around the fireplace, the silver candlesticks casting a warm glow over them, signifying the ultimate triumph of love over law, mercy over misery. Chapter 39, The Children of the Barricade. Marius carried the memory of the June Rebellion as a sacred trust. Though he had survived, he never forgot the idealism and the terrible sacrifice of his friends, the friends of the ABC. As he matured, he often shared the stories of the barricade with Cosette and his children, ensuring the legacy of those who died for a fleeting dream of liberty would endure. The narrative focuses on a deep dive into the lives and final moments of the key students and Gavroche. Enjolras, the angel of the revolution. The flashback centers on Enjolras, the charismatic and cold leader. We see his life not just as a student, but as an almost religious ascetic dedicated entirely to the Republic. Rue DELACHANVRERIE Tavern Night Flashback. Hours before the final assault, Enjolras stands alone, gazing at the portrait of liberty he carries in his mind. Comefera attempts to soften Enjolras's rigid idealism, arguing that while they fight for the ideal republic, the ultimate goal must be humanity and education. Enjolras listens but remains unyielding. To the final stand, when the barricade is finally breached, Enjolras is the last one standing, his face illuminated by the muzzle flashes. He refuses to surrender or beg for mercy. The scene details his final defiant moments as he is executed against the tavern wall. His death is portrayed as the ultimate martyrdom, the pure ideal consumed by brute force. The philosophers and the comedian. We see quick, poignant vignettes of the other main students. COMBFERRE, he is shown attending to the wounded with tireless compassion. His final act is not charging the enemy, but attempting to save a wounded soldier while simultaneously arguing with a fellow student about the necessity of future education for the masses. He dies, his hands stained with blood trying to heal. COURFEYRAC, the cheerful heart of the group. We see his death as a moment of pure, joyful bravery, rushing headlong into the fray, turning his death into a final, extravagant jest against tyranny. BAHUOREL and GRIVIAUX. They die side by side, their arguments, one an abstract philosopher, the other a pragmatic scientist, silenced forever by a single volley. Their deaths symbolize the destruction of intellectual dialogue. Gavroche, the spirit of Paris. The focus shifts to Gavroche, the street urchin who was the unofficial mascot of the barricade. EXT, barrel behind barricade day flashback. The crucial sequence where the students run out of ammunition is expanded. Enjolras demands more cartridges. Gavroche volunteers. The ammunition run, Gavroche, nimble and fearless, darts out into the kill zone, collecting cartridges from the bodies of the fallen National Guardsmen. He sings loudly a mocking, defiant, self-penned song to distract the enemy and mask his terror. The soldiers, initially amused by the boy's audacity, soon recognize the danger. First, a shot misses him. He continues singing. Second, a shot wounds his arm. He continues gathering the precious ammunition. Third, a shot strikes him in the chest. Gavroche stumbles, but his final act is a defiant, mocking verse of his song sung through a spray of blood. He collapses and dies with a final, heart-breaking shout of freedom. His death is the ultimate symbol of the poor of Paris, witty, brave, and the first to pay the price for the dreams of the educated. Marius's burden. INT, GILL Leonore Home Night Present. Marius finishes recounting the stories to Cosette. He explains the profound guilt he carried, knowing that he went to the barricades seeking death while they went seeking justice. "I survived, Cosette," Marius says, his voice thick with emotion. "But I lived because Valjean, a true martyr of the human spirit, chose to save my life. I carry the debt of the ABC, the debt of Gavroche, and the debt of Valjean. We must live lives worthy of their sacrifice." Cosette embraces him. They agree that the truest tribute to the fallen is not a monument of stone, but a life dedicated to fighting the misérables, the wretchedness that creates the need for barricades in the first place. In Chapter 40, The Unseen Wounds of Paris. Years passed after the marriage of Marius and Cosette. The monarchy, though temporarily stabilized after the June rebellion, faced increasing instability. Paris, the true protagonist of the story, carried the invisible scars of the massacre, the memory of the barricade. Marius and Cosette made an annual pilgrimage to the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the site of the fallen barricade. They found the street returned to normal, the paving stones nightly replaced, the tavern rebuilt. Nothing remained physically to mark the bloody strand. This physical normalcy only served to amplify the hidden tragedy for Marius. He often stood in the exact spot where Enjolras fell, remembering the chilling purity of the student's sacrifice. Ext. Rue de l'Achanvrerie Day. A subtle scene, Marius points out a specific stone to Cosette. Marius whispers, "It was here, Cosette, right here, where Gavroche fell. The memory is sharp, but the city forgets." Cosette, her hand on his arm, counters gently, "But we do not. The stones may forget, but the progress they fought for, the hope Valjean lived for, that is built on the love we show today." Their pilgrimage was not one of political nostalgia, but a solemn vow to continue fighting the misérables through legal reform and charity. The legacy of the law. Marius, now deeply engaged in his legal work, often encountered the lingering effects of Javert's influence, a system deeply rooted in rigid punishment and suspicion. He worked tirelessly to change this culture, striving to introduce the concept of rehabilitation into the legal framework. Int. Marius Law Office Day. Marius reviews the case of a former convict struggling to find work. The case is almost identical to the obstacles faced by Valjean years ago. He reflects on his own transformation. He, the former student revolutionary, now worked within the system. His most powerful weapon was not a rifle, but Valjean's story, which taught him that human goodness could blossom even after condemnation. He successfully argues for the former convict, convincing the judge that permanent condemnation is a moral failure of the state, not the individual. The verdict is a small, quiet victory against the spirit of Javert. The silver and the gold. Int. The Leonore home night. Monsieur Gillenormand, in his final years, entrusted Marius with the remaining details of his estate. He revealed that he had converted much of his inherited land holdings into gold reserves, ensuring the financial stability of the young couple and their children. Gillenormand, frail but clear-minded, points to the silver candlesticks that always rest on the mantelpiece. Gillenormand, softly, the gold, that is the world's currency, Marius. It buys a security, but the silver, that is your inheritance from that extraordinary man. It buys a salvation. Never forget which is the true treasure. The old man, who once valued only status and wealth, had learned in his final years that love and mercy were the true, imperishable fortunes. He died soon after, reconciled with his past and profoundly grateful for the strange, heroic convict who had saved his family. The true revolution. Marius and Cosette often discussed the definition of revolution. They concluded that the greatest change was not the violent overthrow of a regime, but the slow, persistent transformation of individual hearts. Cosette summarized their philosophy during a moment of quiet reflection. Cosette to Marius. The barricade was a moment of fire, Marius. It burned brightly, then it was gone. But your father, Valjean, his life was a revolution of the soul. He proved that misery does not have to be inherited. That is the light we live by. They decided to name their first daughter Fantine, honoring the memory of the woman whose suffering had started the long, improbable chain of events that led to their happiness. The naming was their final, perfect tribute to the legacy of the truly wretched, the true Misérables of Paris. Chapter 41, The Deepest Abyss. Even as Marius and Cosette dedicated their lives to quiet benevolence, they understood that their happiness was built upon a vast foundation of human misery. They realized that Jean Valjean himself had emerged from, and occasionally had to navigate, the lowest depths of Parisian society, the world of the true Misérables. Marius, through his legal cases, often came into contact with the desperate and the criminal, prompting him to reflect deeply on the origins of crime. The Parisian underworld. The narrative shifts to a series of detailed flashbacks and observations that explore the strata of the Parisian underworld, the same environment that produced Thénardier and Gavroche. Int. The Courtyard of Miracles flashback. Marius recalls the horrifying descriptions of the Cour des Miracles, the Court of Miracles. the historical den of thieves and beggars who faked their disabilities during the day to gain sympathy and money. The scene depicts the deceptive glamour and the brutal reality of this community, the hierarchy of professional beggary, the complete absence of law, and the chilling efficiency of their self-governance. It serves as a visual reminder of the darkness Valjean had to escape and the desperation that fueled Javert's absolute legalism. The criminal class and the revolution. The narrative focuses on the complex role of the criminal class during the June Rebellion. EXT. NEAR the Barricade Night flashback. We see a group of hardened criminals and street roughs gathered near the student barricade. They are not fighting for the Republic, they are fighting for chaos, an opportunity for looting and score settling. Valjean's observation, a brief internal thought from Valjean's perspective at the time. He recognizes that the spirit of the people at the barricade is mixed. There are the idealists, the students, and the desperate, the poor, but also the vultures, the criminals. A crucial moment, a criminal attempts to take advantage of the chaos to rob a fallen soldier. Gavroche, despite his own status as a street urchin, intervenes fiercely, defending the moral integrity of the rebellion, demonstrating that even among the outcast, a line exists between survival and pure malice. The role of poverty and fate. Marius and Cosette often discussed the philosophy of fate versus environment. They concluded that poverty was often a more potent criminal than the individual himself. Marius reflected on the two children of the Thénardiers he knew. Gavroche, though born into the worst criminality, he possessed an innate, shining goodness and died a hero. Fantine, though capable of great acts of kindness, saving Marius, taking his final letter, she was ultimately destroyed by the environment of misery and her own bitter, unrequited love. INT. GILLENORMAND home night present. Marius discusses Epontine's final note with Cosette, revealing the deeper tragedy. Eponine loved him and died to ensure his safety. Marius to Cosette, Eponine, she was a miserable in the truest sense. Her life was a wreck, yet she performed an act of absolute saintliness. It was not her character, but her circumstances that condemned her. Cosette gently. Then the true battle is not against the criminal Marius, but against the circumstances. Your father taught us that. He changed his circumstance through sheer will, but he helped others change theirs through kindness. The legacy of the outcast. The chapter closes with Marius and Cosette making a renewed commitment. Their charitable work will focus not just on monetary aid, but on providing dignity and opportunity to those born into the abyss, hoping to break the cyclical curse of poverty and crime that had plagued Fantine and the Thénardiers. They understood that the most powerful revenge against the misery of the world was to ensure that future generations would not be forced to choose between the law and survival, as Jean Valjean once was. In Chapter 42, Domestic Bliss and Lingering Shadows. The years immediately following the death of Jean Valjean and the final exile of Thénardier brought a deep, abiding peace to the household of Marius and Cosette. Their life was one of material comfort, intellectual engagement, and shared purpose, fulfilling the vision of happiness Valjean had dedicated his life to achieving. The nuances of married love. Their love, initially a purely romantic ideal, matured into a realistic, profound partnership. Marius's growth. Marius, having overcome his youthful revolutionary fervor and his later moral rigidity, became an affectionate and devoted husband. He channeled his passion into his legal work and his quiet philanthropy. His devotion to Cosette was total, rooted in the gratitude he felt for Valjean, which bound him to her for life. Cosette's strength, Cosette's character evolved dramatically. She shed the timidity of her convent upbringing and the melancholy of her first love. She became the organized, warm heart of the family, managing the estate and guiding their charitable endeavors. Her greatest strength lay in her unshakable moral compass, inherited from Valjean. INT GILLEONORMAND Home Library Nights. A quiet, intimate scene. Marius is working on a difficult legal brief. Cosette is reading nearby. Cosette gently, "You are frowning, Marius. Is the case so troubling?" Marius, "It is a case of betrayal, Cosette. A man betrayed his friend for a small profit. I find that malice so much harder to forgive than the desperation of a thief." And Cosette, "Your father, Valjean, he taught us that even in betrayal we must seek the shadow of circumstance. Perhaps the malice was simply the deepest despair disguised." Marius puts down his pen. He smiles at her, recognizing the wisdom of Valette's legacy speaking through her. Marius, "You are right. The silver light always guides you better than the cold logic of the law, ma chérie. The lingering shadow of secrecy." Despite their peace, a subtle, unspoken shadow remained, the absolute secrecy surrounding Jean Valjean's identity as a convict. They maintained the polite fiction that Monsieur Fauchelevent, Valjean's final alias, was an eccentric, reclusive guardian. This was necessary to protect their children and their social standing from the irreversible strain of the galleys. EXT. A Parisian garden day. A social gathering. A distant acquaintance, unaware of the family connection, casually mentions the notorious case of Jean Valjean. acquaintance, a monster of a convict, they say, escaped countless times. People like that never change. Marius and Cosette exchange a quick, tense look. They have perfected the art of changing the subject immediately and politely. Later, Cosette asks Marius, "Cosette, do you ever wish we could tell the world who he truly was, Marius? That he was the greatest man either of us ever knew? In Marius every day, but his final sacrifice was choosing silence over our peace. We honor him by protecting that peace. The world only needs to see the light of the candlesticks, not the darkness that created them. The inheritance of the ABC. The chapter also highlights the enduring bond between Marius and the surviving members of the Friends of the ABC. Guest House Annual Reunion. Marius meets with Grantaire, the cynical but loyal friend who survived, perhaps because he was too drunk to be recognized during the final massacre, and a few others who escaped execution. The conversation is marked by a blend of nostalgia and maturity. They toast the memory of Enjolras, but they no longer speak of immediate, violent revolution. They discuss gradual reform, working within the legislative system to correct the very injustices they once fought against with weapons. Grantaire Riley, we traded cobblestones for courtrooms, Pontmercy. Not quite the republic we imagined, but at least the prisons are better lit. In Marius, we learned that to light a fire is easy, Grantaire. To keep a flame burning, to sustain real change through law and kindness, that is the true long war. Though the chapter closes with Marius returning home, understanding that the revolution did not die at the barricade. It simply took root in the quiet courage of their domestic life, sustained by the enduring legacy of Jean Valjean. Chapter 43, The Next Generation. The years passed. Marius and Cosette had built a family, raising their children in a home filled with the light of truth and compassion, a stark contrast to the darkness and secrets that had defined their own youth. Their first daughter was named Fantine, honoring the brave mother. The mysterious stories. The children grew up curious about the strange stories and towering figures of their family history. The porter, they knew of a mysterious, immensely strong man named Monsieur Fauchelevent, Valjean's final alias, whom they were taught to revere deeply, but whose true origins were never discussed. The Silver Candlesticks, they were intensely curious about the pair of silver candlesticks that always rested solemnly on the mantelpiece, only lit on special holidays. Cosette told them they were the light of kindness, a gift from one saintly man who saved another. The lost uncles, they knew about the brave uncles who fell on the barricade for liberty. Marius recounted these tales with the reverence of one who had witnessed gods die. inherited compassion. Though the wealth and legacy of Valjean instilled in the next generation a sense of responsibility, not luxury. Ext. Parisian Park Day. Fantine, Marius and Cosette's daughter, now a young woman, exhibited a deep, innate empathy for the poor. She often accompanied her mother on visits to impoverished neighborhoods, but unlike her mother, who acted in the silence of secrecy, the young Fantine yearned for active engagement. In one scene, Fantine encounters an elderly beggar woman on the street. She not only gives money but stops to speak, looking into the woman's eyes with absolute respect, an action that exactly mirrors how Jean Valjean had treated Fantine, her grandmother. Marius, witnessing this, realized that compassion had been passed down, not through blood, but through the power of example, the challenge of truth. As Fantine grew older, she began to ask deeper questions that Marius and Cosette struggled to answer. Fantine, daughter, Father, Monsieur Fauchelevent, if he was so good, why do we have no letters from his family? Why does mother always cry when she speaks of him? Marius struggled with the weight of Valjean's final request, to maintain silence to preserve Cosette's peace. Marius studied night. Marius opens the strongbox containing the old documents, Javert's police reports, Eponine's final letter, and the torn scrap of blue cloth from Valjean's coat. He realizes that keeping the complete secret is becoming untenable. For Fantine, the daughter, to truly understand the light of kindness, she must also understand the shadow of misery, the lesson of the sewers. In an effort to educate his daughter without revealing the shameful truth of the galleys, Marius takes Fantine on a visit to the historical Parisian sewers. Not the section he escaped from, but a newly accessible section that has become a public symbol of the city's progress. Ext. Parisian Sewer Entrance Day. Marius does not recount the specifics of his escape, but he describes the sewer as the network of wretchedness running beneath the beautiful city. Marius to Fantine, this is where everything Paris discarded went, daughter. The filth, the disease, and sometimes the most wretched souls. The man who saved my life, Monsieur Fauchelevent, walked through this place, carrying me on his back to prove one thing, that love can exist and even save us from the deepest hell on earth. Though the story remains veiled in mystery, Fantine senses the terrible and noble truth behind her father's words. She begins to understand that their guardian was a moral giant, a man who fought evil not with a sword, but with the persistence of love. Chapter 44, The Shifting Sands of Paris. The Paris that Marius and Cosette now inhabited was a city in perpetual, though often subtle, flux. The lessons of the June Rebellion and the Industrial Revolution continued to reshape the political landscape, moving it inexorably toward a more democratic, if still unequal, future. The decline of the Old Guard. The death of Monsieur Gillenormand marked the final fading of the old, rigid, royalist aristocracy. Marius inherited not only the wealth but also the profound social standing of his grandfather, giving him access to the very halls of power he once sought to overthrow. Parisian Salon Night. Marius attends a grand soirée observing the remnants of the old nobility. They are still obsessed with lineage and titles, but their political power is eroding, replaced by the rising influence of the educated bourgeoisie and the industrial class. Marius uses these gatherings not for social climbing, but as a platform for his legal and social reforms. He speaks quietly but passionately about the necessity of judicial mercy and labor rights, themes that are revolutionary under the guise of intellectual debate. A former political opponent of Gillenormand, an aging duke, approaches Marius. "Duke, Monsieur Pontmercy, your grandfather was a great man, but I confess your legal work for the wretched is puzzling, a gentleman of your standing." An Marius, "A gentleman of my standing, your grace, has a unique duty to speak for those without a voice. The Republic, and indeed the kingdom, will only endure if the law is just to all, not just to the privileged few." The Duke is silenced, realizing that Marius represents a powerful intellectual shift that the old guard cannot defeat. Cosette's social revolution. Cosette, though quietly charitable, also played a crucial role in dismantling the arbitrary social barriers that had once doomed her mother, Fantine. Charity Committee Meeting Day. Cosette is active in organizing Parisian charity committees, dominated by society matrons. She subtly steers their efforts away from mere condescending donation toward systemic aid, funding vocational schools and establishing safe maternity wards for working women. She meets resistance from a particularly rigid matron. "Matron, we must ensure the recipients are deserving, Madame Pontmercy, that they are of good moral standing. We cannot reward vice." Cosette firmly but softly. "Madame, when a woman is starving, her morality is a luxury she cannot afford. Our goal is not to judge, but to provide the means for her to regain her dignity. As only then can morality take root." Cosette's quiet authority, backed by her vast, unknown fortune, Valjean's money, gives her an undeniable influence. She is waging a small, bloodless revolution against social prejudice, the unseen seeds of revolt. The chapter also revisits the ongoing, underlying tension in Paris. The idealism of Enjolras did not vanish, it went underground, ext. The Latin Quarter Alleyway Night. Marius occasionally meets with the last remaining members of the Friends of the ABC. They continue their discussions, now focusing on literature, philosophy, and political organization rather than arms. They observe a new generation of young students, more cautious perhaps, but still imbued with a deep sense of social injustice. They are reading the radical literature that once fueled the Barricades. Marius recognizes the cyclical nature of idealism. The barricade was destroyed, but the seeds of liberty, the belief that the system is fundamentally flawed, continue to sprout anew in every generation. Marius to a friend, we lost the battle but not the war. Our fight is no longer with the sword but with the pen and with every fair judgment we pronounce. We must teach them that true revolution is built on the compassion Valjean showed, not the fury we once felt. The chapter concludes with the image of Paris, a city of contrasts. Glittering salons and hidden poverty, fading aristocracy and rising democratic hope. Marius and Cosette stand at the intersection of these worlds, their lives purchased by sacrifice, serving as a quiet, powerful force for reconciliation and progress. In Chapter 45, Faith and Form. Marius and Cosette, having witnessed the sublime, almost religious devotion of Jean Valjean and the unwavering idealism of Enjolras, spent their lives navigating the complex spiritual landscape of 19th-century Paris. A landscape marked by the conflict between traditional religious form and genuine transformative faith. The Church and the Spirit. The Pontmercy household represented a new kind of spirituality, one rooted in action and mercy rather than doctrine and ritual. Gilllenormand Home Night. Cosette often reflects on the paradox of her own religious education. She was raised in the severe, isolating Catholicism of the convent, yet her true faith, her belief in the possibility of redemption, came from the actions of a convict. Cosette to Marius, the nuns taught me the forms of piety, Marius, but Valjean, he taught me its essence. His entire life was a prayer of action. He was more bishop than the men who wore the cloth. Marius, who had inherited the anti-clerical skepticism of his generation, agreed. He found more divinity in the silent, self-sacrificing compassion of Valjean than in the rigid pronouncements of the church hierarchy. Though the bishop's persistent shadow, the influence of Monseigneur Myriel, the bishop who saved Valjean, was a constant, unseen force in their lives, symbolized by the silver candlesticks. Church Day. Marius and Cosette visit a grand Parisian church. They observe the elaborate rituals and the vast wealth of the institution, a stark contrast to the humble silver objects in their home. Marius realizes that the true church for him was the moment the bishop looked at the criminal and chose grace over the law. Marius decides to research the life of the Bishop of Digne, traveling to the south of France to find any records of the extraordinary man who sparked Valjean's transformation. INT. Archives of Digne Day Flashback Research. Marius discovers records of the bishop's life, his immense charity, his simplicity, and his refusal to condemn anyone. He finds an account of the stolen silver incident, a dry bureaucratic mention that notes the bishop refused to press charges against an unknown perpetrator. Marius finds an old man who knew the bishop. Old man to Marius, the bishop, sir, he didn't preach God's rules, he preached God's kindness. He saw the human soul first. The day that convict stole his silver, the bishop gained a saint. Marius returns satisfied. He now understands that the greatest theological lesson in their lives was one of radical forgiveness, initiated by a man of God, but perfected by a man condemned by the law. The crisis of meaning. The political and social turmoil of Paris often led to a deep crisis of meaning among the intellectual youth, who rejected both the rigid church and the failed republic. INT. Latin Quarter Cafe Night. Marius encounters a group of young, despairing students who are wrestling with nihilism, the belief that life is meaningless. Student leader, there is no God, Monsieur Pontmercy. There is only chance, misery, and the final, cold silence of the grave. Though the barricades proved it, goodness is crushed by the cannon. Marius, who had witnessed profound goodness survive the cannon, responds with the authority of experience. Marius, you are wrong. You confuse God with the structures of men. Look closer at the misery you condemn. I saw a man rise from the grave of condemnation, a man who built his life not on hope, but on love for another soul. That man suffered more than anyone in this room, yet he performed miracles of kindness. If that is not divine spirit, then I do not know what is. Marius's words silenced the room. He realized that the legacy of Valjean was not merely charitable, it was a potent philosophical argument for the enduring good in humanity. The chapter concludes with Marius and Cosette affirming that their highest duty is to keep the flame of that faith, the faith in human kindness, alive, a faith symbolized by the glow of the candlesticks in their quiet, loving home. Chapter 46, The Convict's Advocate. Marius had become a highly respected figure in Parisian legal circles, known for his eloquent defense of the marginalized. His cases were often more than legal battles. They were moral arguments against the very rigidity that had once condemned Jean Valjean. The case of the falsely condemned. Marius undertook a landmark case that drew the public's attention. The appeal of an elderly, unassuming man named Antone, a former convict who had served his time but was perpetually harassed by the authorities and denied stable employment due to his past. Antone, broken and desperate, was accused of a petty theft he did not commit. Though the prosecution, led by a stern young prosecutor who mirrored the early zeal of Javert, demanded maximum punishment, arguing that a convict's nature never changes. Int. En courtroom day. Though the atmosphere is tense, the prosecutor paints Antone as an incurable wretch, a strain on society. Marius watches, feeling the chilling echo of Valjean's struggle to become Monsieur Madeleine. Marius rises to speak. His closing argument is the emotional centerpiece of the chapter, a veiled tribute to Valjean. In Marius passionately, the law asks you to condemn this man based on a single word, recidivism. It asks you to believe that the human soul, once scarred by crime, is incapable of growth, redemption, or goodness. He looks directly at the jury. Marius, I stand here today not to defend a thief, but to defend the possibility of transformation. I ask you, when does a man pay his debt? When the law dictates, or when his life, his work, his struggle for dignity proves he has earned the right to be called simply a man? He continues, his voice rising with power. And Marius, if we as a society refuse to forgive, if we force the repentant back into the dark corners from which they came, then we are the true criminals. We are condemning not the sin but the soul. Marius pulls out the final, worn silver button he kept, the small personal souvenir of the barricade, a silent reminder of the sacrifice of his friends and the kindness of his father-in-law. Marius whispering but audible, I have known a man condemned by the law, who rose to become a beacon of light, a force for charity and a savior to others. This man was hunted, shunned, and yet he never stopped doing good. If that man could be redeemed, then any man can. So the verdict and the legacy. The jury, moved by Marius's profound moral plea, a rare commodity in the French courts, returns a verdict of not guilty. Antone, the humble former convict, weeps openly, finding the forgiveness from society that Valjean was never openly granted. Int. Marius office day. And Antone visits Marius. He is simple and immensely grateful. Antone, Monsieur Pontmercy, you spoke as if you knew my heart, as if you knew the struggle to stand clean in a dirty world. Marius nods, his eyes distant, thinking of Valjean. Marius, I know the struggle, Antone, and I know that the greatest debt a man can pay is not to the prison but to his own conscience. Go live your life in light. Cosette's inside. Cosette had followed the case closely. That evening she discusses the day's events with Marius, placing her hand gently on the silver candlesticks. Cosette, you were marvelous, Marius. You gave that man the gift Valjean always sought, the right to exist outside of his past, the right to be seen as more than a number. In Marius, it was Valjean's case, Cosette, not mine. His shadow guided every word. Every act of mercy I perform is merely repaying the debt I owe to him and the debt he owed to the bishop. Cosette smiles, reflecting on the profound, unbroken chain of grace. Bishop to Valjean, Valjean to Cosette and Marius, and now Marius to the world. Though the chapter ends with the understanding that the greatest monument to Jean Valjean was not the simple stone in the cemetery, but the living, breathing justice he inspired in the heart of his son-in-law. Chapter 47, The Last of the ABC. Among the surviving members of the Friends of the ABC, Grantaire presented the most profound moral challenge to Marius. Grantaire, the cynical, drunken companion who had survived the barricade through sheer accident, being asleep when the final assault began, represented the failure of idealism and the difficulty of finding redemption without the noble purpose that defined Valjean. The burden of survival. Int. Parisian Tavern Nights. Years after the June Rebellion, Marius meets Grantaire. Grantaire is older, his cynicism hardened by the trauma of survival. He still drinks excessively, haunted by the memory of his friends, particularly Enjolras, whom he had admired and mocked in equal measure. Grantaire sees his survival as a mark of shame, a sign that fate spares the worthless and consumes the noble. Grantaire, Riley, raising a glass, to the fallen Pontmercy. They died for a beautiful dream. And to me, the only survivor, who proves that cynicism is stronger than all your grand philosophies. In Marius, you survived, Grantaire. That is not a sentence, it is a second chance. Why do you waste it? Grantaire, waste it? I am being faithful to my nature. Unlike those idealists, I know that tomorrow will be exactly as wretched as today. Though the law remains cruel and men remain hungry, did your great Monsieur Fauchelevent change that? Marius, realizing that Grantaire needs more than abstract philosophy, tells him a small, controlled portion of Valjean's story, the part about the bishop's forgiveness and the power of radical kindness. Marius, the greatest courage, Grantaire, is not to die for an idea but to live for one. The man I speak of, he lived for forgiveness. That is the only revolution that cannot fail. The truth of Enjolras and Grantaire. Marius later discovers the full, tragic truth of Grantaire's final moments at the barricade through an old, hidden police report. INT Rue de l'Achanvri Tavern Dawn flashback. The final moment of the execution is revisited in a quick, shattering sequence. Enjolras stands against the wall, preparing for his death. The executioners prepare to fire. Grantaire, who had been asleep and unnoticed, suddenly wakes up. He sees Enjolras, his ideal, about to die. Grantaire drunkenly, but with sudden, desperate clarity, "Long live the Republic." He staggers toward Enjolras, placing himself next to the pure idealist. Grantaire to Enjolras, "Permit me to die with you." And Enjolras, for the first and last time, acknowledges Grantaire not with contempt but with profound respect. Enjolras quietly, "I permit it." They die together, two opposites united in a final, transcendent act of shared commitment. Grantaire's cynicism was momentarily destroyed by his love for his friend, achieving a kind of purity in death that he had never found in life. The act of acknowledgement, INT Parisian Tavern Day present. Marius, armed with this knowledge, confronts Grantaire again. He does not reveal the source of his information, but he speaks of the final moment as an absolute truth. Marius, "You told me you were spared through cowardice, Grantaire. You lied. You died a hero. You woke up, saw your friend, and chose to stand beside him. That was the purest act of love I know." Grantaire, hearing the story of his own heroic death, breaks. The shame of his survival, built on a false narrative, collapses. He weeps, the alcohol and the cynicism momentarily washed away by the acknowledgement of his final, noble choice. Marius realizes his new purpose. His legal work fights the injustice of the state, but his personal mission, inherited from Valjean's mercy, is to heal the spiritual wounds of his friends. He uses Valjean's money, the currency of forgiveness, to set Grantaire up with a small, respectable art studio, allowing him to paint and find a purpose that does not involve the bottle. Though the chapter ends with Grantaire, now sober and painting, finding a new, quiet kind of redemption, one not achieved through martyrdom, but through the patient, acknowledging love of a friend. Chapter 48, The Unseen Costs. Though the serenity enjoyed by Marius and Cosette was profound, yet they understood it was purchased at an immense cost. A cost paid in the suffering of Fantine, the struggle of Jean Valjean, and the blood of the ABC students. This chapter delves into the lasting, unseen costs of their happiness. The price of the candlesticks. INT GI the Leonore home nights. Cosette often gazes at the silver candlesticks. She knows they represent the moment Valjean chose good over evil, but she also recognizes that this choice necessitated a life of constant fear and self-denial for him. Cosette reflects on the irony, the gift of the candlesticks intended by the bishop to bring light ultimately forced Valjean into a perpetual shadow to protect his identity and her. Cosette to Marius. Marius, the world sees only our prosperity. They do not see that the foundation of this house is built on a man's broken life. Valjean bought us happiness by selling his own. In Marius, then we must ensure, Cosette, that our happiness is used to redeem his suffering. Every act of kindness we perform is a payment on that debt. He gave us light, we must shine it on others. They discuss the profound weight of Valjean's final months, his decision to isolate himself, believing his presence was a moral contamination. They realize that the true end of Valjean's torment was not his death, but the moment he was finally accepted and loved in his final hours. The haunted lawyer. Marius, despite his professional success, often feels the psychological weight of his past. Marius' law office day. Marius defends a client in a case of complex moral ambiguity. He argues tirelessly, drawing upon his conviction that human nature is complex. Yet in private moments he is haunted by the speed of his own judgments. He remembers his initial cold rejection of Valjean after the confession and his readiness to believe Thénardier's lies. Marius realizes that even with all his education and idealism, he was initially less merciful than the uneducated ex-convict. Flashback. A brief, sharp image of Marius, pale and shocked, dictating the cruel, restrictive terms of Valjean's visits to Cosette. Marius uses this painful memory as a constant check against professional arrogance. So it is the invisible wound of his youth that now fuels his compassion as an advocate. Fantine's enduring sacrifice. Though the chapter revisits the legacy of Fantine, Cosette's mother, Cosette's growing understanding of Fantine's plight deepens her commitment to social justice. Women's Vocational School Day. Cosette is overseeing the opening of a school funded by Valjean's wealth, specifically for single working mothers. She ensures the environment is safe, respectable, and allows the women to keep their children, the exact opposite of the conditions that destroyed Fantine. Cosette sees a young, pale woman struggling to balance work and motherhood. She pulls the woman aside. Cosette softly, do not despair, do not let shame destroy you. Your duty is to your child. We are here to help you fulfill that duty. Cosette realizes that by rescuing these women from the brutal choices of destitution, She is performing the ultimate act of respect and restitution for her mother. The continuity of misfortune. The chapter closes on the philosophical realization that while Valjean's personal battle ended, the broader struggle against misery continues. Marius and Cosette often walk through the poorest districts of Paris. They see children playing in the filth, facing the same impossible odds that Gavroche and young Cosette once faced. They recognize that their mission is eternal, to narrow the gap between the privileged and the poor, ensuring that the law serves to lift up the wretched rather than perpetually condemn them. Their love for each other, illuminated by the silver candlesticks, is the beacon they use to guide their work in the unending war against human suffering. Chapter 49, Fantine's Discovery. Fantine Pontmercy, the daughter of Marius and Cosette, grew up knowing two intertwined worlds: the stability and prosperity of the Gillenormand legacy and the moral obligation inherited from Jean Valjean. As a young woman, she possessed her father's idealism and her mother's quiet, radiant grace. She represented the next generation, one free from the immediate chains of the past. A love without barricades. Unlike her parents, whose love was forged in separation, secrecy, and the literal fires of a barricade, Fantine's courtship was one of relative ease. She was courted by Julien, a young, earnest student of medicine and philosophy, the son of one of Marius's colleagues. Their love was pure and intellectual, lacking the desperate, feverish quality that defined Marius and Cosette's initial romance. Ext. Latin Quarter Library Day. Fantine and Julien are seen together, discussing social issues, their conversation reflecting the more mature, less violent political atmosphere of their time. Julien admires Fantine's deep compassion for the poor, a trait he finds unusual and compelling in a woman of her standing. Julien, you speak of the poor with a true passion, Fantine. Oh, it is as if you carry their suffering within you. Fantine, perhaps I do. My parents taught me that happiness is not a right but a gift purchased by immense sacrifice. We must never forget the cost. The question of the convict. As their love deepens, Julien seeks to know the full story of Fantine's family. He knows the tale of Monsieur Fauchelevent, the eccentric benefactor. But Julien, a student of logic, senses the missing pieces. G.I.L.L.E.N.O.R.M.A.N.D. Home Night. Julien gently questions Fantine about the silver candlesticks and the light of kindness. Julien, your father speaks of the man who gave those candlesticks as a saint. But saints do not usually give gifts to strangers unless the exchange was one of extraordinary moral weight. Fantine realizes that she, the heir of the secret, must now choose how much truth to share. She consults her mother, Cosette. Cosette to Fantine, your father Valjean asked for one thing, silence. But he asked it to protect my peace. You do not live in fear, my daughter, your peace is already secure. Cosette realizes that Valjean's greatest gift to them was the freedom to tell the truth without fear of ruin. She gives Fantine her blessing to share the story, but to speak only of the mercy, not the legal crime. The sharing of the silver light. Fantine chooses a quiet moment to tell Julian the fundamental truth. OEXT, Seine Riverbank Night. Fantine shows Julian the simple, worn gold locket that belonged to her grandmother, Fantine. She shares the entire story of her grandmother's sacrifice, Valjean's promise, and the bishop's act of forgiveness. Fantine, the man we call Fauchelevent, was indeed saved by the bishop. The bishop told him that he had bought his soul for God. From that day on, his life was not his own. It was dedicated entirely to compassion. He carried the weight of all the world's misery to protect us. She reveals that Valjean was a fugitive, a man constantly on the run from the law, not because he was evil, but because the law was blind to his goodness. She presents the story not as a crime, but as a spiritual epic. Julian, a man of modern thought, is stunned not by the revelation of crime, but by the magnitude of the sacrifice. Julien, a man who chose a life of fear and isolation merely to keep a sacred promise. That is the most extraordinary form of human love I have ever known. Your inheritance is not in gold, Fantine. It is in that absolute moral courage. A new foundation. Julian proposes marriage to Fantine. Their union is sealed not just by romantic love, but by a shared commitment to the moral legacy of Jean Valjean. They agree to raise their children in the spirit of the Silver Candlesticks, the ultimate symbol of transformation and grace. The chapter concludes with the comforting realization that the next generation will carry the story forward, transforming the darkness of the Misérables into a permanent glowing light of hope. Chapter 50, The Perpetual War. Even with the major characters having found peace or met their fate, the great ongoing battle against human suffering, the Misérables, continued in the streets of Paris. Marius and Cosette understood that the legacy of Jean Valjean was not merely a memory but a directive, to wage a perpetual, silent war against the forces of injustice and poverty. The industrial abyss. The focus shifts to the relentless expansion of the industrial age, which created new forms of misery alongside its technological advancements. Factories, growing larger and more impersonal, replaced the small, community-focused workshops like the one Valjean had run as Monsieur Madeleine. EXT. Industrial Paris Suburb Day. Marius visits a sprawling, dingy factory on the outskirts of Paris as part of a legal investigation into working conditions. The air is thick with smoke and the metallic clang of machinery. He observes children working long hours in dangerous conditions, their faces gaunt and prematurely aged. The scene echoes the suffering of young Fantine, a stark reminder that while one generation's chains were broken, new ones were being forged. Marius files a landmark lawsuit against the factory owner, arguing that profits cannot be justified at the expense of human dignity and child welfare. His legal strategy is deeply personal, rooted in the memory of his friend's socialist ideals and Valjean's compassionate business practices. The quiet resistance. Cosette continues her work, focusing on education as the primary weapon against inherited poverty. The vocational school day. The school she helped establish, funded by Valjean's fortune, teaches trades and literacy to the children of the poor. Cosette understands that education grants dignity first and opportunity second. She tells the children stories, simple parables of kindness, resilience, and the power of a single good choice to change a life, parables that are subtly based on the life of Valjean. Cosette to the children, you are not defined by the circumstances of your birth. You are defined by the goodness you choose to put into the world. That choice is your true wealth. The return of the phantom. Although Thénardier had been paid to disappear, the spirit of his wretchedness, the parasitic exploitation of the poor did not leave Paris. Marius office night. Marius encounters a legal case involving a landlord who has been systematically cheating and exploiting his impoverished tenants. The methods, the deceit, the avarice, the complete lack of conscience remind Marius chillingly of Thénardier. Marius realizes that the physical man may be gone, but the spirit of Thénardier is a perpetual disease within the social fabric. This case becomes a long, difficult struggle for Marius, demanding all his legal skill and moral resolve. It is a necessary war against the vultures who prey on the Misérables. He fights not just for the law, but for the moral purity of the city. The shared vow. Marius and Cosette, witnessing the ongoing struggle against misery, reaffirm their shared vow. Gillenord home night. They sit by the fire, the silver candlesticks casting long, familiar shadows. Their conversation is not about their past traumas, but about their future work. Marius, the barricade was a singular event, Cosette. The trial of Valjean was a singular injustice, but this war, this one against indifference and poverty, it will never end. We will fight it our entire lives. And so will our children. We have given them a legacy of light, Marius. Now they must use it to illuminate the shadows. That is the true, perpetual payment for Valjean's soul. They look at the flickering flames of the candlesticks, a final visual note on the enduring fight for human dignity. Their love and their work are the living, breathing continuation of the Bishop's mercy. Chapter 51, A Pilgrimage to the Past. Years into their stable marriage, Marius and Cosette undertook a quiet annual ritual, a pilgrimage to the various humble locations of their youth. This journey served as a tangible reminder of the immense distance they had traveled from misfortune, solidifying their commitment to Jean Valjean's legacy. The haunted convent wall. The first stop was the Petit convent wall. This was the place where Valjean and Cosette had found refuge, hidden away from the world. Ext. Petit Picpus convent wall day. The wall is old, towering, and silent. Cosette points to a specific spot now covered in ivy. Cosette softly, it was here, Marius, where I first felt safe. He built a garden for me inside this wall. He sang me songs to make me forget the Thénardiers. But even here, happiness was built on silence and fear. Marius holds her hand, recalling his own brief, obsessive time near this wall when he sought her in vain. He reflects on Valjean's agonizing dilemma, choosing physical safety for Cosette at the cost of her exposure to the outside world. Marius, the world outside the wall brought us together, but the world inside the wall saved your life. We live in the open now, Cosette, so that no child has to choose between safety and the light of day. Marius's garret and the grief of youth. Marius then takes Cosette to the impoverished neighborhood of his student days, the place where he lived in wretched poverty and where Eponine had found him. Ext. Rue de Lavriere. They stand beneath the window of the freezing, dilapidated garret where Marius spent his most desperate days. Marius, this room, Cosette, was where I planned to die. I was full of revolutionary anger and romantic despair. I saw only the failures of the world, not the inherent goodness you showed me. Cosette looks up at the bare window, feeling the chill of his past. She understands that the love Valjean showed was necessary to temper Marius's destructive idealism. Cosette, you were saved from two kinds of ruin, Marius, the ruin of the barricade and the ruin of despair. The first was Valjean's strength, the second was his love. The Rue de l'Armée. Their final, most somber stop is the small, nondescript house on the Rue de l'Armée, the last true refuge of Jean Valjean and Cosette before the wedding. Ext. Rue de l'Armée. Though the house is private, still occupied by strangers, they observe it from across the street. This place represents the ultimate sacrifice, the weeks Valjean spent preparing to surrender Cosette, and the solitude he accepted in his final exile. Cosette remembers her confusion and sorrow in those final days when Valjean withdrew into silence. Cosette, he left us from this house. He walked away from everything he loved. He made himself invisible so that we could shine, I think. He always knew that his presence was a kind of debt, and his absence was the final payment. Marius, thinking of the sewer journey that began nearby, places his hand over the scrap of blue cloth he still keeps in his inner coat pocket, the piece of evidence that proved Valjean's nobility. Marius, he never saw himself as a saint, only as a debtor. But in paying his debt, he became the greatest creditor of all Cosette. So we owe him everything. The return to light. The pilgrimage always ends with a return to the warmth and light of their own home, culminating in the nightly lighting of the silver candlesticks. Gillnormand home night. Marius and Cosette light the wicks. The flickering silver light fills the room, banishing the shadows of the convent, the garret, and the hidden street. They understand that their physical journey through Paris has transformed into an eternal moral journey, one guided by compassion, fueled by memory, and consecrated by grace. And Chapter 52, The Interwoven Lives. The death of Jean Valjean did not erase his influence. Rather, it allowed the full moral weight of his actions to settle upon the lives of all those who were touched by his journey. Marius and Cosette, through their charitable and legal work, began to see how Valjean's kindness had rippled outward, affecting a wider circle of the Misérables. The salvation of the Gillnormand maid. Though the narrative focuses on Nicolette, the elderly, devoted maid of the Gillnormand household who served the family for decades. She was a woman of simple faith and deep, quiet devotion to her masters, int. Gillnormand home kitchen day. The Nicolette is now old and frail. Cosette, who views her almost as a family member, insists on caring for her. Nicolette to Cosette, the house is so peaceful now, madame. Master Marius is happy and you are so generous. It is a blessing. Cosette realizes that Nicolette, having witnessed the chaos of Marius's youth, the coldness of Gillnormand, and the strange presence of Valjean, had always feared ruin. Valjean's sacrifice ensured the stability that saved the entire household, including its servants, from financial and emotional collapse. Cosette ensures that Nicolette is provided for financially for the rest of her life, a small act of restorative justice that recognizes the dignity of service, a lesson Valjean, a former factory owner and benefactor, would have fully endorsed. The redemption of the student. Though the chapter checks in on Gervais, a former member of the Friends of the ABC, a student who had narrowly avoided the barricade due to a sudden illness. Gervais had always carried the guilt of survival, believing he had failed his comrades. INT. A Parisian literary salon night. And Gervais, now a respected professor of history, is seen giving a lecture on the ethics of social reform. His work is sober, scholarly, and deeply committed to the ideals of the Republic. Marius attends the lecture. Afterward, he speaks with Gervais. Marius, your work is the best tribute to Enjolras. Gervais. You fight with clarity where we once fought with fury. Gervais confesses his lingering shame. Gervais, I was not there, Marius. I did not earn the right to live. Marius tells him the full, detailed story of Grantaire's final heroic act, how the ultimate cynic chose to die alongside the ultimate idealist. Marius, you are not defined by your absence, Gervais. You are defined by the life you live now, fighting for the things they died for. And Grantaire, he found redemption in his final conscious choice. You too must choose to live not in shame but in service. And Gervais, released from his crippling guilt by the unexpected moral complexity of Grantaire's death, dedicates his next book to the unsung heroes of the dawn, a subtle dedication to his friends and to the former convict who showed Marius the true meaning of ethical survival. The bishop's extended hand. Though the narrative briefly touches upon the distant influence of the Bishop of Digne, Monseigneur Myriel, AXT, a poor village, southern France, day present. A small-scale philanthropic project funded by Cosette and Marius, using Valjean's money, is completed. A small clinic built in a poverty-stricken area. The villagers who receive the aid know only that it comes from a wealthy, anonymous Parisian family dedicated to charity. The clinic is built near the bishop's former diocese. It is a tangible, multi-generational extension of the Silver Candlesticks, reach. The wealth earned by Madeleine, guarded by Valjean and deployed by Cosette, now returning to the very poor of the region that first offered Valjean grace. The chapter concludes with the image of this distant, small clinic, a quiet monument to the profound truth that a single act of radical mercy can weave a lasting, beautiful tapestry of human lives across time and geography. And chapter 53, the unfinished story. And as the years advanced, Marius and Cosette found that Jean Valjean's story, though physically concluded, was an ever-unfolding narrative of moral lessons. They realized that their work was less about achieving a final, perfect state of happiness and more about perpetually honoring the principles of sacrifice and mercy. The art of forgiveness. Marius, now a leading advocate for judicial reform, found himself frequently challenging the fundamental, unforgiving nature of the French penal system. His arguments were always subtle, never explicitly mentioning Valjean, but entirely driven by his truth. The Legislative Committee meeting day. Marius debates against a powerful conservative politician who insists on harsher sentences for repeat offenders, citing the immutable nature of crime. Politician, once a criminal, always a criminal, Pontmercy, you cannot simply wash away the stains of the galleys with sentiment. Marius counters, drawing upon the philosophical depth he learned from Valjean's redemption and the bishop's grace. Marius, you are describing justice of the past, sir. We must aim for justice of the future. If we give a man no path back to decency, we condemn him to perpetual crime. True strength is not in vengeance, but in the courage to believe in change. I have seen the greatest depths of depravity transformed into the highest forms of saintliness. Our laws must reflect that possibility. Marius's influence helps pass a small but significant reform that improves conditions for former convicts seeking employment, a victory for Valjean's ghost. Cosette and the shadow of Thénardier. Though Thénardier was permanently exiled, the brief appearance of his daughters, Fantine and Azelma, in her life left an emotional complexity for Cosette. She knew of Fantine's ultimate, selfless act of love for Marius and the wretched fate of Azelma. Cossette's Charity Office Day. Cosette receives a strange, anonymous letter from America. It is a crude, rambling plea for money, signed with a false name, but with a handwriting that strongly suggests the exiled Madame Thénardier, or perhaps Thénardier himself, still exploiting. Cosette is momentarily seized by revulsion and fear. The dark past seems to reach across the ocean. Marius, sensing her distress, offers to handle it. Marius, they are ghosts, Cosette. Their power over us is gone. We paid the ultimate price to be rid of them. And Cosette, but the misery is real, Marius. Even if they are vile, they are still suffering. And Cosette realizes her final act of forgiveness must extend to the utterly undeserving. She sends a small final sum of money anonymously, not out of love or respect, but out of a commitment to the principle that human suffering should not be met with indifference, even when inflicted upon the wicked. This is the hardest lesson of Valjean's mercy, the enduring symbol. The silver candlesticks continue to anchor the Pontmercy home. They are more than a religious symbol. They are a historical artifact representing the pivotal moral choice of the entire epic. INT. In die home night. Fantine, the daughter, now engaged to Julian, prepares to take the candlesticks to her own home. Cosette presents them to her, telling the full unveiled story of the bishop, the theft, and the transformation of the man whose identity remains a sacred secret to the outside world. Cosette to Fantine, your grandfather, the man we called Fauchelevent, was not a saint. He was a man who chose to become one. These lights are not a display of wealth. They are a constant reminder that in every human heart there is a choice between the darkness of the galleys and the light of grace. Fantine, daughter, we will honor them, Mammon. We will use the light to show others the path back to humanity. Though the handing over of the candlesticks is the final act of the epic, signifying the transmission of the moral legacy to the next generation, ensuring that the unfinished story of redemption will continue. Chapter 54. The Synthesis of Light and Shadow. Years turn into decades. Marius and Cosette grow older, their lives a quiet blend of remembrance and service. They achieved a rare perspective, the ability to see the totality of the epic that brought them together, recognizing that the beauty of their life was inseparable from the ugliness of their past. The four pillars of the epic. Marius, now a revered elder statesman in his legal community, often reflects on the four key moral forces that shaped their lives. The saint Jean Valjean, the embodiment of redemption, proving that society's condemnation means nothing against the power of individual conscience and love. The law Javert, the embodiment of rigidity, proving that justice without mercy is a form of self-destruction. The wretch Thénardier, the embodiment of malevolence, proving that wickedness is a choice that destroys both the victim and the perpetrator. The idealist Enjolras, the embodiment of hope, proving that the dream of a just society, though costly, is eternal. INT. Marius study day. Marius reviews his notes for an upcoming memoir, a careful coded history of their family's journey, intended only for his children. He struggles to find the single defining theme. He realizes the story is a synthesis. It is the light of Valjean overcoming the darkness of Javert and Thénardier, but always with the hope of Enjolras's ideal republic burning faintly in the background. Marius narrating, the story of man is not simply the battle between good and evil. It is the battle between misery and mercy. Our victory was not in changing the world, but in choosing mercy every single day. Cosette and the Fantine legacy. Cosette, as she ages, grows to look more and more like the ideal image of her mother, Fantine, not the suffering prostitute, but the radiant, kind-hearted woman Valjean had promised to save. EXT, Parisian Park Day. Cosette is sitting on a bench, observing her grandchildren play. She sees the purity of childhood happiness, a state she herself was robbed of until Valjean rescued her. She is approached by a young woman from her vocational school who is now successfully running her own small business. The young woman, Madame Pontmercy, you saved my life, you saw my shame and gave me dignity. Cosette smiles, tears in her eyes. She whispers, thinking of her mother. Cosette, do not thank me. Thank the spirit of kindness, pass it on. That is the only payment required. Cosette realizes that her true legacy is the restoration of Fantine's dignity, the final act of redemption for her mother's suffering, the eternal flame. The final, lasting symbol remains the silver candlesticks, INT, GILLENORMAND, home winter night. It is a quiet evening. Marius and Cosette, both elderly, sit together. The room is warm and the silver candlesticks are lit, their flame steady and bright. Marius looks at the light, then at Cosette. Marius, they asked me once, Cosette, why I spend my life fighting for reform when I could simply enjoy my wealth. I could not tell them the truth, so I told them only this: I live for the light of grace. Cosette, and that is all the world needs to know, my love. Valjean's life was a testament against despair. His final, silent command was for us to never stop shining the light he was given. Marius takes her hand. The image focuses on their hands wrinkled with age and the steady, beautiful light of the silver candlesticks beside them. The light is soft, warm, and utterly triumphant over the long shadow of the past. Chapter 55, The Unforgettable Light. The final decades of the 19th century brought rapid change to Paris, yet the core moral truths discovered by Marius and Cosette remained immutable. Their children, now adults, were firmly established, carrying the legacy forward. This chapter serves as a final, reflective summary of the profound impact of Jean Valjean's life on the world he secretly saved. The convergence of legacies. Fantine Pontmercy, Marius's daughter, and her husband Julian raised their own children, passing down the moral teachings of the silver candlesticks. INT. Fantine's new home day. The candlesticks now occupy a prominent place in their young family's drawing room. Julian, the doctor, uses his medical knowledge to serve the poor, while Fantine dedicates herself to public education. Their combined lives represent the perfect synthesis, the practical, scientific idealism of the ABC students and the profound, transformative mercy of Valjean. The revolution of the mind and the revolution of the soul finally found peace in their home. Fantine, daughter to Julian, we live the life Valjean bought with his suffering and that Enjolras died trying to achieve. Our duty is simply to never take this light for granted. Marius's final act of remembrance. Marius, now a very old man, undertakes one final symbolic act to honor the hidden hero of his life. He travels one last time to the anonymous cemetery where Jean Valjean rests. OXT Petit Ugd Cemetery Day. Though the cemetery is neglected, the simple granite marker commissioned years ago by Marius is cracked and partially overgrown. The epitaph JV. Though he sleeps is barely visible, Marius kneels, a wave of profound love and gratitude washing over him. He realizes that the anonymity was Valjean's final wish to disappear entirely, and he must respect it. He does not replace the stone. Instead, he spends the day carefully cleaning the area, restoring the simple dignity of the grave. He speaks softly to the grave, a final confession and thanks. Marius, we never deserved you, Father. I judged you, Javert hunted you, the world condemned you. Yet you gave us everything. Your truth is safe with us. And we will live for your light. He places a small, freshly cut flower on the grave, a humble bloom mirroring the simple white flower young Cosette gave to Valjean so many years ago. Cosette's final vow. Cosette, unable to travel, waits at home. She holds the torn scrap of Valjean's blue coat, the piece of cloth Marius saved from the sewer, the final tangible link to the fugitive's heroism. INT. GILLENORMAND home dusk. Cosette is at peace. She sees her life not as a personal triumph, but as a direct, providential gift. She sits beside the silver candlesticks, which are permanently lit now, casting an unforgettable glow. She muses on the eternal lesson. COSCTTE, internal monologue, narrative voice. Misfortune is inevitable. It is the human condition, but misery, the wretchedness of the soul, that is a choice. Valjean proved that love can reach down into the deepest abyss, the vilest corner of the human heart, and pull a soul toward the light. He was our angel born of the galleys. To the final, unforgettable light. Though the chapter concludes with Marius returning home, he enters the warm, candlelit room. He sees Cosette bathed in the silver light, her face peaceful and radiant. They do not need to speak. Though the silence between them is full of shared history, shared grief, and shared abiding love. The final shot of the chapter is a lingering, static image of the silver candlesticks, the flame burning brightly, eternally illuminating the vast, complicated world of Les Misérables. Chapter 56, The Enduring Echoes. Though the saga of Jean Valjean and the Parisian Misérables settled into history, leaving indelible marks on the social and spiritual fabric of the Pontmercy family. Marius and Cosette, in their twilight years, spent their time ensuring that the true, multifaceted nature of their past was preserved, not as a source of shame, but as a moral compass for their descendants. The historical record. Marius, recognizing that history tends to simplify the complex, undertook the delicate task of writing a private, coded memoir. This manuscript was not for publication. It was a sacred trust, intended to be passed down through the family, revealing the truth without exposing the legal danger of Valjean's convict status to the wider world. Marius study day. Marius works on the final chapter. He details the struggle of Javert, giving the inspector a nuanced justice he was denied in life. He dedicates a full section to Fantine, detailing her courage and the depth of her sacrifice, ensuring her name is revered as the mother of Cosette. He also includes a chilling, detailed account of the wickedness of Thénardier, not to inspire hatred, but to serve as a constant reminder of the insidious, opportunistic nature of evil. Marius narrating writing, the world only saw a fugitive and a wealthy benefactor. Our children must know that the man was both, and that the latter was born of the former's penance. The silver candlesticks were not a gift of chance, but the proof of a soul purchased from hell, and that transaction is the foundation of our entire happiness. Cosette's quiet influence. Cosette's influence, while never public, became legendary within the Parisian charitable circles. She was known as the Lady of the Silver Light, a title whispered by those who benefited from her immense, silent generosity. OEXT, Women's Vocational Center Day. Cosette makes one of her final public visits. She looks at the faces of the women and children, the very picture of the vulnerable, struggling poor. She sees in every mother a shadow of Fantine, and in every child a ghost of her own wretched youth. She addresses the graduating class, women who have found skills and dignity. Cosette, gently, you have overcome great hardship. Never let that hardship define you. Let it be the memory that fuels your compassion for others. Be kind, be brave, and above all, be merciful. For mercy is the only thing that separates us from the beast. Her words are a direct, living echo of the grace that saved Valjean. The enduring love story. Though the years deepened the love between Marius and Cosette, their relationship, which began as a flash of romantic lightning, matured into a profound, shared commitment to moral truth. GILLEANORMAND Home Evening. Marius and Cosette sit by the fire holding hands. They talk not of politics or finance, but of small, simple acts of kindness they witnessed that day: a child sharing bread, a stranger helping an old woman. They find the greatest meaning in these tiny victories of the human spirit. Marius, we thought love was just the moment we found each other. But it was Valjean's decision, Cosette, to save my life in the sewer, knowing it would cost him yours. That was the purest act of love I've ever known. Cosette, and my acceptance of his truth and yours was my choice. Our love is unique, Marius, because it is built not just on joy, but on shared gratitude for a sacrifice so immense it can never be repaid. The final images of the chapter are the silent symbols of their life. The locked memoir, the scrap of blue cloth, and the steady, unwavering light of the silver candlesticks. Though the echoes of the past remain not as haunting ghosts but as guiding voices. Chapter 57, The Architecture of Grace. And as the years advanced, Marius and Cosette increasingly saw their lives as a finished work of architecture, built upon the sturdy, hidden foundation of Jean Valjean's sacrifice. Their work shifted from active fighting against injustice to securing the longevity of the mercy he bestowed. The endowment of the future. Marius, utilizing his legal expertise and Valjean's substantial fortune, established a formal, perpetual endowment for the Misérables. This foundation was designed to operate anonymously, funding initiatives that provided second chances, rehabilitation, and education, the very things Valjean was denied. Legal Office Day. Marius signs the final documents establishing the foundation. He names the institution subtly, the Société de la Bienveillance Inconnue, the Society of Unknown Benevolence. The core mission statement written by Marius is a profound moral document. Marius reading, to combat the misery of the world by offering unconditional faith in the soul's power to transcend its circumstances. For the greatest crime is not the initial trespass, but the societal refusal of forgiveness. He smiles, knowing that the former convict's wealth is now legally and eternally dedicated to fighting the spirit of Javert and the despair that haunted Fantine. Cosette and the symbol of the convent. Cosette revisited the idea of the convent, the place that both sheltered her and isolated her. She decided to reclaim the concept of a safe haven but without the isolation. Ext. Parisian Suburb Day. Cosette supervises the construction of a new Maison de l'Espoir, House of Hope, a community center for single mothers and their children. The design emphasizes light, open space, and communal support. the antithesis of the dark, confined life of the convent or the Thénardier inn. She insists on a small, protected garden reminiscent of the one Valjean tended for her at Petit. This garden is dedicated to Fantine, her name immortalized in stone as the matriarch of the home. Cosette sees this center as Valjean's final perfect dwelling, a place where his spirit of protection and unconditional love can live on openly and without fear of discovery. The philosophical weight of Javert's choice. Marius often lectured young law students at the university, using historical examples to argue for judicial mercy. He would often speak about a certain Parisian inspector who died because he could not reconcile the moral code with the code of man. An empty lecture hall day. Marius addresses a crowded hall of students. He speaks of the tragedy of absolute rigidity. Marius, the law is a line, but life is a curve. The man who chooses the line must destroy all curves. Though the most tragic figure in history is the one who sees goodness in the face of his enemy, and yet is so terrified of that contradiction that he chooses oblivion. Gentlemen, do not serve the law, serve justice, and remember that justice must always contain mercy, for mercy is the recognition of our shared human failure. Though the lesson is clear, Valjean's forgiveness forced Javert to confront a moral universe he was psychologically incapable of accepting. Valjean's grace, therefore, became the ultimate revolutionary force, the unforgettable gift. Though the chapter concludes with Marius and Cosette watching their grandchildren play, the children are strong, happy, and free. They reflect that the most profound architecture of grace was not the foundation, the house, or the endowment. It was the unbreakable spiritual bond created by a thief who became a saint. Valjean's true monument was the beautiful, ordinary, happy life of the family he saved. Chapter 58, The Objects of Memory. And as Marius and Cosette entered the final phase of their lives, their world became increasingly defined by the few physical objects that served as tangible anchors to their extraordinary past. These objects were not merely relics, they were sacred texts, each telling a piece of the epic story of misery and mercy. The Silver Candlesticks. The silver candlesticks remained the preeminent symbol. They represented the origin of Valjean's redemption, the moment of grace that defined his entire subsequent existence. Cossette's bedroom night. Cosette keeps a small personal diary. Her final entries reflect on the candlesticks. Cosette diary entry, they are always silver, always light. They are the proof that the greatest fortune is not gold, but a clean conscience. Valjean said they were worth 1,000 francs, but their true value is infinite. They contain the soul of a bishop and the promise of a father. She reflects that the candlesticks were the only thing Valjean truly owned, as they were the only things he kept after being forgiven. Everything else, the factory, the money, even the adoption of Cosette, was a debt he was repaying. The blue cloth and the coin. Marius held onto two tiny, profoundly significant objects. The scrap of blue convict cloth from Valjean's coat, and the small, tarnished coin that young Gavroche had saved. Marius desk drawer day. Marius looks at these two items kept side by side in a velvet box. The blue cloth, this represents the extreme limit of sacrifice. Valjean, the convict, carrying the weight of the barricade, risking all for the life of his rival. It is the color of the galley uniform, forever sanctified by an act of transcendent love. Gavroche's coin, this represents the extreme limit of poverty. A child dying for a republic he barely understood, carrying his last few sous. It is the simple, pure goodness of the streets uncorrupted by cynicism. Marius realizes that his life was saved by two opposing forces of the Misérables, the saintly ex-convict and the heroic street urchin. He places the box in his will, ensuring the objects remain together, symbolizing the unity of suffering and salvation. The tattered note. The final object is Eponine's letter, the tattered, smudged note that lured Marius to the barricade and ultimately saved his life. Cosette discovered it hidden in Marius's old coat. Marius and Cossette's private sitting room night. Cosette reads the note one last time. It contains both venom, the warning about the Thénardiers, and devotion, the final request to be remembered. And Cosette to Marius. She was capable of such hatred, yet she performed the ultimate act of selflessness. She was the tragedy of a good heart, poisoned by the life she was forced to lead. Marius affirms that Eponine's fate, dying for the man she loved, was a testament to the powerful, redeeming love that can survive even the deepest degradation. They agree to dedicate a significant portion of their final endowment to a shelter for young women on the streets, named subtly to honor the anonymous bravery of girls like Eponine. Though the chapter ends with the recognition that these simple objects, silver, cloth, and paper, contain the full, agonizing history of the human condition, now transformed by love into relics of grace. Chapter 59, The Philosophy of Misery. In their extreme old age, Marius and Cosette achieved a serene wisdom, realizing that the epic of their lives was not just a chain of events, but a profound philosophical argument against human indifference. They understood that the struggle of Jean Valjean was the core of a universal fight for the soul of humanity. The doctrine of compassion. Marius writes the final, profound closing arguments of his unpublished memoir. He moves beyond legal or political theory, arguing for a new kind of social philosophy rooted in compassion. Marius study day. In Marius writing, we often speak of the Misérables, the wretched. But we must understand that the true wretchedness is not the poverty of the body, but the poverty of the soul that refuses to see it. Our father Valjean taught us that the greatest crime is not theft, but the systemic refusal of mercy that creates the thief. He argues that the true measure of a society is not its wealth or its laws, but how it treats those who have failed, those who are rejected, and those who are without hope. He asserts that the state's duty is not merely to punish crime, but to eliminate the necessity of crime by ensuring dignity for all. His philosophy becomes a synthesis of all the major themes: the idealism of Enjolras, the forgiveness of the bishop, and the suffering of Fantine. The choice of light. Cosette, in her reflections, often revisits the concept of choice. She realizes that every pivotal moment in their saga was defined by a single, powerful moral choice. Though the bishop's choice to give the silver and choose grace over punishment. Valjean's choice to live for another Cosette rather than for himself. Javert's choice to die rather than live in a world where mercy supersedes the law. Eponine's choice to choose self-sacrifice and love over her own bitterness. Cossette's personal garden day. Cosette is tending her roses. She realizes that her life is an affirmation of the principle that human destiny is defined not by fate, but by repeated ethical choices. Cosette to herself, Valjean was given a path to heaven by the bishop, but he had to walk it every day, every hour in the darkness. That endless choice to be good, that was his true glory. She teaches her grandchildren this simple lesson: the barricade is not external, it is inside the heart, where we choose between selfishness and sacrifice. The final, unwavering hope. The chapter concludes with a final affirmation of hope. Despite witnessing the revolution fail and misery endure, Marius and Cosette remain optimists. Their optimism is not naive, it is hard-won, earned through suffering. They know that progress is slow, often bloody, and always contested, but they believe fundamentally in the ultimate triumph of the soul. Gillennormand home night. Marius and Cosette sit together. The silver candlesticks are lit for the last time in their old home, as their children are preparing to move them to the next generation's house. Marius, they are leaving now. Cosette, the light is past. Cosette, and the memory remains. The light may move, but the shadow is gone forever, Marius. We have paid our debt, and now we live in the grace he earned for us. Though the moment is serene, full of acceptance. Though the philosophy is complete, life is the constant struggle against misery, and the weapon is always and only love. Chapter 60, Epilogue. The light remains. Though the passage of time grants a unique serenity. Marius and Cosette lived out their long lives, their home a silent testament to the victory of grace over fate. Their old age was marked by peace, their children and grandchildren continuing the work of benevolence. The story ends not with political triumph or dramatic revelation, but with the quiet, profound enduring of the moral light. The finals asleep. Marius and Cosette pass away peacefully, many years apart, surrounded by the love of the family Jean Valjean had built for them. Their passing is not a tragedy, but the final earned serenity of two souls who had carried an immense burden and found everlasting reconciliation. GILLENORMAND. Home sunrise. The house is quiet, the family gathers. The silver candlesticks are lit, not just as a symbol, but as a practical, constant source of light in the room where the final farewells are made. The children and grandchildren, having been told the full coded truth of Valjean's heroism, understand that their grief is intertwined with an immeasurable gratitude. They know that every comfort, every opportunity, every moral strength they possess is an inheritance from number 24601. The anonymous epitaph. Though the final scene is set at the anonymous Petit Montrouge cemetery many decades after Jean Valjean's burial. EXT. A Petit Montrouge cemetery day. The years have taken their toll. The small granite marker placed by Marius is now virtually consumed by ivy and moss. The epitaph has completely faded, leaving a blank stone. A young man, the great-grandson of Marius and Cosette, named Jean, visits the grave. He brings no flowers, only a cloth and a bucket of water. He carefully cleans the stone, revealing its simple, unreadable face. He knows the story. The man beneath the stone was a fugitive, a hero, a convict, and a saint. The man who taught the world that love is a more powerful law than any code of man. He kneels before the blank stone, reciting the truth that is forever preserved in the family's heart. A young Jean whispering, "He came from the dark, but he created light. The world never knew his name, but his mercy saved our world." The unforgettable light. The narrative ends with a final, lingering reflection on the core philosophical question of the entire epic. Why did so much misery lead to such profound grace? Though the answer is found not in grand pronouncements, but in the subtle, enduring human spirit. The Pontmercy home night last image. Though the scene settles on the Silver Candlesticks, now sitting in the home of the youngest generation. The flames flicker, steady and warm. The light they cast is not merely a memory of the past, but an active, continuing force. It is the light of Fantine's sacrifice, Marius's forgiveness, Cosette's devotion, and Valjean's ultimate glorious transformation. The wretched may always exist, but as long as the memory of the bishop's initial act of mercy endures, as long as the light of those silver candlesticks is passed from one generation to the next, the victory belongs not to misery but to hope.